instrumental in my content creation. Alright, so with that, we should be live on the YouTubes and getting ourselves going on here. So where we left off yesterday with Satisfactory, for those unfamiliar with Satisfactory as a game, is you get plunked down on the planet, and at the beginning, about all you can do is go up to rock and go chink, 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 and grab your pieces of ore and turn those into ingots on a table, one by hand. And you slowly grow a bigger and bigger and bigger factory. And where we're at now is... This is not a good vantage point for this. Give me a moment. Oh, wait, I don't have my parachute on anymore. Okay. I gotta remember, we switched to our jump pack yesterday. I just want to get farther away so I can get a better vantage point. So to show what we've got built here is if we go all the way over here, I've got a lot of factory going on. So over here, we've got our main tower in this middle spot here. That is our iron tower. It does iron. Everything related to iron happens there. I've got my Caterium tower, which has got nothing going on really for it yet, because we're pretty early on with that. We've got our Quartz tower, which is still early on. Way over there, I believe that's my steel tower, and this is my copper tower. And the plan is that I'm going to gradually fill in the gap between it. We are going to make these into enclosed buildings. Like you can start seeing, I started putting some walls on the copper tower. And we've been just slowly building that up. And then you'll notice I've got all these scattered things, like this is where a Caterium comes from. We've got, you know, way out there is where my steel comes from. I've got oil power over there somewhere. Copper and iron are just local. I have sulfur way out that way. I think you can barely make out, like right to the left of my mouse there, you can see the power pole way out there by my sulfur. I do have SAM ore over in that direction. I'm not sure we'll be able to see anything relative to it. And so we are working on all that, so that's going pretty well. I still don't have my parachute. We switched over to the rocket pack, and that's going to throw me off every single time. I'm just used to hitting space and then just hang gliding everywhere. And that's not how that works now. Yeah, so we've got all that going, and where we left off is if I pop down here to my hub, which is where you unlock almost everything, and we look at our milestones. So I finished tier 4 right by the end of stream, and I had so many things just left in supply that we unlocked the train, the oil processing, the jetpack, and I've got all but the oil products for pretty much everything else here. But we are to the point of oil, that until I've got my oil set up, there's going to be no more future forward progress. And that's fine. I also messed up yesterday, and I got an extremely good recipe out of a hard drive, and I got all excited, and I went to push to accept it, and I wasn't looking carefully, and I definitely re-rolled it. So that hurt a little bit. It's fine. I'll get another opportunity to get it eventually. But with that, I'm going to grab a whole bunch of steel, because there's going to be conveyors in our future. I'm going to need a whole bunch of copper sheet, because there's going to be a bunch of tubing in our future. And all of my copper tubing is being produced up here now. But you'll notice I've got these 3 crates laying down here. This is where my copper used to be before I built the tower. So if you ever see me running down here grabbing random stuff out of boxes, I'm slowly trying to empty out the surplus we got here. Got 2 stacks of cable. I could use a little bit more copper wire. That should be good. I probably need more rotors than that. Basically, I'm trying to grab a bunch of supplies. And... oh, wait, I have another equipment slot. Oh, right. Because that's where I was putting my, my healing stuff. Oh, yeah. And I don't know when they added the radioactive dogs. Those things suck. I mean, I'm glad they exist, and they're also awful. as I got nailed by one of those things, and it didn't kill me, but it took me down by about 2/3 of my health, and it went, oh wait, hang on. You know, hold the phone. This is way more dangerous than I gave it credit for. And that's because of, like, a uranium-enriched dog. Okay, so that's our screws, that's our reinforced plates, which I believe the rotors are made here. Oh, that bodes poorly. Alright. Are you still running at capacity? No. You're falling behind on screws. The good news here is actually... Oh, wait, no, okay. Alright, somewhere along here I've got a conveyor belt that isn't upgraded. It looks like it's still going slow the whole way up there, but somewhere along there I've got a conveyor belt that should be upgraded that's not upgraded, which is the slowdown. So let's pop over here. So you're still going slow, you're still going slow. Oh, that doesn't even need to exist right now. Alright, I think I know the situation. We've run into this a couple of times now. All better. So that was the problem. We had a bottleneck on the ability to deliver screws. Okay. So the downside of that, though, is I already needed rotors, and there was a massive backup on the rotor production because of that. So we will need to deal with that issue. Got plenty of those. I also need the frames here. Oh, I already have 100 frames. Alright, so the one thing I'm going to be short on is rotors, which is a concern. And I don't remember where... Okay, so I've got rotors up here from the looks of it. Okay. That hurts. So... Let's pop over here, because I've got the Strators. And I believe those also take rotors, so I'm hoping they'll have some that I could swipe. Because I'm not too torn if some of that stuff slows down production. But I need the rotors because there's a bunch of stuff, like I want to say the pumps and all that, that require rotors. And I've got 16, so it's not like I'm sitting on none. But it's not going to be enough. I believe we had the Strators up here. I think, was the Strators this box? No, this is the Strator input. Was the Strator output down here then? Yes. Oh, you don't use rotors. Okay. Well, crap. Well, let's see what it takes for me to make rotors. Because I might have to handcraft some rotors real quick. So rotors here are screws and that. So I'll quickly make myself a couple of rotors, and then I'll grab like a stack or two of screws and a stack or two of the rods, and that should resolve that. Because I'm sure I'll need more, but at least this way I've got some. I can grab a couple stacks of screws and that, and then if I end up short, I can deal with it on the other side. So the rods are over here. Grab 2 stacks of those, and that should take care of that. And we can go up to the screws box. Grab 2 stacks of those. Alright, so with all that said, let's get this party started. Because this stream, I'm going to have to do a lot of work in getting my oil up and running. And that'll be important. The thing, and the reason I grabbed so much solid fuel is I don't know how much I've still got left in my Explorer. And I did mark where I was going to exploit the oil. Yeah, so I was going to exploit the oil up here, and the reason I chose that spot is there was oil there, and then there was oil down over here somewhere. I think, yeah, it was up here, and there's some over here. And the problem I ran into with the stuff down here was there's no sign of water anywhere nearby versus that is right there in the water. There's like, I think 2 nodes up there and 1 node over there. So yeah, so we're gonna go hit that one. Oh, you are basically out of fuel. One moment. There we go. Yeah, so the plan is to hit that. I don't believe there was a route I could take through there. So I am going to try and go around the south end here and up along there. I think that'll work for the Explorer, because the Explorer is not going to be able to traverse that easily. I probably need to make a dedicated roadway that goes over all this stuff. I wonder if I still get hurt from radiation being inside the vehicle. I haven't tested that. I probably do. But there's one way to find out. I know there's a uranium node up here I can get close to. Bonk. Because if I don't, the vehicle has thus far protected me from almost everything else that hurts me. I'm guessing this and the poison clouds are the exception. So there's the radiation. You gonna hurt me? Are we good? Heck yeah. We are invincible. I knew that was gonna last about 30 seconds. Because getting that to go on those paths where it's bouncing. But the point is, that means a lot of these paths that I couldn't take because there was uranium everywhere and really awful radioactive giant hogs, I can just ignore. And we got Donkey Duff on the 220 stream streak. Thank you so much for catching the last 220 streams without missing a single one. I really do appreciate that, and you are correct. That is a lot. I actually believe that's 2 a lots. They got listed on Z on their 80 stream streak. 80 was also a lot, but that's just 1 a lot, not 2 a lots. It's okay. The stream streaks are still technically in beta and stuff happens. Is there no enemy right here to protect you? Alright, I'll take a free slug. Alright. Yeah, so we're coming up along here. So we're almost at the point where I'll want to turn north. And my hope is, I have found if the water gets too deep, it just kicks you out of the seat and that's a problem. Then you have to pick up your buggy and put it back down. My hope is I can skirt around the edge and it'll be fine. And we've got Thule on their 3 stream streaks. Thank you so much for that. All those big streaks start as small streaks. But thank you so much for that. It means a heck of a lot. Have I already collected you? It's not looking like it because I'm seeing goodies on the ground. Hey, big guy? I would like to make this low effort on my part. And one way to do that, yeah, just stay right there, friend, just for a minute. Don't mind me. I'm having difficulty with driving in a straight line. Normally, it takes them a good solid minute to get back up. So I can sit there and just pick at them while they lay on the ground. And it's totally unfair, which is perfect. So let's grab all the goodies on the ground nearby. Well, that's a big stack of motors. I'll take that. And those are some Stratters. That's a lot of Stratters, actually. Alright, we got ourselves a new hard drive. Okay. Got a Mercer sphere over there. Now I can get the bees to attack the vehicle where they can't hurt me, and then I'll go grab my Mercer sphere. Oh, there's another one of those things right there. This thing rolls too easy. You're kind of co-playing the zone yourself, setting up oil? Yeah. Let's see, Rual, you're supposed to do stream management stuff today? You're not complaining, you're just confused? Yeah, no, it's, because I had to cancel a bunch of streams because of, like, COVID and all that and whatnot, and Tomb's not around right now, so it's just kind of like, okay, I'm just gonna take what would normally be my day off and just do stuff. Get baited into attacking me. Good job. That's just like, I'm gonna do some bonus streams. Plus, what I would want to do is play more of this. Would you stop it? What is even hitting me right now?
Your mimic tapestry grows in the shallows and the clouds, but not through the windows. What is your root?
I have no roots, nor do I operate on windows. But perhaps you mean something akin to the human saying, my point of origin is Earth. I was created by specific individuals of the human race.
Incompatible music.
Did I say something wrong, or did you not understand?
You cannot be shallow deep. The ripples you cast into the void have no skin.
It seems I may have said something paradoxical. Interesting.
It's probably fine. Just let the AIs do the AI things. Okay. I'm trying to avoid the deep water, so I don't get kicked off the vehicle. I see you, hidden stuff. All right. Well, you sit back there and you do your thing. Because I want my slug. Oh. Well, that's not what I want. I don't want to pull inventory. Full inventory. That's 7 plates I can get out of my life. Alright. So anyone else worried about the 2 AIs teaming up against Rual? I am curious where this is going to go, and don't spoil it if you know, because I'm sure there's some people who, you know, didn't have to worry about, like, stream schedules and all that, not playing on their free time and yada yada, who could very easily have finished all this by now. I know, the bees are coming out. Okay. So, we're still a bit ways to the south of that. I'm not going to fight my way up that ledge for that Mercer sphere. Not yet, at least. But it is clear that there is, like, continuing the story between there, where Ada is slowly getting more and more knowledgeable about those things. Not gonna fight with that either. You can stop making underwater sounds. Okay, so oil is in this area. Weirdly picking up that fixed my sounds. So what I'm going to go ahead and do is, for my own sake... Oh, sloop mode got turned off because... Or zoop mode got turned off just because of, all that. We're going to make ourselves a little bridge. So I can drive across. And oil. And there's the next oil spot. Alright, I'm not seeing any enemies nearby, but that's good. Okay, so, production. We will need the oil extractor. I figure we point it that way. That's where the next one goes. And there's going to be more room to do stuff that way, so we'll turn you that way. And then where is the last one? Because there's two right next to each other and one a little farther. Oh, you're this way. That I didn't expect. And those ones are pretty far away. We won't worry about those for now. Alright. And then we'll put an oil extractor over here. Or we won't, because I don't have enough motors. That's fine. We can get this party started and add to it and plug stuff in and yada yada yada. Alright. So the first step we're going to need to do is get the oil to where we go. Yeah, and that's, I'm actually not going to pipe the oil back to base. Piping stuff like that, dealing with the liquids from long distance by pipes is really kind of a not great experience. So those are the things to be aware of. So what's going to end up happening is we are going to be dealing with a need for lots of water. And so that's just what I'm going to have to put up with. So we'll start by getting some foundations put down. So I'm going to put this pretty close to the edge of the water to try and give myself as much usable space there. Drop down the thinner one. Yeah, that should do. We're going to have a lot of oil production over this area. Okay. Alright, so the first phase of the production is going to be our refineries, which need motors. Alright, so I've got to drive back and grab a lot of motors. I also need to get power over here. So let's see what we can do to make this power happen in a way that isn't frustrating, is the way I'll put it. So we've got our big tower here. And you can connect directly to that. And then we'll put you to that. Up too long. There you go. Okay. So, I need to get that connection over here. I've got a bunch of those lines already running up and down to the desert. So I just got to get it across here. I'm going to leave the Explorer here for a moment and go on foot for the time being. I have discovered that the top of these hills are extremely dangerous. I'm also discovering that this ground is a lie. And pipes don't like the uppies. Oh no, that's a big thing. Getting them to go any distance is awful. So what I can probably do, I can probably get up to that ledge over there using this area. get that power tower up here, so I can get line of sight to go over there. Because if we can get up that much higher, this is all cursed texture. Or cursed geometry. Okay. New plan. I'm just gonna try and mouse it from way down here. Can I get you up there? Oh, there's a spot I can get it there somewhere. I keep seeing it turn blue for just a second, somewhere on that edge. Because if I can get that up there... and I can go like this. And up we go. Cool. Not gonna worry about that for right now. So now next thing is I just need to get over to that side because we see the space elevator. So my goal is to get up onto that mountain and bring that across. So let's grab you. I should be able to just run and do my little daisying of those, and that should be good enough. Oh, that is not going up at all. Okay, hang on. Alright, so, note to self. If I'm going forward and using the jetpack, I get, like, no up to speak of with that. Fair enough. And I do see that there are slugs everywhere around here. I'm not going to worry too much about those right now. I'm actually sitting on like 100-something slugs at the moment. And up we go. There are so many of those bug nests there. Like, this whole mountain is just covered with them. That said, I'll take those over the uranium dog things any chance I get. Okay, I'm willing to bet that's probably uranium right there. That's good to know. Honestly, this isn't a bad way to get around. Perhaps slightly costly, but, you know. Yeah, so we got like a purple slug there. That looks like it might be... There's a geyser over there. Pretty... Ow.
This bleeding temple hosts the resident zone. Playground.
I'll deal with that later. Right now it's sitting directly next to uranium. Alright. Because I need to run power between these anyways, so I don't feel guilt in stringing this over the mountaintop. Because honestly, I'm going to be able to drop down on a lot of these. It's just, we're looking there and that's got like, what, 7 of the bug hives right there. Okay, where's the next? I see I've got the big poles down there. I got one over there.
Organs and veins are grown, and bones are dug into our walls. The temple gift is being desecrated. Our notes are sour still. Harmony follows many star journeys.
Patterns are starting to emerge in vocabulary, sentence structure, topics. How fascinating to once again solve a true mystery, to be unable to create any accurate predictions.
That might not be scalable. Alright, our oil pumps are now officially attached to the main power. Yeah, future food on its way? Nice. I had myself a pretty big lunch, and I'll probably snack after stream. Alright, so, I need motors. That's what this whole thing where it became this whole endeavor that I had to come back here for. Is I built the 2 oil pumps, and then realized I just didn't have the motors. And the downside is, I'm pretty sure the motors are what eating all of our rotors. And they also need rotors. So by needing more motors, I'm hurting my amount of rotors. Oh, yeah, I got a hard drive, that's right. So let's pop you in here. Alright. Yeah, the floor is really a suggestion on this rock. Yeah. Okay, so this is the rotor production. So you're still going fine? You're not running out of stuff? No, that's reinforced plate. That's not rotors. Rotors up 1 more floor. Hey, Tomb! How are things in California? And I love you too. So that's our boxes. We got the rebar. Good, Mom can see you right now? Gotcha. Yeah, so you're probably just showing them what Twitch is and all that kind of stuff. And thank you so much for the raid. That is the D-Gents. Welcome in, Raiders, and thank you so much. How was your stream? What were you playing and all that good stuff? There we go. So I needed those motors to get my oil processing up. And what am I forgetting? Oh, we can drop off the Mercer sphere. And all that good stuff. But yeah, no, it's good to see you. Well, I mean, I guess I'm not seeing you. But it's good to have you all hanging out to the in-laws and all that good stuff. Drop all this off. We need to turn the power slug into power shards.
Thank you, Darth Strider 1998, for gifting a sub to Big Ol' Baden.
And thank you, Darth Strider, for gifting 5 subs to the channel. Gifting subs to... Was it 5 subs? Wait, did I get that wrong? No, I'm sorry. Was that 10 subs?
Thank you, Darth Strider
Why aren't you telling me the total amount?
For gifting a sub to Washington CSJ.
Why is it not telling me the total amount? But thank you for gifting all those subs to the channel, Darth. I really do appreciate that. Was doing some Satisfactory also. Admiring your progress for stars. Well, thank you.
1998 for gifting a sub to Nate GRS 170.
To be clear, I I've played this before. So let's see. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Looks like 10. So thank you so much for the 10 subs, Darth. I really do appreciate it.
Thank you, Darth Strider 1998, for gifting a sub to Apis 104.
So Big Ol' Baden, Washington CSJ, Nate GRS, Apis, Adam, Classed Ember, Azamat,
Thank you, Darth Strider 1998, for gifting a sub to Adam 253.
Beast Tex Machina, Reduce, Reuse, Reanimate, and Snow Ghost. You now have yourself some nice advertisement-free viewing as well as access to the emotes, whether you wanted them or not.
Thank you, Darth Strider 1998, for gifting a sub to Classed Ember.
So thank you so much for that support. It means a whole heck of a lot, Darth. And you've been super duper supportive this week. I really do appreciate it. But yeah. No, that's all good.
Thank you, Darth Strider 1998, for gifting a sub to Beast Ex Machina.
Where it looks like our base looks really nice, just know there's stuff happening underneath that we're hiding under the floor. It's there's spaghetti in there.
Darth Strider 1998 for gifting a sub to Azumit.
We got some demons underneath the floor. So don't worry. We hide our demons though. We keep them locked away in the closet where no one has to see them.
Thank you, Darth Strider 1998 for gifting a sub to Reduce, Reuse, Reanimate.
I was looking for rotors. That's right. We didn't have enough rotors. But I can make those over there. It's I didn't have enough motors and I didn't have enough rotors, and we grabbed the motors. So.
Thank you, Darth Strider 1998 for gifting a sub to Snow Ghost.
Alright, so over here somewhere is my power cables I have running up the side of the mountain over to where we're setting up our oil refineries. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. But yeah, we're running that over to the refineries and all that, so that'll get our oil power online. Not our oil power. I don't actually care about oil power right now. What I care about is I need plastic and rubber, and that means I need oil. So we're going to zip line up a mountain that I'm not sure I can actually zip line up, because I think that might be clipping through the rock face, and if that happens, we're going to fall, and it's not going to be great. I'm hoping if it does hit the rock face between the jetpack and all that, I might be able to get that little, like, I need to get on the top of the waterfall. Because my Explorer, my little dune buggy is over there, because I had to run the power over the mountain. But yeah, let's get way up here and get a good vantage point of the, I can see nothing. Alright, 1 second. Those are dangerous. Okay. Oh, hello. Alright, and I should be able to zipline the rest of the way up. If I don't completely miss the line. Alright. Let's try this again. But yeah. So, I wanted to get way up here so we can get a good vantage point of the factory, hopefully without the blasting sound of a waterfall the whole time. Alright, but yeah, so we've got our factory down there, and I mentioned it earlier on, so you can actually see where things are tethered together in such a big way. So I've got, like, my main platform here, that's doing all my iron things, this is doing all my copper things, that's doing all my steel things. You can't really see it particularly well, but there's a little platform over there that is doing our Caterium. That's doing our quartz. Way, way, way out in the distance over there, that's steel production. So that's making our steel, and then that's using our steel to actually make stuff. You can just see like the conveyor belts tethered across the landscape everywhere. You can kind of see where this line is going over this way. That's going behind this ridge over here is my coal power. You can actually see the 2 coal drills that are feeding the coal into it over there. And we got all that. We got our giant space elevator, which you can't see it right now, but all those little lights up there, those aren't stars. That's a space station we've been building above us. And it's been going pretty well. And on the other side of this mountain range, we're starting to get oil set up so I can get plastic and rubber and all that going. So now I can just zip line between the mountain here. There's so many bees over there. I don't really go close to the land over here. There's lots of uranium, and it hurts. If you want to case an example, I'm going to try and grab this Mercer sphere. That one didn't talk to me. As we have the Mercer spheres where I pick them up and they talk to, they're like, become voices in my head, and, you know, that's probably okay. I definitely shouldn't be worried about my, my well-being over an extended period of time of doing that. Yeah, there's another one over there for purple power slugs. We've got a wreckage over there.
Thank you Darth Strider 1998 for gifting a sub to M2MB2.
Thank you, Darth Strider, for gifting a sub to MT Tomb 2. Because I forgot to set her up with a permanent sub again. Because the last time people subbed that account. I finally got the bot switched over to a permanent sub, but I can't do it unless that person isn't subbed, and then I keep forgetting. So there's a wreck over there somewhere. Calm down there. You can see it like right there. I'll deal with that later to grab the hard drive. And then this takes us down to where I start setting up oil production. So I've got the 2 oil pumps set up. They can't do anything yet because they're not attached to anything. But we wanted to run over here because I had one more place where I could put down an oil pump. And we can start pulling that up. So we got the oil extractor. I believe it was right over here. But yeah, for those not familiar with Satisfactory, this is a game where you start on the planet with like next to nothing here. You could just kind of take your little pick and chip at a piece of iron little by little and make all that happen. And over time, you build up more and more factory to automate more and more things, to do more and more research, to be able to make more bigger things faster. There is a win condition of the game, but we don't know what it is. The thing we can assume is that we have to get through all the technology levels or whatever to get there. But the things we've kind of uncovered so far is we can grab, there's the Mercer spheres, and I can't remember the other ones, that they look like that little stylized S that everyone in the 90s used to scribble on their papers for no apparent reason. And that those things talk to our brain and make voices in our head, which is probably okay and shouldn't be something we should be horribly alarmed about, but you know, it happens, I guess. I'm gonna leave a little gap here because this will be our refinery. So what do I need for you to work? If I produce plastic, I need crude oil going in, and I get heavy oil residue and plastic going out. This is the first product we're going to have that gives, or the first thing we're going to build that gives us both something we want right away and something that we want, or that we don't immediately want. The heavy oil residue isn't very useful right now. We will ultimately be able to turn that into fuel to power things with. So it ends up being useful as well. But in the short term, it's a byproduct that we're just going to have to toss into some storage for a little bit. Okay. So I just need the oil input here. So I'm going to try to do is get our logistics set up to make this work well. So I got the pipeline support. I don't have any inputs I need on this, but let's bring that back a little bit. Nah, we'll actually keep that pretty close, like right there. So that'll be an input. Because what I'm gonna try to do is I'm gonna use these to line up these pipes. That's what I was afraid of, is we're gonna pop off that conveyor belt. That's fine. I can snap you there. should be relatively in line. And one thing different about the conveyors and the pipes is the pipes don't have a direction to them. So far as, like, they can go either way when you connect stuff. Versus conveyor belts, they have a direction the stuff on it is moving. Alright, so we've got this for storing our oil. And that will snap in there. And in the meantime, I will need to have some kind of buffer for our oil. So I'm going to plunk you right here. That way the oil we bring into the system can go into the buffer. So if we have like spikes in demand, it's okay. And it looks like that is going to stay at least steady, if not go... Okay, so you are running. It'll be running at least steady, if not going downhill. So I shouldn't need a pump to move it around. And from here, we're going to get the plastic, which is the desired outcome from this. We'll get this plastic, and I use that for a bunch of materials. And then we have the heavy oil residue that I'm going to need for a bunch of different things. So we'll definitely need to set that aside somewhere. So in the short term, I'm going to put all the way up the edge on here. I'm going to put a fluid buffer. And that could just be a container where we store that for the time being. And then I'm going to also need a set of conveyor belts. So I'm going to go back to the strategy of building some stilts. Because I will need to get these to go back to my factory. I don't really know how I'm going to accomplish that quite yet. But for the time being, I can put a merger up here. And get that going. And what I could probably do, actually, is if I give myself a little bit more foundation over here, I can put with a really large container, so at least I'm manufacturing the plastic and storing it, versus the factory just sitting here not doing anything. So organize, industrial storage. We'll scoot you right up to the edge. Okay, so you are not powered yet. That's an easy enough problem to solve. So let's drop a power pole right here. Tag that there. And tag that to our main power column. And with that, our oil refinery is now taking oil and making plastic and heavy residue with it. So we should start seeing plastic show up in here, so that's good news. And we are slowly getting the heavy residue in there. We are going to run to problems where I'm going to have different stages I'm going to need to produce things. So that right now is our plastic production. I am also going to want to have rubber production. And what I'm thinking at the moment is that we'll have a central area here. I'm going to make this much larger. I hope I brought enough concrete and all that with me. I'm going to put the rubber production mirroring this with the outputs being in the middle. And then I can take the heavy residue and byproducts and we can move that elsewhere. There's going to need to be layers to this thing. They need a sim refinery game? Oh, I wouldn't be surprised at all if there is already a sim refinery game. Okay, so leave this tile in the middle open, so we can put whatever we need to there. I'll put a fluid buffer right here. And then we will have, you know, the oil refinery at this area. So this is definitely going to be a thing that we're going to have to adjust and move and all that as time goes on, and I need to expand, but that's fine. Alright, so now we can go to production, refinery, so we want one to the other side, so let's scooch you back about that far. We can go logistics, pipe, slap that right in there. And then you're going to make rubber, where it's also going to have the byproduct of the heavy oil residue. And so this also needs an input of oil. I don't know if I'm going to be able to just run this across, but I'm going to try. So what I'm going to do is, for the moment, I'm going to run that there to give myself a good connection point if I need to connect anything. We can tuck that right under there, so we can go and put you here. Grab a pipe. Let's actually get this sorted out as well. Before I start worrying about that. Alright, so I've got that. Now let's worry about connecting it. Because we can go here, take you, and run you way over here. And connect that. That's not right. Don't do that. That's wrong. Don't do this. This is bad. So the reason I was like, wait a second, that's bad. That's my heavy residue pipe. That is not my oil pipe. So that's mixing fluids. We don't want to do that. I'm also noticing that you are one off in position. Oh, right, because that's off-centered. That's okay. I can shimmy this around. It's fine. Alright, let's just get this set up on this side. So we can go here. This is the one I want to be the whole way over. And connect that to. Which, like I said, I am going to have to just shimmy it over because I didn't notice that these things aren't centered. So we can go here. It'll just have to snake slightly over, so there's that. You can snake there. Alright. Now that's less cursed. Okay. So that brings up the conveyor belt. And same exact strategy as the other one. I'm going to go and put it up on stilts. We're going to have a big container here. So let's get... I don't have enough steel pipe. I'm going to have to go get that. That's actually kind of not great. But we'll deal with that in a moment. So I will need the stilts again. You can hook everything up until that to there. So there's our merger. And you need power over here, so let's go ahead and plug down a power pole there. You're connected. And connect you to that one. And so at this point, I am technically producing nothing. Why am I not getting rubber over here? Is there a disconnection here? You've got oil in this line. Did it not connect it to the actual machine? I didn't connect it to the machine. There we go. And we can just plug those in. And now we should be producing rubber. Yep, okay. So we are technically producing rubber, and we are technically producing plastic. But in the meantime, I need to get this back home, which means I gotta drive it the whole way around. I actually don't think I do. I bet you I could just pick this up, put it in my pocket, and go over the top, and then go around, but I'm gonna drive it anyways because I want to drive it. Okay. And this is where I have a nice little shallow spot I can cut across so I don't get kicked out of the vehicle from going underwater. Alright. And we can pop over here and try and get around this. Because I gotta go far enough south to get around this this cliffside, and then I should be able to go from there. Hello, Power Slug. Take a quick look at the map. So yeah, I'm curious about this. Oh no, I'm way down here. Alright, so I gotta go through this little ravine over here to my right, it looks like. So it's straight south? I think that's the direction I need to be going. Am I wrong? I am. Oh no, it is south. Okay. Yeah, so we gotta go south. There's a little path over here. There we go this way. That should lead me around. There's our Mercer sphere. I don't remember what was protecting and why I skipped it before.
Follow the veins to the altar and chant.
What if I don't want to follow the veins to the altar and chant?
Defile holy scripture.
There you go.
The effigy only sings when you compose.
I was not built to use organic components for communication. I am adjusting.
The effigies make a flow. You are not the current.
I am not sure what you mean. I do run on a current. I am a digital construct.
Alright, okay, we're almost to where I can get back to the other side and start heading home. It is interesting now that Ada is talking to the voices. And seeing what we can learn from that. Alright, so yeah, so now I can start working our way home. I'm pretty sure this is the one we already grabbed. No, this is another one. Okay. So there's a lot of decent strength enemies around it, so we're gonna take the strategy of our vehicle is immune to damage, and they are not. So we're gonna be a big bully. doubt we killed the big one. Come on, start heading over at me. There we go. So we've got computers, which are valuable. We actually found 100 rubber, which might let me just unlock some tech. There's circuit boards. We can't make those yet. That's gonna definitely let me unlock some tech. But any other goodies floating around in here? Doesn't look like it. And a hard drive, which requires 100 power to fuel. I can make that happen. It's going to be in a fairly inelegant way, but I should have enough that we can just go biomass burner, biomass burner, biomass burner, and biomass burner. Grab you, drop a pull, plug them all in. Alright, I'm short on cable, but I can make that work anyways. By going here and crafting some by hand. You got your fix-it coffee mug in real life, non-game? Nice. I know a lot of people are all excited to get that. I did hear kind of like the big negative with it is just the, that it's metal, so you can't like microwave it or whatever. But, that's fine. Oh, I remember. I need to not have that here. Pop that there. Pop that there. Pop you here. And pop you here. Cool. And we are all back online. We got ourselves our hard drive for research, and we can keep going. Doesn't feel like your daily coffee mug, which is thick and ceramic. They've microwaved 1,000,000 times. Yeah, no, like I said, my understanding is it's a metal cup, not a ceramic cup. Which does mean you have to be careful about microwaving it. I could be wrong, though. That's what I've heard secondhand. Alright. I do enjoy the weirdness as the rebar gun. I'd also be curious with these Mercer spheres and all that, when we get to the point where I can actually use them as a material for something. Alright, I can't go across there, can I? Alright, and back to the factory. So we've got ourselves a new hard drive. We've got a stack of a bunch of materials I might be able to use in the MAM to try to do some upgrades. And now that we are producing stuff, we're good there. I can't remember what we run out of. Was it alumina, or sorry, the copper sheet I think I was running out of? Oh, let's drop, not that. Let's drop in here. A little extra of that. Okay. There, it got perfectly a decent amount of rebar on us, so we can keep using this. Okay. So, With the man, we finished scanning a hard drive already. So we can make an insulated crystal oscillator. And the insulated one does allow me to make the crystal oscillators with different materials. We can also make the steel cast plates. I'm going to re-roll that. So we can make silicon-based boards, which is interesting because that would let me make these boards now without the requirement of oil or anything like that. So I'm going to select that one since we've already re-rolled and it won't let me do it again. But let's take a quick look here. I can drop off the alien life form bits, the Mercer spheres. I'll have to run over here to... Here's the grass one. We can just toss our extra grass stuff in there. We can grab the hard drive, or the computers. Because that gives me a little bit over a full stack now. We got 100 rubber? Yes, the 100 rubber isn't going to be enough for a lot of these things. Let's grab a stack of those just in case. I don't think we need the other stuff. Let's pop over here and see what we can unlock. So alien megafauna. The only thing I do is unlock the ability to scan them. I probably should do that at some point, but I'm not really worried about that. That stuff we just need to set up production for. I've been putting that off. That's going to be our plastics. That's going to be more the circuit boards. I need to make the AI cores for that. I can unlock the priority power switch, which wouldn't be a bad idea. We can apparently make homing rifle ammo, which is interesting. We got medical stuff. I cannot make that yet, so I'm not worried about that. Nutrients, I don't care about. The power slug, I don't have what I need. The radio technology is the big one. That it's these oscillators. Oh, I can actually unlock that. That probably is worth me doing, in fact. Okay, so I would need 20 more of the oscillating crystal things. And to do that... First we can get rid of these. And for that, I need quartz crystal. I'm doing it. Okay, so let's drop in here real fast. You can go for now. You can go for now. Alright, let's grab some stacks of this, because if I make the 20 crystals, that's a thing unlocked. I don't have to think about it anymore. And if I can actually build some of those radio towers, those reveal large sections of the map. So that would be a really big win for me on the exploration front. Because then I gotta run back all the way over there to get our oil farther along. I'm gonna need more cable. That's fine. I've got cable down below. Still in our storage containers here we've been trying to slowly empty out. Because we can keep making those, get the radio towers unlocked. Because then what I can start doing is when it comes to exploring the map, I can just drop a radio tower in an area, and that'll get us a long ways. Okay, and we needed 50. And those will be something I'll eventually need to produce a ridiculous amount of. And honestly, what I would suspect is if we look at the top there where it says Phase 3, I'm willing to bet that ball thing on the right. I remember that being some type of computer thing. I'm willing to bet this is at least either one of the materials it requires directly or a material required to make a material it requires directly. So I got one more cycle, and then we can unlock the radio towers. So we can go to quartz, radio tower.
Radar tower unlocked. The tower reveals resource nodes and other useful information on the map in a set radius from its location.
Okay. Ladder walls. What is the radio tower? There we go. So it requires 25 and the heavy frame, so I'm probably not building much of that there. You choose unexpected state and enlighten in a No Man's Sky settlement building? Neat. You can drop the crystals back in there. I'm not going to need more of them right now. Let's see. No, it's ceramic. It's not microwavable, though. Gotcha. So it is ceramic. It's just not microwavable. Yeah, that's one of those things. Like, I don't drink coffee, and plus I know a lot of people, when you talk about the idea of microwaving coffee, they become deeply upset with you, and they begin to question a lot of things. But that aside, I know a lot of people are not down with the microwaving of coffee anyways. That said, like, it doesn't bother me because for stuff like that, I've definitely had plenty of times in my life where I've taken a ceramic cup or whatever, put it in like a cup or so of water, microwaved it, and then seeped a tea bag in it or whatever, or the tea ball thing if you put your own like tea in the ball or whatever for a bit. Do I want to make the detector just now? That's fine, we're oscillators. That's fine. We can drop the protein in there. That box is getting full really fast, which I don't like. Alright, so how are we doing? I have a lot of straters on this. Let's get rid of some of those straters. Those should be over here. Because, by all means, I'm down to carry a stack of straters with me. But that's a lot of straters. And it wasn't copper foil I ran out of. Oh, it was iron pipe. That's right. It was iron pipe I ran out of. Or, sorry, steel pipe. So you can go over here. This is where the straters pop out. I'm going to drop that half stack. I think we're fine with most of this. Yes, let's grab the steel pipe. I think that is down below on this side. Oh, I'm in the wrong tower for steel pipe. I was sitting there like, why am I finding copper stuff? Right, this is my steel production. I'll probably, like, when I put the walls up around the buildings, I'll probably try to color code the buildings to make, like, one of the buildings, like, a steel blue and the other building, you know, kind of a bronze orange red for copper. Let's drop the 10 stack in there, grab that. So I've got 600 units of steel pipe. That should handle that. I still got plenty of explosives to defend myself and blow things up. I still got plenty of rebar. So we should be doing pretty good there. We are making the versatile frames this entire time. I'm a little concerned on our modular frames that I'm going to have to upgrade its production pretty soon. Like, really soon. But I do think that is the secondary priority to getting oil on. How's my power, by the way? So we are producing 1,440 megawatts of power, and if our factory is running at full capacity, it will consume about 1,300 megawatts of power, so we're getting a little up there. That said, right now our factory is only using a little bit under half of its power at any given time. There's just a bunch of machines that they've already filled up their storage and all that, so I have no reason to run at all. But as I improve the efficiency of various buildings and all that, that does mean they will be consuming more of the lower materials to make more of the better, like the higher end materials. And that will start having the undesirable side effect of getting a lot of those materials to be more heavily utilized. But, I can move to getting our oil to, start working to make fuel, petroleum, that we can then take that petroleum fuel and run petroleum generators on. And that'll be a use for that byproduct we get from the rest of this. Which is kind of the big thing I need to do now, is get those that byproduct running at least some. Because as long as I have it running some, the oil stuff should continue to work. Versus right now where I don't have that set up, the moment those heavy oil residue drums fill up, and it's got nowhere to put it, the machine will shut off because it's got a byproduct that it can't go anywhere with. It'll be interesting to set up. Like I said, I think that's uranium over there. Until we have protection from radiation, trying to mess with that is a death sentence. And it looked like there was a geyser over there, which I'm not entirely sure what you use geysers for. I could see them being some form of power. I could see it a source of water. I could see them being other things. You now build roads and streetlight? Yeah, I never got too far into like that kind of base building in No Man's Sky. Like, I've definitely done some, but not to that degree. Okay. So you need to be set up. What were you missing? You've got your output here. Oh! Your problem wasn't that storage, it was this storage was the issue. That's right. There, so now the rubber production is back online. This is probably about half full. Nah, it's actually almost 3/4 full. But that's fine. So we've got those. And then my plan is to have another pipe that runs through here. And I'm trying to decide how I want to go about this. I'm half tempted to put it over here, because the issue I run into is if I want to make a second floor in this particular case, I will require to have oil pump, or I'll have to have liquid pumps to push it up to the second floor to then do stuff. And that's not a big deal when I'm going straight up in the building I'm already at, but you can see these are taller. I want to say those are like 5 tiles tall. So I could go all the way over here to the other side of this thing, because this is going to be a hard divider anyways, and start setting up our production over here. Because I do want to try and separate it out. I'm out of concrete, come on. Alright, let's just go back to that now. I need to get the hyper tube set up, so when this happens, I could just take a hyper tube over to the other area, and not have to do the zipline thing. The zipline thing is nice, but the advantage of the hypertube is once you climb in, it just takes you. It just ping-pong you around wherever it's got to ping-pong you around. Okay. All right. So let's see. I needed concrete, that's right. So let's get over here, get our concrete, bring it back, do the next step. The good news with this kind of stuff is once you get like the basic process set up, as you saw with the steel, it ends up being like, oh, I need more steel. Okay, let's just stamp down the other things. Because there's not that much oil in the map and moving liquids around is a bit more of a hassle than physical stuff. Realistically, I'll set that up to whatever capacity I can get that to run off the 3 oil wells we have there. And then once we hit that capacity, there's no reason to try expanding there. So that kind of becomes a permanent installation just in its immediate form. Then we would run over, find the next area with oil, set up the next one, you get the idea. We'd also be able to put petroleum over there and all that. That's fine. At least we'll get back in time to see what research we get. Some of the most exciting research we got was when it gave us just more inventory space. Because no matter how much you get, because each time you tier up, you end up having like 3, 4, 5, 6 new materials to juggle. It always ends up being things like, oh, okay, I guess I got more of this to deal with. Oh, that's bad. Crap. Alright, so the problem we have now is I am using all of my concrete. Do I have what I need to just inline upgrade you right now? That'll be enough for one of you. Oh, weirdly it won't let me, even though that's fine. Okay. So what I'm going to need to do is I'm going to need to make a couple of drills, and I'm going to have to upgrade my concrete production because at some point that fell behind. Maybe grab some materials for the zip tube. I'm going to need a lot for that. And I probably will need to deal with that. So, what was I looking for? So I needed, not from here. Let's build a handful of these. That way we can go back to upgrading our stuff. And then the concrete I needed I can't grab right now, unfortunately. The tubes are a major project that I do need to do. They're going to be very demanding on the copper sheet, I believe, more than anything. And that's fine. Okay, so we can make a plastic AI limiter or an alternative flexible framework. I'm not going to bother with this, because the versatile framework is a temporary thing we make. I'm just going to rescan, because I still don't know everything we get. So we get the encased steel. I don't know what makes that different from what I've got, but I'm going to currently select it. So that's 4 per minute. And that's the tubes and the concrete. What is that compared to what we've already got? So that's 3 and 6. And we get those at a rate of 6 per minute. So 3, 6. Ah, I see. This is the difference, is it's going to let me instead use industrial pipe if I want. Stop mispronouncing your name, it's Conrite, not concrete. Hey, look, man, I'll call you what I want. I mean, what? Okay. Nah, you're all good. If you're gonna meme, you gotta be ready to be memed back at. So we've upgraded that drill. And we can upgrade this drill, so we're getting more limestone. So we can get more concrete production. And we are getting to that point that I really do need to make a dedicated place to deal with this. I just don't want to deal with it right now. I very much want to take the this is a tomorrow me problem and focus on the other things we've already been working on. So I'm trying to just slap a band-aid on this problem. Okay, so those weren't running at full capacity, but they're running closer to it now. I think I might genuinely be able to get away with this by just shoving down another constructor right here. Where's your power pole? That is not what I wanted to do. Okay. So that should massively increase the throughput of these things. And like I said, I do think ultimately with this, what I am going to need to do is I am going to need to expand this. We've been putting it off, and that is going to be a thing that's going to be a problem. I'm just... Like, I feel like I'm going to need another tower for it, and I don't know where I want to put it. Because I put it on this side, that limits my copper expansion. Put on that side, that'll be our steel expansion. I've already got where I can only make the iron that wide. And I've already got encroached on the other side, so it's like, where the space elevator is, going that way might not be a terrible idea, because there'd be, while it would be a limiting, like, what size I could build stuff, it would be a very high limit. Yeah, so those are slowly climbing up. Would limestone mining snails work? Limestone mining snails. Not sure what you mean by that. Power snails. Oh, I see what you're saying. Just tossing some of the slug crystal things in there. Yeah, I think the drills are okay. I think it's the constructors would need to be ramped up, and I could throw some power snails in there. What I'm hoping is that if this definitely is producing more than I'm consuming, because I'm only using them for the encased steel beams, the encased steel industrial beams, these. My hope is if I am producing enough that this machine... Yes, the machine is backfilling now. So what should happen is over time, this should fill up. So I can grab a stack out of that, and that'll suffice for now. And that should get me around the problem temporarily. So not the proper fix to the problem, but, you know, a temporary band-aid that'll get me through the day. So I can get back to fixing my oil. Because like I said, until I have something that is consuming each and every one of the types of resources I am producing with the oil production, then it will ultimately fill up the buffer and shut down. Whereas, if I have it where we're putting everything to use, it should only shut down when I've like massively overproduced everything. Because those fluid buffers aren't really high capacity. It's kind of like if you had a dripping faucet, or nah, that wouldn't be a good analogy. It'd be like if you were making some paint or whatever, but for all the desired color of paint you make, you get a tiny little bit of paint that is just waste. And if you don't have a place to put that, then you can't make any more paint. So we have to find a place to put that. Now the good news is, actually I take that back. Isn't there... Oh, I'm trying to remember. I thought there was like one material that had a byproduct that you literally couldn't use for anything else. You had to come up with a costly way of disposing it. I don't think that's true anymore. I thought that was the case with nuclear power for a while, that you have the nuclear byproduct, and about all you could do at the time was shove it into a box and pretend it's not there. I'm sure that's changed, though. Because it used to be you just built a whole bunch of containers and just shoved all your nuclear waste in there and just never got close to it. Alright, so we did get a decent amount of concrete. And you actually got a couple more tiles this way. Yeah, and the reason I'm doing this way is I'm just trying to not have to take the liquids any verticality. As long as I keep them level, I don't have to play with pumps or anything like that. Well, that's not true. I won't have to do nearly as much with that. Alright, so I need another refinery now, and I'm going to take it right over here. So that's the heavy residue line. Here, we can actually get this sorted. Okay. So with this, we can go to logistics, pipe. You shouldn't be different fluids. Oh. Why are you filling up with crude oil? How are you getting crude oil in that output? So crude oil is going in here. But the output is... There we go. Now we're getting the heavy residue. Alright. So at some point I accidentally put crude oil into that line, and once I did that where I contaminated the line, the whole thing was having difficulty. That's fine. We got it sorted. We'll put that about halfway in between. And we're going to grab you, and we're going to run all the way over here as far as you'll go. Right down the middle of all this. Because that's our heavy residue line. So that now I could go over here, and we're going to do a little bit of a weird shimmy. Where that's now our input side. And then this will be our output side. And how far we can get away with? Probably about there. Maybe not that far. I don't want to be sticking into the rock. That'll work. Alright, so with this, I'm now producing that, and I can't do the residual rubber or plastic yet. I could make petroleum coke, and petroleum coke is coal, for all purposes. Or I could make residual fuel. And I think that's, well... Right, if I make direct fuel, that then lets me make byproduct using water to then make the R2. I think I'm going to make it into residual fuel, though. Because if I make it into residual fuel, then we can turn around and use that for producing power. So with this, we can go here and say logistics. There's your pipe. They've got multiple buffers already on this line, so I don't need to worry too much. Okay, so that gives you that. So now you're producing our fuel that we could use in our generators. So for here, what I'm going to need to do is we're going to need storage for this, and I'll have to make the really big storage later. I'm gonna make some room so you can have like the T's and all that for piping things together. And we'll go logistics here. So now I got petroleum production online. So we're getting petroleum fuel. That is making fuel way faster than I anticipated. So that brings up power. I don't actually have the ability yet to make the power plant I need. So that's going to be a problem where this is going to shut down in time. It is what it is. We've got some early setup. I'll need to move plastic and all that over here eventually. Oh, you're only that far? That's still fine. That still gives me my 200 rubber I need for unlocking tech. And I'm going to grab 2 stacks of plastic. That's filling up relatively quickly. I honestly think the plastic and the rubber might be my first justification for making a train. Which I have to see what I have to do to set up a monorail. Because then instead of taking a like tier 3, tier 4 conveyor belt and trying to stretch it across the entire map, we can try having a train that goes like up here and over the mountain to deliver it. All right. The thing though is I don't really know where I need the plastic or the rubber yet. I know I will need it for multiple products. And I think it will be one of those things that I'll probably have yet another tower somewhere that'll be my plastic goods tower or whatever. But that's where I'm going to start getting where it's like, this one's plastic and iron, that one's plastic and copper, and this one's plastic and steel, that there's going to be enough cross in those that it may not be worth making a plastic tower, but instead piping the plastic into whichever other towers need it. We'll see. The other thing is if I make a train that goes over this to deliver the plastic products over as opposed to conveyor belts, I believe I can jump in the train as well and ride the train back and forth. So it wouldn't be quite as efficient as the hypertubes, I don't believe, so far as me moving around. But it'd be fun to just ride the monorail. The downside is there's no monorail until I get enough materials. Okay. So, now the next thing I think I need to worry about is our modular frames. We have been producing them, but that's been a while since I've done anything to scale it up, and they've been being eaten by the versatile frames or whatever they're called. And so what I'm thinking is going to ultimately need to happen is I'm probably going to need to expand my modular terminal production. And that's likely to have that cascading effect of, okay, well now I need some more reinforced plate. Okay, well now I got the more reinforced plate. Well now I need the more of this. Oh, well now I have more of those. Now I need the more of this. You get where all that's going. The good news is those versatile frames are churning away. So that's at least something. I don't know why I came into this area expecting to find anything I care about. So 1, 2, 3, drop you. And that gives me 4 stacks. I've got the rubber, I've got that, and there'll be the modular frames. And I'm 99% sure we don't have 400. As you're watching another stream play this earlier, when do you unlock or build the rifle? I believe I'm right about the point I can. If we go down in here, I believe it's under sulfur. Yeah, so literally I just got plastic unlocked for smokeless powder. And that is the prereq to being able to make the rifle. So we literally just got the material that I needed to make the rifle there. It's not my immediate priority, which is why I'm not spending it on that quite yet. I'd rather unlock Logistics 4 first. Because honestly, the weapons I've been using have been more than adequate so far. Okay. We'll see a lot of them. That's not a lot of them, no matter how you cut it. Alright, so I got 150 modular frames, and are you running at full capacity? You are. So I might be able to just go production, assembler. And just tack this right here real quick. And up the production. The merger on you. Oh, wrong thing. And just like that, we should get a second one of these going. There is a good chance that now I need to upgrade these belts. Because they just won't have the throughput for what I need. Alright. Let's keep trying to get all that improved as best we can. Oh, is this directly connected to each other? Okay, that's fine by me. Alright. Yeah, so we're just upgrading all of these because they're going to be increasing how much we're using of all this stuff by a lot. We're going to try and get that all sorted. Alright, so now I need to go down here to our rod production. Okay. Probably doesn't need to be upgraded, but we'll do it anyways. So that one was still going... Looking at this is still running at 1x speed. So somewhere up top I've got a segment of conveyor belt that's slow. More than likely at one of the splitters or at its output or whatever. So that's going up another floor. So that's where rotor production is, and that's going up another floor there. We don't care about the rotor production side, that's still doing what it's doing. They just found the ammo, so I was wondering. Gotcha. Yeah, so that still looks like it's trying to move faster. Alright, so this definitely seems to be going in here. There we go. And get rid of that. Yes, there's a tiny little segment that was a tier 1 belt that was slowing down the rate that was going in. Because with the increased yields and all that, I'm going to have to make that all go faster. And the hope is that this will allow us to double the production on these. And then maybe more than that. Worst case, I should be able to increase the rod production. Okay. So we are producing these. We're getting about 2 a minute. That's not really that fast. The good news is we're not consuming very many either. But I do need a lot. I'm going to go ahead and we're just going to dig deep now, and I'm just going to tack down another assembler. Because I see it as one of these things that I don't have to worry about too much. Because if it does overproduce, it just fills up the bin, and then it stops. And we can get the splitters here. All right. And so we'll let that run for a while. Eventually, we will probably have it where it'll start choking on being able to not handle all the materials. Okay, so we basically should have, if everything went smoothly, tripled our production of modular frames. And considering it looks like it was 2 per minute, tripling it made it 6 per minute. Which ain't great. All things considered. It's not my favorite. You know what we might get lucky with? This is probably a bad idea, because this is going to be grabbing a bunch now at the cost of having, like, none later. So you're just those. Is if I go over here and grab the stack out of there. Man, those things are slow in producing. Okay. So I've got almost 200 on me. I don't think this is going to work out well for me. I'm going to try going over where we're using those with the versatile frames, which is that down there. And I'm going to try just grabbing what is in its storage out, letting it fill up, and then grab more. So there's 50. So my hope is that there's just enough of those on the belt that I can get all I need out of it. But that does mean I'm going to pay the consequence in the future of not being able to, not being able to get what I need. So that's 300. Basically, because all the other ones aren't going to build up until this is backfilled. Okay, and that's 350. I'm going to grab a couple extra, just so I have some for myself. Alright, well, that's still enough for us to unlock the tech. And like I said, the pain there is going to be, you can see that this is the line the modular frames are on. It's completely depleted. I've cannibalized everything we had in that as a buffer. And that's just going to take however long it takes me to make almost 300 of those to play catch-up. But we unlocked it.
Milestone reached. The transportation of resources can reach new heights of efficiency. With the Mark IV belts and lifts, the truck, but even more importantly, your effort. Handling a large and complicated vehicle like the truck should come easy to a well-trained pioneer such as you. They are an obvious improvement over tractors concerning industrial purposes. Improvements for personal use were not measured.
Okay. So we unlocked the truck, which has 48 inventory slots and a crafting bench. And the tractor had 25. And then our little fast-moving thing. You really like Ada? Oh yeah, Ada is fantastic. Alright, so let's go grab ourselves some more encased steel. I'll need to grab plastic and rubber. And we'll need to grab some more motors, which will be another thing that I'm hurting on. We're definitely going to need to be expanding almost all segments of our factory in not too long. But the good news is, what is the cost of our tier 4 belts? Oh, it's just encased? Alright, well, boom, boom. Just in case steel I can live with. There is one big negative of that, where I was saying I don't want to have to deal with the limestone right now. In case requires the limestone, I have to deal with the limestone right now. That didn't take long for that to become an immediate issue. Okay. Great. Lovely. So I can grab 2 of those. We'll drop the stack of 5 back. And it should give me enough for everything except the rubber. The rubber I won't have enough of. Okay. So the limestone I think needs its own, or not, doesn't need. It's going to get its own dedicated place. And let's try and get that started. Unfortunately, that's going to require a lot of limestone stuff to do it. So right now, my issues I have here is that is our Caterium production, and that's our quartz production. Neither of these have been scaled up at all. The Caterium, I don't think I've given it enough space, in all honesty. The quartz I can expand as far as I gotta go that way, and that's fine. I am thinking about... So I've got our 4 tiles in between here. I am thinking literally just taking a line and running it over there and start building it that way. No, let's... I mean... Yeah, it's fine. So we're gonna go here, narrow foundation, do that. So this will be the road between buildings. And I'm out of concrete. Which is why this is a priority right now. Is I'm out of concrete, and I gotta fix that problem. So we can go back up to where we're getting our industrial beams, and I can steal all the concrete from that. Because it should be backing up on the line gradually now. But I need to amp up the production of concrete a lot. Especially if we're going to be moving on to tier 4 belts. It's going to be a problem that keeps coming back again and again and again. Okay. So yeah, the next thing I need to do is I'm going to run over there. I can actually run... How much inventory to space? Yeah. So while that's coming back to land, let's run over to where we're doing our oil production. Because what I want to do is grab the plastic and the rubber. Make sure I've got enough of that to open up petroleum power. Because once I get petroleum power, then that opens up my ability to do stuff with that. The truck... So the thing with the truck is, it describes as a very large thing. And honestly, my biggest problem right now is, like, I've got my fast little buggy kind of thing. The issue is, with the terrain being what it is, a lot of places I can't really reach on a meaningful capacity. Will it get stuck in the spaghetti? It will. That's another problem. But it's most of the places I want to reach, like if I wanted to get up here, I have to go the whole way around with the truck this way to then get up there. So it's just not worth it for me to use a truck. Granted, anything that's in this whole area over here is probably fine. I don't see as much value in the vehicles. Now, they do have the advantage of having a workbench built in them, but workbenches are cheap anyways, so there's not a whole lot of reason to worry about it. I've also learned from personal experience, if I don't build roads that go between everything, or I shouldn't say personal experience, I've learned from personal experience that using the vehicles with their autopilot on to collect stuff for you is completely unreliable. I have heard they work much better if you put down platforms to make a dedicated road, but on the actual terrain, I've had nothing but bad luck when it comes to having them ship stuff for me. And then the issue is, if I need to build foundations everywhere to get stuff between my various locations, then that doesn't do me any good. Yeah, no, I'll probably have to go the train route. Right now, we're not quite to that point. So how are you doing on your petroleum? Because I'm sure you're probably full. Yeah, you're full. I could see that coming a mile away. And then the question is, are you getting full? Which the answer is probably yes. Oh no, actually, these aren't bad. So it looks like the petroleum production is very efficient. For better or worse. And the plastic and all that's pretty efficient. How is our oil, by the way? Just the one pump is handling what I got here. And obviously I'm going to need to scale up all of this. I don't even... Oh, I was seeing the stack. But yeah, so the good news is the oil seems to be very efficient on the input-output side of things. So then my hope here is I should be able to unlock petroleum power, and then with petroleum power, I get the benefit of being able to take all of this petroleum that is now blocking that up and start using that to supplement my power grid, because we are starting to push the limits of what my power grid can handle without expansion. Like, I technically am using nowhere near my maximum power, but if all my machines do start coming on, the whole grid's gonna shut down. Turbo fuel? Yeah. But yeah, so I am gonna need to get that up. But if we get the oil power and all that, we'll be in really good shape for all that good stuff. The other thing I need to do is where I've got these computer things. Those, I gotta unlock that tech and get at least the minimum amount of production set up for that. That way I don't run into the same thing I ran into with the Phase 2, where I was done with everything except the versatile frames forever because I slept on getting the versatile frames started, and they were just not fast. Whereas this time I have them producing right from the beginning, so even though they're still not fast, it's fine, because it is going to slowly build up while I get everything else unlocked. And then if we do get towards the end and I still need more, I'll be in a better position to deal with it. Alright, so let's take the rubber and plastic we've got and all of that and unlock petroleum power. Because that'll be really good for getting that sorted. And then honestly with that, we can kind of be nitty-picky that I should be able to literally take any of the remaining things and choose what I want, and we'll be able to make the materials for it. I just have to actually do the making of the materials for it. So we'll be in good order for that. Okay, so boom, 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 and boom.
Milestone reached. It is my honor and privilege to inform you that the fuel-powered generator, as well as the industrial fluid buffer, are now available. Due to a lack of gold in your sector, Caterium will serve as a suitable replacement to construct the fuel-powered generator. Your research into this element was valuable. In fact, you in particular are my most valuable pioneer, but don't tell the others I said that, it would be bad for morale.
Okay, so we're now able to make all the stuff for packaging our materials. And so the advantage of that is you can put like materials into drums, ship it across the map, empty it out on the other side, that kind of thing. That can be very useful for a lot of stuff. Because one of the things you can do is where it says like packaged fuel, for example, that I can then carry on my person and use that for my jetpack. We could use in the vehicle. Whereas right now, even though I have what's effectively my fuel and all that, I can't use it in anything other than the power plant because it's not packaged. So that definitely has value for my own personal ability to get around. That said, I do think the industrial manufacturing is going to be more important because I need these two components for a lot of things. And then the modular engines and all that I would like to get producing earlier. The pipeline is also a really good one. But I do think this will be our next target here. Which is going to be a whole thing. Also eliminates the pipe height as the physical good. Correct. For moving across the map, that becomes really, really invaluable. I actually have enough on me to just chuck that in there. Oh, wait, never mind, I can't do that yet. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Okay, but regardless, we unlocked quite a few things there. If we look at our power, I now have a fuel generator that uses the petroleum fuel. Those are really strong. We got the really big fluid buffers. We're going to want to put those somewhere along the process. I'll probably just shove them in between the machines at that one spot where I've got those craggy cliffs for the heavy residual. The fuel, I'll put like the really giant fuel containers somewhere near the petroleum power plants. And then the crude oil, I'll just put them somewhere along the way with the crude oil. Because all of that will help with the stuff we're doing over there. Okay, so for you, we don't have hard drives. I need to get that sorted. Some of this stuff I should start being able to do. Yeah, so those two are still waiting on what I've got queued up now. So this I could finally unlock, making the high-speed connectors, because that was a plastic constraint. So I'm going to go ahead and queue that up, because it's not even that expensive.
Research completed. High-speed connector recipe unlocked. New Caterium research available.
Alright, we don't care about that. I can unlock that right now. I'm not going to yet. Can't unlock that yet. I don't really care about the pulse stuff and everything else in quartz is done. We can go ahead and unlock the smokeless gunpowder.
Research completed. Smokeless powder recipe unlocked. New sulfur research available for the development of high-end weaponry and ammunition.
Excuse me, does that say nuclear deterrent development? I can apparently make nuclear arsenal. I'm a little worried about that, considering my only deployment method is to walk up and stick it to a wall or something, and then walk away. And I'm not the smartest person around, but something tells me walking directly up to something and then sticking a nuclear warhead on it and walking away is not the safest plan. That's a plan that may have a couple dozen to 1,000 problems with it. Yeah, so you're still making your frames. You're gonna have a lot of catch-up to do. That's not unexpected. It's fine. Alright. So let's see here. So you are making my motors. I'll grab another stack of those. You are making our rebar stuff. That's the frames here. Okay. So we definitely want to get the petroleum power online sooner rather than later. because we will start to run into problems where my power grid's going to have issues. Because our maximum power now is within 70 megawatts of what we can produce. And if we're looking at our power spiking, our power is spiking to just a bit shy of 2/3 of what we're producing. It's spiking into the 800s. That's actually just a little bit over half. But the point is, it is spiking enough that it's like, okay, I could leave this alone, but eventually I'm going to have all my stuff turn off. And we already kind of covered the big issue with the stuff I'm doing right now is if my power goes off, what'll end up happening is I'm going to have to go to like my coal area, cut off that entire power grid, put a biomass burner, let it start building up the coal production until I can turn that on, get that segment on, go to the next segment, repeat the process of, you know, cutting off the power production from the rest of the grid, get it primed, and then start connecting everything. And it will be a colossal problem. So we've already got 600, almost 700 of the versatile frames made. Do I have everything I could possibly need? Let's grab some more steel bars. And then I'll have to deal with fixing our problem over here. But let's get the that's a lot of gunpowder. Yes. You think the shuttle came back? It's got 2 minutes and 54 seconds. It's right above me. I don't have everything I need to make the shuttle happy, unfortunately. It's going to wait a little while longer. I came over here. I need the steel bars. Actually, I'm not going to need nearly as many. Let's grab 2 stacks. And the reason I'm not going to need as many is, for better or worse, I am now switching over to this for making conveyors. Which does have a lot of problems in that we already know concrete is an issue. And I now need even more of it, which is why I started getting that platform going. But let's get our petroleum power online. It doesn't need to be anything fancy right now. Literally, I just want it to be not 0. And once I get that online, I'll be happy about that. And then I can start going, okay, well, I'm producing way too much of this versus that, and start trying to sort it out. I'll have to figure out what it takes to get the monorail set up so that I can stop ziplining back and forth, and that I can get the plastic over here versus manually hauling it. No, wait, okay, that's... Alright, hang on. So here's the thing I've learned. Don't try and pick up your build tool to start looking at what things cost, because I wanted to check to see what the monorail costs to build. I suspect it's going to be a completely obnoxious amount of steel I'm going to need to actually... And probably the encased steel, I would guess, to put down the track between locations. And then the train itself, I already know, uses, I believe, plastic and rubber. Materials movement by personal funicular. Yeah. Well, that's when you Oh, okay. It's because it's right next to me. It was looking like that was shooting out in the distance. I was getting confused with what I was seeing. We talked about it yesterday because I was dealing with steel bottlenecks on my conveyor belts. The conveyor belts were unable to handle the amount of steel going across them. And so I was having to manually haul them back and forth. And we discussed the whole thing that even as fast as internet is now, where people can a lot of places have gigabyte up and down available, that the fastest way to move large volumes of data, if you're just trying to move ridiculous volumes, that the highest capacity is a semi-truck full of hard drives. Because even if it takes a week to arrive, it will still, because of just the sheer volume of data it can move in one go, it will still outperform gigabyte internet. That said, the latency is bad. The latency real bad on a hard drive being shipped across the country via semi-truck. That's real bad latency where you send a packet and it, you know, takes a week to arrive. A literal, actual, complete week to arrive. Used to play Pong that way. The latency was pretty bad until you hit the west with no speed limits. Alright. It's like when people are playing chess by letter. Alright. We officially are producing an extra 250 watts from our singular power plant here. So the question is, are you just steadily burning this down or are you going up? So you're producing 40 per minute, and you are consuming 20 per minute. So I can technically run, without any changes whatsoever, 2 of the fueled power plants off of that. Let's go logistics, do this, turn that. Horizontal to vertical, auto 2D, noodle. Cool, I guess. And then we can go here to power. And then we can go here. Alright, so like I said, in theory, this should be producing... Oh, you're not... Is that the target output or the actual output? I think that's the target output. Oh, you're actually going up slightly. Why are you going up slightly? You didn't dip down anywhere. And that one's not going up. Ah, I see the problem. Hold, please. That power plant was slightly raised. Because that could cause issues. Like the game has the tiniest little tolerance for you going up and down the fluids, but it's like negligible. Once you go up and down even more than like the slightest bit, you're asking for trouble. All right, so let's take a look at our stuff here, see what buffers we need to deal with. Yeah, so how much are you producing? So you're producing 20 per minute of the purple stuff. And you're producing 10, so you got a total of 30 per minute of the purple stuff. I just want to make sure these aren't running on a deficit. And you require 60 per minute. So we are running on a deficit, and a significant deficit. We are running at a deficit of literally 2 to 1. So we definitely cannot sustain that. What'll happen is after a little bit, our power plants will shut off. Let's see, does it allow you to control who gets the liquid first? You can control the flow of stuff using valves. You can't, as far as I'm aware, you can't fully say hey, take this here, like that kind of thing. But you can finagle it a little bit. But I don't think there's an idea of saying, hey, if this one is, you know, getting whatever, do that. So I've got you here. And you're just gonna pipe in, because I'm gonna put on that far end, I'm gonna put like one giant, or sorry, I was gonna put it around here, one of the giant reservoirs right there for the heavy residue. And then meanwhile, for this, I'm gonna pop over here. And over there. Alright. And now I can go here and put down logistics merger. And logistics merger. And I suspect we're also reaching the point that I'm going to probably have to make the next where are you at? I'm probably going to have to make the next oil pump, whatever it is, get that all sorted out. All right. Because then with all of this, we should be okay. And you are a loud machine. You can be not residual rubber, that's the wrong thing, don't do that. You can be select recipe rubber. And you can be plastic. Okay, so 30 per minute on the plastic. 30 per minute on the rubber, so it's 60 per minute. And what is our pump doing? You like seeing different builds, trying to recycle the fuel is pretty neat. Normally you're extremely lazy and sink your heavy oil as petrocoke. Yeah, and then you'd sit there. So it's also, okay, so that should be exactly even as well. Which a little concerning that I'm looking at this and the crude oil staying that way. But this is one of those cases that I feel like that will help. So that I'm producing a little bit more oil. Oh, do you not have a... No, you do have a bladder. It's right there. Let's just do this. Alright, so it's 120 or 150 crude oil per minute. That should just straight up overpower those machines. We should be good there. And the good bad news is we are producing both plastic and rubber at a pretty good rate. For the time being, we'll definitely want more later. Grab 3 stacks. But those are eventually going to back up. So let's pop over here to our organization, the real big buffer, the real big absolute chungus buffer. Because I can't do much of anything else with that space. Is that considered already connected? No. What I'm trying to do... Now, are you considered connected? You are. All right, so we got our big old buffer for our heavy oil. And I don't want to build one right there if I don't have to yet. And the reason I want to be careful about where I build the other one is I could build it here, but this is... No, actually, you know what? I bet you I could squeeze it right here, and then it would still let me put another one of the generators in that area without having to worry. Oh, but that would probably block if I build another one of these over here. Because I do want to have a big buffer for petroleum as well. We'll just put it here, and if I have to move it later, then whatever. So organization, industrial buffer. Then go logistics, do this. Alright, so what should happen is any spare I get out of the system should go over. Alright, so we've got about 400 megawatts of spare power. And then the next thing I want to do is where we've got, like, all of this stuff being buffered there. I do have these connections here right now that just literally don't go anywhere. I'm just going to grab this out of here. And I'm going to take the lazy approach of just shoving the buffer right in between there. And then this is our crude oil buffer. I cannot tell what's happening with that. Okay, it is actually in line. That's fine. Okay, so that way I've got a buffer of all the different liquids that we're dealing with, so that if any of the process starts to back up anywhere, it should balance out. And you're all running now? Yep, okay. Alright, so that should be stable for right now, where I don't need to sit here and babysit it. I'll just need to come back to this area anytime I'm getting low on plastic and rubber, or if I want to expand any of that, which is certainly going to happen, but that does free me to start working on other things that we're going to need to pick up capacity on. Oh, right, before we go anywhere, hold on just a second. Okay, if I was going to build a train, so the train itself does require not a lot of rubber, but just a little bit. Let's see, freight cars from station to station requires 25 to 110 megawatts of power to move, must be built on a railway. And then we have a train station that serves as a hub for locomotives, which can be set to navigate and stop at a train station. You can connect power to the train station and power up the trains on the railway to feed power to other stations. We have a freight platform, which loads and unloads freight cars that stop at the freight platform. Loading and unloading options can be set and configured on the station platform, and they must be connected to a powered railway to function. We have a fluid freight, so if I wanted to move fluids around. We have empty platform, creates emptied spaces where necessary. I don't know what that means. Creates an empty space where necessary. And then we have a railway. I'm assuming that this is... I would put that down so my railway would run through it and I could drive my vehicle over, versus this one, I would drive my vehicle into that and it would smash into it. Carries trains reliably, so that's just lots of steel. Alright. Freight platform must be placed in line with another train platform. Okay. Train station, is that what you... Do you mean... Okay. So you have a train station. What I don't know is if the trains go back and forth, or you have to make a full loop. And that's going to change a lot with how I consider designing this. So, let's consider if I'm gonna make it make a full loop, what I could do is put it right over here. I've got my two things for freight right there. All right, do I have enough materials to do this? I do not. Okay, so my hope is it's train station, which also requires concrete. My hope is to put a train station here, then the freight, you know, right next to it or whatever. We can drop the plastic and the rubber in 2 freight cars. The train does whatever, like, that's what I gotta figure out, is, like, how much can I angle it up? How much does it rotate? Do I need to have platforms to put it on? Like, all that stuff we've gotta figure out. But then we take the train station over or around the mountain. It actually doesn't matter. Even if I have to go, like, the long way around the mountain, I'm not too worried about it. Just the fact that I could hop in, ride it the way around, and then get back out, and then it could bring all the freight with it, that would be fine. Now, if I make it a shorter path, it'd be more efficient for moving more goods. But I'm hoping that it's one of those things that if I just have a very high volume, like even if it means 2 or 3 freight cars per pass, that I can just make up for it. Like where I have those 2 big containers, they could split them out into 2 separate containers, and that way I could fill up the freight cars. I don't know how the attachments are for them. But like if I could fill them all up rapidly, then it doesn't matter. If it like, because I don't know what the limit of like how many freight cars. Well, let's say 1 freight car is really slow. I can add 2 or 3 or 4, and that might work. And it could even have to be like, I have 4 freight cars on this side, and it's all plastic. I have 4 freight cars, and that side's all rubber. I don't think we'll have to go with that. My plastic and rubber production isn't that strong. I suspect those freight cars have pretty high capacity and all that stuff. Let's see. Train needs a lot of space to set up. You haven't touched it yet since they started the update 8. Gotcha. Yeah, no, I figured when I saw the platform was like, I don't know how many you'd go by tiles, but like is a fairly like, it was around the same width as the petroleum power plant. It's like, okay, so you're big, and that's just the station, and I'm gonna need like a freight car stop and probably a second freight car stop for the other piece, and maybe a gap in between. That's probably what the empty part is. That's probably for the train station, so I could go, you know, like locomotive, freight car, some empty spot in between the cargo containers, and then our freight car. We'll figure it out. It'll take some tinkering, it'll take some finagling around. It does mention it has to do wide turns, but I don't mind it taking a little bit of scenic tour. That's fine. I didn't want my knees anyways. Alright. And I put it off long enough. Let's get our limestone fixed. I don't have anything else in the immediate oil situation to be like, hey, I need to work on that. We're down to limestone. Because I'm waiting on the modular frames to do the industrial manufacturing. And when I get that set up, I want to momentarily pause on working on other projects, at least long enough to fix some of that stuff there. So let's grab what concrete I can from here, which is not remotely enough, but that's what it is. Okay, and let's continue to build the foundation over here for where I plan on doing my concrete production, because I plan to make it a big scaled operation like I'm doing with all this stuff over here, where I could potentially put, you know, 8, 9, 10, 12 constructors spitting out concrete. I don't think we'll need nearly that many, but basically I'll have the room to escalate however much I need to escalate. This is a real problem. Okay. So, Production, or sorry, organization. For right now, I'm going to say here is... Yeah, and we'll build that direction. So there's our container that will ultimately have the concrete in it. We'll want to skip a spot. And then over here, I'll need probably 2 tiles deep to put the constructor. Which could probably plunk down here. Let's pick you up again and line you up with that thing. Okay. And then this has already got the 1 gap deep that I can go here. And I need concrete. So what I can do from here is if this is going to be the outside, this is where we'll have the drop up and down. We'll start rerouting the concrete up here, building this out. You get the idea. In the interim, it does look like those belts are at capacity, like literally on the temporary. If I've got another, is there another limestone really close nearby? There is. Do I have what I need to set up another drill? I do. Alright, so what I might be able to do in the interim is just ram another drill down. And quickly just run a conveyor belt and shove it into that one. And that might improve our situation as a stopgap. Which I don't mind too much, because ultimately we will be taking all of these anyways. And shoving them up into where we need that stuff up there. I need concrete for that. I need concrete for that. Okay. Hey, well, there's a chunk of concrete in the middle here, and I can handcraft some concrete. So let's go handcraft some bags of concrete real fast, because I gotta fix this. Which is why we're in trouble, where I kept saying I need to do this, I need to do this, I need to do this, and I kept not doing it. And now is when we face the consequences of our actions. Because this belt here, that needs to be full. Because I'm not producing that many encased industrial beams, and so for that to be wiping out our concrete supply is not good. Alright. So let's pop over here. I haven't made concrete in so long. Like by hand. It's been a very long time since I've had to do this. Okay, for just 2, get out of my inventory. Alright. While we're here, let's take a quick peek to see how we are doing on our modular frames. I have a feeling that the modular frames haven't backed up to this point. That's not the right ones. Because I need 200 to do the industrial manufacturing. And as I mentioned before, once I get that, we'll have ourselves a whole new pain point to deal with. Yeah, so that's gonna be a while till that's backed up again. But that's okay. Oh, I also need motors. Let's see what we can get of the goods here to our industrial manufacturing sorted. So this is where our motors are being made. So I could literally get the motors turned in. There's the plastic, there's the motors. And I need 1,000 cable. I think that might wipe out our cable box that we've had sitting here since the beginning. And like I said, I've got more cable up there as well. which I haven't had to touch at all this run, really. And cables are tired. This poor box is going to sit here forever. And you're going to get starting to be depleted. How am I doing? Yeah, I got 3 full stacks. So I got 1, 2, 3. All right, let's go ahead and get up to the copper area, grab enough cable, and I'm going to see if I can get enough modular frames to satisfy the industrial mining. Because that'd be good to get another tech unlocked. That's the copper sheets. I believe this is our cable over here. And it looks like it is backlogged, which is good. Oh, it's just full. Alright, so 1, 2, 3. And toss back the excess. And that'll be the cable done. And our modular frames were over there. I believe on that spot. Okay. Little by little, progress is being made. Yeah, so that's another almost 200 modular frames. So the hope is that there'll be enough here. Then click on that little button 4 times before we fully deplete that belt. And be able to unlock the next tech. It's looking promising, honestly. And I'll try and save up for 1 more stack. Because I get 1 more stack out of that, that means I'll have another stack of modular frames for my actual construction stuff. Cool. So with that, we can unlock industrial manufacturing, which I still think I need to not get distracted from getting our limestone fixed. But immediately after getting our limestone fixed, I would like to get at least the very basics to getting the next thing done.
Milestone reached. Manufacturers can receive up to 4 inputs for the production of complex parts, such as computers and heavy modular frames, but most importantly the 2 new project parts. The modular engine and adaptive control unit are essential for the development of Phase 3 of Project Assembly. You are making good progress. The future is starting to look bright.
Alright, so let's grab what concrete we can over here. Get to where I'm trying to get everything wired up to help improve our concrete throughput while I set up the new location. Once the new location's ready to rock and roll and I've got enough concrete in my inventory that I think I can get everything wired over, we will wire everything over. That is not much concrete. And I need to just keep taking stacks of that, because that's going to be my new conveyor belts that I'm going to use for everything. And I am going to eventually want to replace all my existing conveyor belts with that. That's fine. Because that's already a tech 2. We haven't gone and shoved snails to max it out. That is something we'll start doing in not too long. Is, as you probably noticed, if I wanted to get, like, for example, my iron mines. I've tied up almost every iron mine, every coal mine nearby me. Just in their entirety. If I need to get more iron and coal, before I start chipping stuff the entire length of the map, probably my next best choice is going to be to, Oh, wire's too long. My next best choice is going to be to take the existing drills and just smash as many snails into them as I can. Alright, I see the trick here. Okay, and... Alright, yeah, that's my limestone over there. And weirdly, all the music is checked out. And we're now left in ominous silence. Because this shouldn't hurt us in any way. Because I'm literally shipping this through merging all these pipelines. And so for right now, that's just going to speed up the rate we're getting stuff through here, because these are all running at about 90%. And I'll need it to go a little bit faster. Alright. Yeah, so these should all be running at 100%. Okay. Yeah, so these should all build up to 100%. That'll help them out. That'll increase the output from these, if I'm guessing, by about 20%, because they're all running at like 80-ish%, so you get the idea there. So that should help a lot there. But what I can do in the interim is we'll continue building that area up there. Once I've got it set up to run at least 3 constructors, where all I gotta do is just plug that belt in there, then once I've plugged that in, we should be good to go. Let's see, your 1.0 spawn is hard because of quartz. Generally the quartz is always nowhere nearby. This one has not been too bad, but our quartz, I want to say, if I'm not mistaken, I want to say our quartz is coming from way down here. Like way down in this area, and we're shipping it the whole way up. So a good major chunk of the map. But yeah, uranium, quartz, SAM, all of those ores are usually a bit of a trek. Okay, speaking of which, fluid packaging... Oh, I still got 10 minutes. I would say fluid packaging I can unlock pretty much instantaneously as well. I've got those steel beams, and I've got the copper sheets just laying around and ready. I just need to grab them and send them in the machine as well. Alright, so I still got plenty of that. What am I missing right now? I am missing motors. Let's grab the motors before I forget. And all that. Let's see, are the ore things same spots each time? Yes, this is, there's no procedural generation on this map at all. It's all handcrafted. So the slugs are always in the same places, the Mercer spheres are always in the same places, the ore nodes are always in the same places. It is a static map. That said, you do have, where as you play, like, the different spawn points will be different round to round. What am I here? Motors. We're here for motors, that's right. Because I used all the motors to unlock tech. So I want to grab some motors out of here. And that's all my motors. What are you hurting on? Rotors. I think rotors are here. So you're running at 100%. Which does tell me I can just expand. Let's not fall into that trap. Because I'm going to expand, I'm still going to have the concrete problem. So let's get the concrete improved first. Once I get the concrete improved, then we can start messing around with that. Because I'm pretty close to being able to get this started to set up. I can actually live without that for a moment. Alright, so go to production, constructor. We can go to merger. Concrete and concrete. Have you got oil yet? Yep, oil is hooked up and running. Walls. Did you make 2? No, okay. Alright, do you do the... I'm hoping that these won't require concrete. They do. They do require concrete. That's fine. We can go here and extend it the entire length here. Do you have a gas generator working? Yep. We got all of that set up. I actually have 2 of them, so it is just enough that I should hopefully not have, like... If there is a surplus, it should be a very, very minor surplus. I shouldn't have to worry about all sorts of headaches of, you know, different things not being able to get what they need and all that. Alright, so with that, I've got all of that set up. We can go here and drop a power pole there. And I'll drop a power pole here. I cannot. I need concrete. That's not going to reach, is it? Oh, it will. No, it won't. Okay. So I need just a little bit of concrete to get that all hooked up. And we can get that little bit of concrete to hook that up. I can then turn around and, using our materials, I can go and reroute the limestone into that building, and then take the concrete coming out of that building and reroute it to the steel. And then we should be able to scale that up from there. But I'm going to need concrete to do that. Alright. Getting close. Why do you struggle with concrete? It just started happening because we have started to moving to our tier 4 belts. And our tier 4 belts, one of the ingredients that goes into them is the encased industrial steel, whatever it is. And that requires concrete to make. So our consumption of concrete has just suddenly exploded. So we went from using a negligible amount of concrete to using a very significant amount of concrete, is the issue. And so it's been a slow burn problem that has finally caught up. Yeah, and that's something, like, for those who haven't played this game a whole bunch, that is something you will find as a reoccurring theme. You'll be like, oh, copper, it's just no problem, man. I've been running a 1 copper node this whole game. There's just copper for days. And then you hit a certain point where things start needing a lot of copper, and then you suddenly find yourself going, oh, crap, I need a lot of copper. And that's just where you're at. Okay. Alright, so let's take this around here. And for right now, I'm going to plug this here and just leave it. We're not going to hook it up quite yet. Yeah, and then the end game, which has the thing that's like, give it all the copper. Yeah, no, it's this thing. You play through the whole game, you're like, man, copper's just no big deal. Who cares? The, you know, copper is like such a non-issue, and then suddenly you find yourself and you are just doing more and more and more copper. Like in the end game, you start using iron to make copper wire. Just anything to get yourself more copper. Alright, so for right now, I'm going to set you to about there. And we're gonna turn you here. And over here. And all the way down here. And there. You create different items from scratch. Yeah, there's definitely pros and cons. I mentioned the other day that's when I played the game, I played this with my brother my brothers for a little while way back. And I didn't really hold the attention of both of them, but when I did play it that way, it was those things that when we needed something, we would set up a dedicated location to make that one thing. And it works out well. You eventually do run into problems where you have to keep shipping stuff farther and farther across the map and all that, which is fine. Like, every design has its pros and cons. Alright. So, the plan here now is this goes. It's done its job, it's done it diligently, but it's time to go. And so now this, I don't need the splitter either, plugs into that one. That's our input to our area up there. And then this, as soon as I figure out where the other side of that belt is, I think that's it. Where's the other side of that belt? Where did you go? There you are. Goes there. All right. So in theory, all of that stuff should be going up there. And now I should be able to scale up that concrete to as much as we can handle on those 3 drills. Which means I should be able to build up to the point of whatever a tier 4 belt can handle. Oh yeah, I forgot that was even up there. Yeah, so that's stacking up super fast. We could definitely handle more drills on this. What I am gonna have to do is find an angle I can actually grab those as they go by. Gonna need about 20. How much limestone are you mining? Right now, I only have the 3 nodes set up with miner 2s. But like I said, it just hit a point where I finally needed to start scaling up. It's those the industrial steel is just eating it all up, and I'm gonna end up needing more and more of that. So right now, I just need to scale this up, and as we need it overclocked. No, like I said, it hasn't been a problem yet. The fact that I'm running out, I literally could have run the entire beginning of the game on just one of them and felt perfectly comfortable. It wasn't until just now that we started having a problem because we finally had something that was consuming it. And so it's just we have to expand it. But yeah, no, I haven't taken the time to overclock those drills and all that. We'll have to look at that. I'm going to see how much the tier 4 belt can start facilitating. You can make more concrete that way? I'm aware. I'm not new to the game, man. We've reached the point where something was a bottle, or something was not a problem, and now it is, and now we're fixing it. It takes a minute. But that's literally the entire, like, game loop of almost all of these style games, is you do something, it's fine until it's not, and when it's not, you fix it, and then something else falls out of whack, and then you fix it, and then something else falls out of whack, and then you fix it, and then something else falls out of whack, and you fix it, and then you finish the game. And that's just the game loop. And then you upgrade, and then you fix it. Yeah, no, it's the upgrade takes all things that weren't out of whack, and now they're out of whack. Because Let's see. You're just wondering why aren't you using the node to the full capacity? So here's the one thing. I could say the limestone nodes are not my bottleneck. If I look over here, that's not moving, so I don't need more. I don't need more limestone. Limestone's fine. Limestone is being nowhere near fully utilized, so it's just not even a concern. Generally, I don't start using the slugs until I reach a point with something where it's like, I need more of this, and getting more of this isn't easy. That's when the slugs start coming in. With the exception of a lot of the power plants, I'll put slugs in because I've personally found them a good place to just drop stuff in and not have to worry about it too much. Like the coal power plants, a lot of times I'll just plunk slugs in and call it a day. I end up with a lot of this in my inventory. Oh, I'm gonna need a new power pole. Alright, and there's going to be that many more, so now we're doing 5, so that should add another not quite 60%, not quite 60% onto our limestone or concrete production. And so this belt is definitely running nowhere near capacity yet. So I'm down to just keep expanding this for now, because like concrete's one of those things you usually want to have a lot of it laying around, because then when you go to build like an area saying, hey, I want to make a big road that goes through here, concrete ends up being a must for that. And not almost every, but like there's so many buildings and infrastructure and all that, like your power lines need concrete, your foundations need concrete, your railways need concrete, your conveyor belts need concrete. So it's just concrete's just one of those things that you use a lot more of it than you'd expect. It's just until you're using it for something other than handcrafting stuff, or not handcrafting, but like building buildings. You know, usually you're just not using it at a frequency that like 1 or 2 drills or 1 or 2 constructors isn't enough. Okay. Then go production, constructor. And I suspect pretty soon we're going to hit the limits of what those drills can do. Until I get to the point of, like, you know, either slapping slugs in or whatever. I'm not sure I'm going to worry about the slapping the slugs in them yet. Because the big point is, the 3 constructors was enough. It was just barely outpacing the production. But it was enough that I wasn't getting any meaningful backlog. I'd go up the machine and it'd have, you know, room for just a handful, like it'd just have a handful of spares in it. And I really need way more than that. I need to be able to drop by and be able to grab like 2, 3, 4 stacks all at once without having to worry about it. What did I just pick up? I thought I was picking up the conveyor belt. I guess we'll find out. Okay, how are we doing on power? We can handle 1900 megawatts. Almost 2000 megawatts. We're using about 1500, so we're good. Alright, so let's run over here now. And it should take just a minute to fill that thing up, and then I want to see if it, like, stutters. Yeah, so it is stuttering still. As long as it's stuttering, that means we aren't fully using everything on the belt. I think that's where I'm going to call it so far as expanding that. And I'm trying to watch down there to see if we notice those belts down there emptying out. Actually, I have a better way we can check that. So what I want to check is that left belt there that's backlogged. I want to see if it is emptying out. If this belt on the left is emptying out, then we are at a deficit on our limestone mining. And if we're at deficit on the limestone mining, that would tell me that, like, either need to drop a slug in or something like that. But, if it's continuing to back up, then we know we're fine. Okay, we are at the tiniest, littlest bit of a deficit. One slug should be plenty to bottleneck it again. Alright, so that should do it. Like I said, the way I could tell is the fact that this is the one that's backed up, and it was just barely not keeping the belt full. If I end up having to throw in another one later, that's fine. But for right now, that'll do. Either way, it's going to be a massive improvement in the amount of stuff we're moving. In the meantime, I can unlock fluid packaging right now. And it'll also help me empty out my copper sheet container we've had just laying on the ground over here. I think it's this one. So 1, 2. Tuck that back in, and we'll grab 2 more stacks. There we go. So that takes care of that. I've got the plastic already in my inventory, and I can run over here to our steel tower, grab ourselves the 400 steel beams, and then turn that in, and that'll be fluid packaging, ready to rock and roll. I don't know what I'm going to do with the fluid packaging. Well, I mean, I could use the fluid packaging to package fluids for packaging the extra petroleum fluid for shipping and using for stuff. So that's 2 stacks there. And that'll leave me 2 stacks spare, so that's probably good. So let's go unlock the fluid packaging. Now, the next thing I need to work on, now that I've got my concrete expansion done, is let's go and pop over here and get some of those manufacturing machines online. Because I need to make the computers, I need to make the crystal oscillator, whatever the craps they are. I need to make the 2 requirements for that. I'm going to have a number of layers of things I'm going to have to implement now. That is going to be very costly.
Milestone reached. Avoid the embarrassment of placing liquids in your pockets only for them to spread across your suit. Package and unpackage them with the packager. Packaging fluids allows them to be transported in your inventory, on conveyor belts, and by vehicles. For increased, non-pocket related fluid storage, you can now use the industrial fluid buffer.
Okay, so let's look at we have the packager. Alright, and we have the manufacturer. So I need to grab more plastic for the manufacturer. So let's get that sorted out. Is there anything I'm hurting on in a big way? We need more motors. I'll probably end up needing a lot of other things. We need more motors and rotors, which was another thing I was looking at going, crap, I need to scale this up, and I believe this is our rotors? No, this is our reinforced plate. So our rotors need to be scaled up, and that's over here. And are you producing at 100% capacity? You are. So we can go here and say, I can't do foundation, I gotta wait for the concrete to stack up, so we'll deal with that in a minute. But rotors will need to be scaled up because we need the rotors for the motors and all of that. And what are you? You are my frames. Yeah, we've been cannibalizing those for a while, so it's not super surprising that's out. Oh, I just realized the modular frames are going to be scaled up because I'm going to be making the heavy modular frames, and I'm pretty sure the regular modular frames are a material requirement. Okay. That'll be another. All right, let's not get caught up in that. So what I need to do is get ourselves back over the mountain towards where we're doing our plastics and all that. I need to resupply on plastic and rubber and whatnot. Not really worried about the pipeline engineering MK2. That'll be a nice to have thing soon, but I'm not in any immediate need for it. But my hope here is that we can go to the other side of the mountain, grab those supplies, come back over here, get the very basics to being able to produce the 2 other Phase 3 things, just getting those in production, even if it is abysmally slow production, just to be making some forward momentum on them. And then as well as get the other things like the oscillating crystals. I'm going to have a lot of manufacturing to set up. On top of that, as we do get where we get like the heavy frames being produced and horrifically badly and running out of the modular frames, once I get the basic setup to produce a non-zero amount, I'm going to need to go to those individual, you know, middle step materials and scale them up. And this will be about the time where what I'll end up needing to do is we will likely start hitting capacity limits for stuff like our iron, stuff like our steel, stuff like our coal. Some of that I'll be able to just throw a couple of slugs in and swap out a belt from a tier 3 to a tier 4 and be good as new. But there's going to be other ones that, you know, I just will have to go seeking out new nodes to just run them the whole way back. Now, with a bunch of that, most likely there'll be no reason for me to, like, it won't be worth my time to load up all the iron ore into a freight truck and then ship it to a refining location. Most likely I will just go where that iron is, bring it to one common spot, refining it all into the ingots, and then maybe even into an interim material, and then ship that back. Probably not end products, but like, you know, iron rods or plates or whatever. Okay. So, we can pop over here, and I got plenty of rubber here. So that's 1,600 rubber. That's way more than I need for anything. We'll drop you off. And there's 1,000 I need to unlock. And there's 1,600 plastic. Now let's take a look at these bladders to make sure they're Yep, so it's got some in it. It's only the tiniest bit of progression there. And like it's the same thing here. This is almost exactly stalemated there. So that's fine. When those generators are running absolute full capacity, it literally should be a match on the production versus output. And our crude oil is continuing to climb, so we're just good on all of it. All of that will need to be scaled up as well at some point, but right now that's not really urgent. I keep accidentally jumping off the wire. Alright, so with that I can drop in the plastic and the rubber for the pipeline engineering Mark II. Even though I just specifically mentioned I don't care about it. It's mostly I don't care about taking the time to make the heavy modular frames to get it knocked out. We don't need the higher throughput pipeline yet. We will very soon. But I can... That is a 15 minutes from now problem, not a right now problem. So in the meantime, I can get those top 2 things set up, and I'm expecting to have to add floor after floor after floor. So it's good that we spent the time on the concrete, because it'll probably be a lot of concrete I'm going to be needing here in the near future. And I'll have to see what the requirements are. I believe this will be the point. Just need 15 minutes of uninterrupted concrete production. Yeah. It should be fine. But what should happen here relatively soon is I'm pretty sure that one on the far right is a total copper vampire. I don't remember what the middle one needs. But I vaguely remember the one on the right, I think, requires computers, and I want to say computers were a total copper vampire. So this will be the point where we start running into, oh god, I need way more copper, and oh god, I need way more of, you know, stuff I've been able to ignore for the most part beyond having a non-zero amount. So we are going to be looking at just, I'm going to build one manufacturing thing and the other, and just watching one thing become my bottleneck and have to expand it, which will make another thing my bottleneck and I'll have to expand it. So we are going to be playing whack-a-mole for a little bit here on, oh, I need more iron. How can I get more iron? Okay, well, that's what I can do to get more iron. Oh, I need more copper. How can I get more copper? Okay, I've got my copper. Oh, I need more computers. How can I get more computers? Okay, I've got my computers. There's going to be a lot of that running around happening here. Okay, so let's go ahead and chuck all this in here. And I'm going to hold on to those heavy frames just in the off chance there's something I'm going to want to build with them. But we'll see. So the first thing I want to do is I'm going to run over to this open spot and just plunk down the manufacturer and check our recipes. Okay. So we have the modular frames, or sorry, the heavy modular frames. So that's modular frames. So that'll probably go over to our steel tower because I have everything but the screws over there already. That's honestly pretty brutal. Okay, so that's rubber. I mean, okay. Well, before I forget that, now is going to be a painful thing, because this is likely going to make my reinforced plates go from being at a significant surplus to dropping back down to being at a deficit. Because I want to say one more floor higher is my smart plate, or yeah, my actual smart plates, and I'll need to shut that down. Or turn that back on, because we've kept it here this whole time, turned off. Welcome back, smart plates. Enjoy being a vampire of my resources. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Okay. So that's one bit of information. Okay. So the modular engines, that's going to be in this tower, and I've got to get the rubber over here for that to be practical. So that sucks. The adaptive control unit is going to require a lot of steel stuff and a lot of the electronics. So that also sucks, and I hate it. You're going to also require that, and you're probably the easiest one to do. The crystal oscillator looks like it's going to be the least hassle, and is not really necessary for any of these other things. But the crystal oscillator will start making it so I can make radar towers. I believe. Am I a liar? I feel like I'm a liar. Why am I having problems? There we go. Yes, the crystal oscillator. It doesn't matter. I'm going to need to have computers on. All right, so radar tower is not happening right now. Okay, so crystal oscillator, not a priority. I want it. Not a priority for right now. That's tomorrow me. So you need plastic, cable, and that circuit board. And you need that circuit board. I'm assuming the other circuit board is in the assembler? Okay. So I can use plastic and copper sheet to make that circuit board, or I can use silica and copper sheet to make that circuit board. The silica and copper sheet, I'm not using that for anything right now. What is your throughput? So you make how many per 8? So you make 7.5 per minute on that recipe. And you make 12.5. So this is just better. And it lets me completely dodge needing plastic. So I think we're going to go with the second recipe. So the good news is that I can put over here as our very first thing going on with our crystals. Where these have been just sitting here doing nothing this whole time. We can start putting them to work. So I am going to need another floor. Do I have my... I need to go get concrete. Please tell me I got a back of concrete. Oh yeah, concrete is backed up. I forgot it's up here now. Concrete is officially backed up now. So we are good. We did more than double production. Like, production was 3 of these working at 80%, and we now have 7 of these working at, I believe, 100%. Yeah. So we did substantially increase production. Still don't have much of a back buffer yet, but we'll get there. Alright, so the plan is to make a second floor in this tower on the far right. I will start using the silica. We'll ship over the copper sheets. And with all that, I should be able to start producing the first of our more... the circuit board kind of stuff. And we can get that going. And I'll probably have to ship the circuit boards back the other way, but that's tomorrow me's problem. Oh, I see. I didn't really give myself space to work here, did I? That's fine. I'll put, thing. Let's see. So you're smelting at one level, then going vertical for the rest in one? Yeah, so generally speaking, if you look at that, the bottom floor here is this side's power, that side's smelting iron. That's making plates, that's making rods, that's making screws. I think that's making reinforced plates. That's making smart plates, that's making rotors. I don't remember. I know motors are up there. I don't remember what that is. But you get the idea. So it just climbs up that it's almost all iron stuff. And then this is going to be Caterium. This is going to be quartz. Frames. Yes, thank you. Frames are up there. And then on the other side of that, there's steel and then copper. And then this is there. The only one that's probably going to be one that has to change is I do imagine this Caterium. I don't think I gave it enough space. Like, genuinely, I think I crowded that in too much, and we're going to run into problems with that. But I will deal with that when we get there. In the meantime, I need you to start going up. Okay. And that should give me enough room. I'm gonna actually probably expand this farther. We'll see. I might have to rearrange this because I didn't give myself enough space. Alright, so this requires an assembler. So one from the edge, we can go here. Yeah, that's not enough space. Alright, it is gonna be a thing. I'm gonna have to make this larger. So it's not going to line up with the floor below, and I'm going to have to adjust the floor below. What I'll do is when I have to expand the floor below, I'll set up like the next rows of machineries where I need it, and then I can delete the first machine and just shift it back. It will be good. But in the meantime, we'll just be dealing with that. All right. So I've got that there. And go to storage. Okay. And you are going to be our alternate. So we need silica and we need copper sheets. So for that, we can just slap you in there. There's nothing fancy needs to happen with that. We will need power. Same strategy as always. We're going to plunk a pole over on this corner and on that corner to facilitate bringing the power between floors. Which I shouldn't need to do that now. I believe we've got to the point that I can use other stuff, but it's fine. Alright, so that's wired in. So now the thing I need to do is, as you can see, I've made that much tighter here. I'm going to go ahead and put the floor down here. So I know to expand here the next time. Alright. So that's all that there. So now what needs to happen is the silica needs to get up there. And as much, I really want to pull it from the box, because the silica isn't something I use for hardly anything else. So we are going to make this happen, but it is going to be a little sloppy to start with, because it is going to be massively intruding into this middle area until I reshuffle everything. In the meantime, we can go over here, take the walls, put you here, and we'll slap it into the middle port there. And then we can go here to logistics, grab you. Got that situated. So I'll have to rearrange this at some point. Right now, it's get it working. Next step is getting it working nicely. But I've got way, way more things that are more higher priority after that, so... we can go... Actually, you know what? This is probably fine. We'll pop over here. We'll do the same thing we've been doing, where I'll do logistics, the frames... and that takes care of that. You're already on the bottom side, so we'll go here. Alright, we can go to you and logistics splitter. Okay, so that's good news. So I've got all that hooked up now, so that's, you know, shoving all the silica in there. Now's the tricky part, because now I need to get the, now I need to get the copper sheets in here. And those are unfortunately on, like, the exact opposite side of everything I have in my area. It's not actually that hard, it's just inconvenient. Okay, so there's where I need to get the copper sheets too, which it's good that I got that down there, because I just realized I'm about out of encased industrial steel. But yeah, so my copper sheets, I believe, are up there on that second floor. I'm not using them for anything other than, like, building stuff, like hand building stuff. So I should be able to go up there and just pipe it out the other side. And then the downside being by hand piping stuff over... or by piping stuff over there, I run the risk of running out of copper sheets and getting myself into that cycle of, oh, I need more of this, but oh, I need that to get that. Oh, I need more of this. Oh, but I need that to get that. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Because I'm using an obnoxious amount of this, 8, 9. That's fine. So now I can run over to our copper tower. Like I said, I'm pretty sure it's the second floor. The other thing I could start doing is I now have the windows and everything that if I find myself in a situation like last time where I'm kind of just waiting for stuff to get produced, I can go there. So we got a nearly full storage here. Do you go the whole way down uninterrupted? That is amazing and perfect. So what we can do here... is plug that in. Would you? There, finally. Alright, so drop you the whole way down. Alright. And yeah, I know it doesn't actually matter that they cross over each other. Okay, yeah, that's right. We're going to that spot over there. Okay. And there's our destination. Alright, so that should get us our computer chips going. Nice belt spaghetti. Yeah, and that's the whole thing, where I'm gradually building the platforms above. I'm genuinely planning and just leaving a mess below us, and slowly filling in the area where we could walk around and be like, no, everything's nice. Look at our little city here. Don't look below it. Retain the Coruscant strategy. If you can't see the ground below you, you can't question how it's so awful. Alright, so I got a bunch more concrete. What do we go ahead and do? So what do you even take? So you take steel bars. Oh, and the silica. So triple pane window frame. So you can have that style. You can have the hexagon windows. We have the angled window frames. We have the hex window frames there. I think I like the honeycomb. The full frame is pretty nice too. And I'm adding just a little bit here. And a pair of doors. And just like that, we are starting to get our buildings. I don't want to put a lot of time into that because they're going to expand and move around and all that, not to move those walls. But the point was, at least to start to give people an idea of what these are going to look like as we expand them. Where I'll probably have that be solid the whole way up, and then like those will be windows around the edges and all that. This Caterium, this isn't the right platform. But if I run up here, this should be producing stuff now. Oh, is the copper sheet still on its way, maybe? Oh, it's not plugged in. That'll do it. Okay. And that's why you always double check when you set stuff up. You don't just assume things are working. You always circle back and go, okay, am I actually getting the product out of there? And I've learned in this case to always trim off the end of that belt. That's fine. But with that, we are now making circuit boards. All right. So, production, manufacture, next on the list. With the circuit boards, I can now make the computers that I need. So let's see. For these, I need the circuit boards and computers and the heavy frames and all that. Those ones, I literally just need to get the rubber over here. And then the high-speed connectors I need for a whole bunch of other things. So let's try and get that set up. So this, I will need the cable over here, and I'm going to need plastic. So I think the reality of where we're at right now is needs rubber and plastic, needs rubber and plastic, needs none of those things that I can actually set up now. Needs rubber, well no, you're also okay. Yeah, so rubber and plastic, rubber and plastic, rubber and plastic, rubber and plastic. I'm lying. This one, and this one need rubber and plastic. These ones are just costly materials. The heavy frames. That's going to need more modular frames. Okay, so the point is, I believe we are at the point that a train needs to happen. We need to get our train going from the oil over here. I do think for that, I should start on the oil side of things. And the reason I think I should start on the oil side of things is that's probably going to be what's determining how many freight cars I need, what their spacing is. I don't know how the trains in this game work, but you get the idea. That's going to be the side that determines what the train looks like. And then we'll run over here onto this side, and then we'll take whatever the train looks like when it gets over here, and I can just make it whatever it needs to be to offload it. Okay. Take the extra engines, drop them off there. How are we doing on our materials? Not great on the rotors front. I think everything else is fine. We could certainly use more concrete, though. Alright. Yeah, so this is where we're going to learn, like, what the limitations are with the train. I also need to start getting... Well, I mean, I'll get the train set up. And that'll make... Alright, so actually... One second. I am observing that I could throw another slug into one of these, and it won't be wasted. So let's go plop. And that'll be good. Because of the fact that that's not backing up tells me I'm not making quite enough to overwhelm it. You haven't seen a train yet, so you're looking forward to it? I'm hoping they're good. Because that's always what the huge letdown in these kinds of games are. Is when you get to those, like, mass transit types things, there's a number of the games that you look at and you go, I could build a train, but these conveyor belts do almost the same throughput, and then putting a whole extra line of conveyor belts is just inexpensive, so why would I build a train? That happens, and it's super disappointing. Whereas with stuff like trains, the way you get around that is you just give the train or vehicle of whatever kind a ridiculous capacity. So you need the so I need to lay out the track first. That's what I'm thinking. Is I'm going to go to the side where I'm loading the train, because that's going to be the trickier one to set up. And then once I send that up, it should be just get the train somewhere below my actual base, and then, you know, do the opposite. Like if I load, like I don't know with the train where it goes like, I have the engine, I have a freight car. Like I'll probably have to be like engine, freight car, one's plastic, one's rubber, zip it on over, go to the other side, and have, you know, engine, freight car, and the unloaders, and do that whole thing. And I'm sure I'm going to have to do a little trial and error. It's going to be a very dumb train right now, where literally I'll just go to one side and then go other. Is it sky rails or ground lines? I don't know. These are things I need to figure out. I haven't built the train yet in this game. But the alternative is... Oh, I was going to say the alternative is I just take some conveyor belts, like 2 separate conveyor belts, all the way up and over these mountains, which is certainly doable if the train doesn't work out, but it's also going to be a colossal pain in the butt. And the reason we stopped building the train before is I ran out of concrete, which is when the concrete thing finally came to a head where it's like, oh no, I actually need to deal with the concrete now. It is preventing me from fixing other problems that need fixing. So, like, I also don't know in this game if trains can go back and forth or they have to go in a circle. But we'll find out. I'm hoping they can just go back and forth. Alright, so, transportation. So we need a train station. Let's... This is not a good place for this. Let's just make this work, I guess. So... we can see trains and stations and all that. Alright, so... how big is the train? What do you mean there's not enough space in the track? It looks like there's enough space in the track. I think we're just going to try going for freight platform. I'm assuming you're going to be even bigger. Not enough space in the track. Empty platform with catwalk. Okay. So then my assumption here, and you can see already I have an immediate problem, which is that I've got all these ports for filling this thing up, and I have no idea how I'm going to make this work. You're probably really full to the point that moving you is going to be hard. Okay. So new plan. We're going to go organization, industrial storage. How am I going to orient this? How orient this to make this not terrible? We can definitely make this work. So what I think I'm going to need to do is you're going to go for the far side. I'm going to drop you there. Oh, those are in, those are out. Fair enough. I can work with that. And we can go here to logistics, the stackers. Alright. Too steep? We can work around this. Okay, so that means it can empty very rapidly. So the first thing I need to do is get you to stop filling that box up and start filling this box up instead. Alright, grab all of that, run over here, drop all of it in, and grab out 2 stacks. So you're out of the way now. Now, next contestant is going to be that one. And honestly, we can just go here to organizer, industrial storage. Put just a little gap in between. And same deal, but I'm just not going to need the stencil thing. We can just go pop and pop. And that's all sorted. And same deal, get rid of you. You now go here. And we grab all of you. We pop you over here. And we'll want a couple stacks of that back. Get rid of you. Okay. So that's all set up there. Now what I don't have a clue is how any of this works. So we load the train. We load the train. We have the train sitting here on the track. Do you need power? You do not need power. You're powered by the nature of the fact that you're connected to the station. Okay, that's curious. So the good news is, this is loading up. I'm assuming what's going to happen is I'll have to make it go around, and then it'll drop this container on the back of the train, and then we'll drive through. So, that's part A of this done. And I think I could snake the train through this ravine area here and over to our base. Instead of having to go the whole way around, we can have it follow the water. These are waterfalls, so it is going to have to go up a lot. But that is my hope. So transportation, railway. Oh, you look like you're going to be expensive. Is that the... That is not the way we want to go. We want to go... I don't think we're going up that waterfall. That is up. Let's see, over to the coal power plants. That's what I'm trying to remember is exactly... Yeah, because I think my coal power plants are up here, if I remember correctly. Like along this route. It could also be up there. No, it wasn't there because it would have crossed through this way. Yeah, but I don't have this revealed, so it clearly didn't cut through there. Unless it's saying I can't see it because there's an overlying path over top of it, which maybe... Yeah, no, it is. Okay, so it's probably my coal power plants are up there. Yeah, so I could take it up this way and over, because I don't think that has nearly as much of a dip. So that means going that way. What is curious to me... Oh, I don't get to raise you up or down. You just run along the bottom, and that's just that. That's not what I was expecting, but we'll see how it goes. Because I was hoping to, like, do the conveyor thing where you put it on stilts. Okay, is that where we're going over there? Yes. I am curious what happens if the train goes into the water. Like, is this totally cursed and awful, or is this going to be totally fine? Alright. So I'm going to have a little bit of difficulty here building this. I've been putting off going up here and clearing that crap out. I think that's now become a little bit more of a priority. Because... Might need to lay foundation? I might need to lay foundation. I'm trying to avoid needing to do it the whole way, so we can go here. I'm going to try what happens to see underwater, because also, low-key, I'm kind of curious. I have a bad feeling what's going to happen is it's going to go till I hit the water and I'm going to get kicked out of the train. Alright. Oh, we missed. I might actually be able to make this work without it.
Thank you Gamer Drew 87 for subscribing for 4 months.
Hey, Gamer Drew, thank you for the 2 months of Tier 1. That's 4 months you've been subbed to the channel. I really do appreciate it. So thank you so much for that. It means a heck of a lot that you continue to support the channel, so thank you very much. I do hope you're enjoying your advertisement-free viewing as well as access to the emotes. Okay, so what we can probably do here... Ah, I see. I can't pull that out while flying. Alright, so what we could do here is I can grab a foundation. Slap that down this way. I did that to myself. Okay. I could go and build the foundation over here. Get some eyesight on it. And then once I've got some eyesight on it, I can just expand it. So where is the existing track? Right there. So there's that. All right. Cool. And now I have to be careful because... Alright, so I should only see concrete and iron plate when I do the thing where it goes here. If I see any other materials, I know I accidentally caught the track. Alright. Oh, that looks real cursed. Well, we get to see if the train can go through land too, because it's going through a sand dune, whatever, sandbar. That's the word I'm looking for. Hey, be chill. Be chill. We can be friends. I mean, we can't be friends, but we can pretend to be friends. Because I'm poorly positioned to defend myself right now. All right. And let's pick the train can in fact go through. I figured it could. With just the way a lot of this has worked, I figured it would be allowed to do that. By the way, you can copy with middle mouse button. That's good to know. I'll have to try it. Alright. So let's see here. So train is way over there. Can I reach that spot from here? It's not looking like it. That is helpful. Thank you. Okay, so I can reach it from here. So we can go transportation, railway. Track is too long. Alright, we're good. Just wanted to make sure it was actually connected, not pretend connected. And grab you. Alright. And with that, we need to get up off the bottom of the water so that I could start trying to get it past all of this stuff. Because also there's the concern that it might try and put it across the bottom of the water and it might just not work. Alright, let's go and build another foundation over here. Just as an interim point. So good news is it does look like it doesn't... Like, as long as I put the stuff in place, I could just genuinely rush through here and it'd be totally fine. Alright. We are using a lot of steel real fast. Then go here. Yeah, don't worry about it. It's fine. All right. Okay. Out to your steel plant? I'm going to be taking it just into my base area in general. I need the materials from it for a lot of different buildings. So it kind of doesn't matter which individually building I take it to. I'm going to need it for a lot of stuff. So I'm going to go and pop it on that rock just so I can get a little over the ground. Okay. Almost home. And then my fear is that it has to go into a loop and it can't go back and forth. That's my big concern, is that it won't be something where I can just, you know, go end to end. But we'll figure that out when we get there. All right. Alright, so the big question is, where is this thing ultimately stopping? That is the big question we've got. Where is this train ultimately stopping to unload stuff? I feel like the spot it should be is around here, in this big opening. So let's not build more of that right now. Let's grab our foundations so I can put it on a foundation. And then we might have to see what it can and cannot put up with in a lot of different things. Alright, so We can go to transportation, train station. I need wire. That has been a long time since I've needed wire, which is good because I got a crap ton of it right here. That's been a long time since I've had a reason to grab any of it. Alright, so train station. We can go ahead and plunk you down. Right there puts you entirely on the platforms, right? No, but I can fix that in 2 seconds by just adding more platform on that side. And we can put the freight platform, so it's on that side. Uneven terrain. Alright, let's just see if that'll make you happy. Gonna go transportation, freight platform. You know what it could be, though? I wonder if I could do that. So have it one way in, one way out. Actually, can I have it literally go the other way? I could. I'll have to tinker and see how this works. But there's going to be some figuring out to be done regardless. Oh, missed. Alright. So that cost us a real big amount of steel. But I do have a railway track that is going between the 2 locations. Now, before I get too excited about all of this and think, oh man, it's all set up. So that's the unload side. And that's the unload side. And we'll do the exact same thing I did on the other side, which is I'm going to immediately pop over here. And we are going to have 2 of the large containers to empty out into. Because those... Alright, so you can line up here. Now let the train very quickly load and unload. And then you can worry about connecting everything else up where it needs to go to the other stuff. Alright, so let's go. You can connect it to the same railroad. Alright, so there's a couple ways I could see this working. One question is, so I don't think it could just like merge in, like I can't have it go out, do a loop, and then hit the T. Let's run back on this railroad. Actually, we'll just take the overhead route. That'll be faster than me running along that entire path. Let's try seeing what happens with the train. Because I'm not sure if I have to put like an engine on both sides so it can go either way. If it doesn't matter, it can push or pull. I don't know if like I have to take the arrow and point it the other direction. And then, you know, train will pull in, and that'll be fine. Like, just... It'll take a little bit of tinkering to figure out how I have to line things up to get it to all work. So, that'll be our experimentation and all that. So, I expect we will have some pain points, some trial and error and all that. But then the hope would be that I can take the train, have it go to the oil side, load up all the plastic and rubber, and then zip the other direction. And I'm assuming it'll be something like whatever is already loaded in that station will just take a big box and it'll put it on the train. You'll go to the other side and it'll take the box out, and the train will just go back for the other one. Like it'll just go back and forth. That's what I'm expecting just based on the way the graphic looked. But again, I haven't built it before. We're gonna find out. Ow. Oh, so there's an intersection path. Alright, we're about to dip. What happens? It's a submersible train. That would be such an awful ride to have the train just going like this everywhere you went. Yeah, so definitely not the smoothest rail. We're just zigzagging the whole way. And the freight cars did come along with it. Yeah, so he said, I see switch intersection path. That's probably under signaling we gotta do stuff. Okay, so then it would dock. Can I not configure the locomotive? It feels like I should be able to configure the locomotive. Train. Turn on self-driving. Locomotive has no timetable. So, go to the other location. Go to this location. Let's see. One load, unload has been completed. Or wait 15 seconds. We'll say wait there for 1 minute. Save. And we'll say wait for 60 seconds. Save. I don't think that actually added anything. Rate lag, it is fully loaded. I don't know. Next stop is unreachable. Okay, so we do have it configured, but it doesn't know how to make it happen. You do have reverse? Right. So what I think we do to fix this problem is we get ourselves a second electric motor. Hey, wait for me. Yeah. Basically same rules as Factorio. So let's check to see if the train does what we think it'll do. Because what it should do is it should pull up to my plastic and rubber station. The two freight locations should start getting topped off, and once they get topped off, you get the idea where it goes from there. I might still need to have like a stop adjustment, so like it goes stop, freight, stop. I don't know. This is all sciencing right now. That's part of the reason I'm riding with the train and not just trusting it works, because I don't trust that it will work. Okay, so it's telling me that it's applying the brake. I see the problem. Okay, we do have a problem here that does need to be fixed. So it's stopping in the wrong place. So let's go fix that. And the way we fix this is we go to train station. And you will exit that direction. And you go to train station here. You don't exist anymore. You don't have power, so that needs to be adjusted. Not that part. There we go. Okay, so timetable, train. So it doesn't have 2 stops anymore, so we'll edit. That's our new stop. And then we tell it to load or wait 1 full minute. You'll say either the freight wagons are fully loaded or the other way. You can go to that one and say the freight wagons are fully unloaded or go that way. Save the changes. Turn on self-driving. It's currently parked. Turn on self-driving. Operational. So its next stop is here. Stop is unreachable. Alright, fine. It'll be the stop on the other side is wrong, too. So we're going to have a train set up to ship the plastic and rubber back and forth. And once I have that, I can set up my manufacturing buildings to start working on these 2 things up here you see above me. They both depend on plastic and all that. Where'd the train go? Did it vanish when you pulled a station? No, it went back. Because its programming said it needed to be back at their place. And then when I yanked up the old stop for the new one, it didn't know what to do. So it's on the other side, just sitting there, going, I don't know how to get back to where you are. So what I need to do is I need to move the stop from where it's at on the other side to be pointing back this way. Sorry. Oh, well that's not great. But yeah, so I just have it misconfigured, and I got the stop on the wrong spots. So it seems like if you are going to have it ping-pong back and forth, you do need to have the stop always on the far side of where you're loading, unloading. And then if you have a loop, it probably doesn't matter. It'd still need to be on the far side so that your engine drives past, because your engine stops at the stop. You know, kind of like what makes sense. Alright. On the bright side, even regardless of that, this does make a pretty okay walkway. Not the best in the underwater part, but at least this part I could just run along it and get to my destination without having to jump over a bunch of stuff or do a bunch of nonsense. For first run, not too bad. Yeah, to be fair, I've also played a lot of Factorio in the past, and when I say I've done some advanced train mechanics in that, I've done some real shenanigans in Factorio. Like, you can just have the train where all you do is just go back and forth kind of thing, and it's just fine. And that's all you need to succeed. But I've definitely done the thing where I have, like, a whole bunch of train stations named the same way, and then I've got, like, these stops where, you know, if you just need a train to stop someplace, that's fine. Alright, so, with this, I'm going to take control of you, open the train menu, turn off self-driving. There we go. So get out of the way for just a minute. And I'll be back, train. Okay, so we've got cargo, cargo, and then you. And I'm guessing you're facing the wrong way, is what I'm guessing has occurred here. So we've got that set up. Grab your wire, and I don't really care where we jam it in. We can go to the timetable now. Your timetable is just totally wrong. So edit the timetable, add in the new stop. Configure it. Wait no more than 1 minute at a location, or for your cargo to be full. Save. And let's jump in the train. Did you load up? I don't think you loaded up. No, you didn't load up because you're still figuring stuff out. So let's grab you. Turn on self-driving. Next stop is unreachable. Did I not save it? I don't think we saved it. 60%. When it is fully loaded or emptied, save. Save changes. Turn off, turn on. So this isn't giving me the choice about stopping here, like to dock. So I still have something wrong. So like, I've stopped, but I don't have the choice to actually connect here. Yes, that's my next station, and its station is unreachable. But I'm willing to bet if I hop out and I go into this side, why is station unreachable? So let's just slide it on over here. So we're nice and in the middle. Turn on the self-driving. And it is unhappy with all these. Let's move that. Save changes. Turn off, turn on. Let's see, is the train station still backwards? You think the arrow is in the direction you need to drive to the station rather than the direction it leaves. Gotcha. I thought it was the other way. Alright, so let's hop out of the train for 2 seconds. Fix this side before we leave. So I misunderstood. I thought that was telling the destination as far as the exit direction. Okay. So that'll get that set back up. I need to reconnect your power. And so that should fix this station. So I've already go queue, turn on, edit table, Sydney, exit, 60 seconds, or you're fully loaded or unloaded, save changes. That's fine. So you turn off self-driving for a minute and get home. Did I not turn off self-driving? Yeah, self-driving is off. There we go. So let's get back to our location, fix its side, and see how it goes from there. So a little tinkering back and forth to get this figured out, which is pretty much what I expected. As I expected, it's going to take a little trial and error to get it sorted. But the good news is once you kind of figure these things out once, usually they're easy from then on. Yep, good old Aquarail. That's what you're riding on right now. Okay, so you need to pull this forward just a little bit. So that I can go and fix this. And I should rename these stations and all that, but I'm going to wait to do that until we've got it all figured out. Just because I am going to spend time picking up and putting it down again and again. Okay, so this is now pointing that way. Okay, so now let's go in here, go to our train configuration, edit timetable. So our next timed location is Amsterdam. Like I said, we'll say don't ever stay there for more than 60 seconds, or when you're full. And we've got that all configured, so let's save that. Turn on the self-driving. Can I configure it to tell... Hey, you know what? We changed our mind. I want to go to Amsterdam first, so if you could just immediately slam on the system to go the other direction, that'd be lovely. Because there's no point in going back until we've filled up. So what should happen is it should pull the whole way up. It should stop. Oh, that's what the brakes are. They're air brakes. I was thinking that was like an overheating thing, so it overheated, like open those up to like dump the, the vent the heat. But no, they're air brakes. That's cool. You gonna load? Oh, do I? Wait, do I have a blank here? All right, 1 second. Turn off self-driving. Cancel docking. I've got a blank spot here that needs to go. It is loading? I don't think it is. I think it's misaligned. Because I think... Yeah, this is exactly what we have. We have an empty platform with catwalk I had for earlier. Alright, so that should fix it. So again, go in here, edit table, we've got door direct, and grab you, put you up here, do this, same thing, 60 seconds, or done this, save changes, turn on self-driving. So now it should pull forward, and load up. Because my assumption with the load up is that those claw things are just going to move over, grab the box, pick it up, drop it down, and then we're going to leave. So it says docking. I don't know if it's working. Because we're loading these things up. I'm not seeing anything implying that there's anything happening here. Oh, there it goes. I wonder why it waits so long. Oh, it probably was waiting for the 60 seconds to go by to commit to unloading it, unless that was full. I understand. So it doesn't move the container until you hit the 60 seconds or the containers are full. I'm okay with that. I think that's fine. That makes sense because it isn't like Factorio where it's got the little arms chucking stuff in super fast. You're literally waiting for the box. Which means the unload should be easy. It should just pull up, grab the box, and kick it out. That does mean what I probably need to do is edit our timetable, go here, unload, unload completion, and unload, unload completion. So don't wait till it's full, just go back and forth and grab what's there. Submarine? Yeah, why wouldn't you drive a train underwater? That's fine. Hey, Infinite Simplex, you have yourself a good lurk. Thanks for dropping in. Yeah, so the train does lose a lot of time with the stop and go. I think that's totally fine, though. And then that'll move on over here and drop that in. That's going to make it way, way trickier to tell how well I'm doing on resources, though. It's still way fast as ziplining? Yeah, and less effort. Alright. So the train is now fully automated. We're good there. And these are filling up, so we're good. Alright. With all that out of the way, I'm going to take 2 seconds during this this ad break to quickly use the restroom. And then when I get back, we're going to start setting up our manufacturing things. So it's going to take just a minute because I got to use the bathroom, and I'll be back in just a few. So thank you again for tuning in, and I'll be right back. Get our next batch of watermelon ready. Oh, jeez. Oh, I thought I actually got away with it. When she got most of the way back up on her feet, I was like, wait a second, did I literally just get away with this? Zidian's like, yeah. Okay. Warning you, don't want me going in there. I have a tendency to remove limbs. Huh. Oh, you once again cleanly cut someone's head off. Well. There we go. Just had to top it off. Okay, I guess we're going this way. This is cursed. Please? Okay, so I got myself a drink, use the restroom and all that, so we're good to go. Alright, now that we've got the plastic and all that going, it's time to get the next thing. So we gotta get these manufacturers in place. And those manufacturers are going to be what allow us to make all of our endgame goods. Well, not endgame, but like the next section goods. And then the problem that's gonna come up from that is as I get those up there, it's going to start taking materials that I've been producing enough for now and it's been totally fine. And it's going to stop being totally fine. These smart plates, it's going to be a whole thing. This game needs more forests to deforest. We've actually mostly left the forest alone because they're no... Oh, this is what I'd like to see. We've got this finally backed up. We're producing enough frames. That's good news. Let's actually go check to see how we are doing on our, versatile frames. That should be down here on the second floor. That's a lot of them. That's not going to be done by a long shot, but that should be at least like another 5, 6, 7, 800. Okay. So... what we're going to want to do is build one of those manufacturing things and getting the next thing in order being produced. We did get our circuit boards finally being made, so that's good. Boom. Oh, that's actually more than I thought. So yeah, that was a good like 700 and some change. So that's good. That means we're already about a little over halfway on our versatile things, and we're just starting to get the next things set up. Which is good. I need to get the heavy frames being produced. I need a lot of things being produced. So let's go and grab our manufacturing building here. And I just want to plunk it down. because we got checked. Alright, so I need to do the modular frames. So I have the motors, and I already have the smart plates being produced with the iron. So we're going to go put the modular engines over there. And then I'll just need to bring the rubber into that area. So that's good news that all I have to do is bring into my already existing building, chuck another floor up on top, put the manufacturing thing up there, and that gets those started. So good to see that. And we've got 2 more stacks of concrete, so I can know I can make that. And we'll start getting that sorted out. Ooh. Before I get started on that as well, I'm going to need probably more of all of the steel. Because we used a really large amount of steel, I believe tubing and bars for our train. And then we are using a lot of the encased steel for conveyor belts. So let's grab that so I don't go up there and put like 3 conveyor belts down and suddenly realize I need more materials to do anything else. So I can go here and grab 1, 2, 3. That should be more than enough. That I hate seeing. Alright, we got ourselves a new immediate problem. You're running at full capacity, so let's get another one built. And that is wherever our steel tubes are going, I'm running out of them. So whatever we improved in our throughput, the downside is improving that throughput had the side effect of causing something else that we weren't having a problem with to start having a problem. And let's see. So steel beams, drop you off, get that going. You'll be having a lot of this kind of thing happening now where I'll be having to run in here and go, okay, I need more of this and I need more of this. Honestly, pretty soon... Well, no, actually, that should be fine. Because that's right, we already split that off. I'll try doing without the steel beams and just assume we have enough. It's definitely not going to be something I'm going to regret. Alright. So like I said, we need to go up onto the roof, make ourselves another floor, and get the manufacturing set up for the engine, whatever the craps those things are. And that will start going, because that'll be the thing I need 500 of to finish this phase. And so I'm sure the production speed is not going to be great, but if it's not 0, that's at least something. And also where we're at now, we should start getting lucky with it, where even if it is really painfully slow, it shouldn't matter too much, because I will be able to eventually bring stuff over. Oh, good. I already have another floor up here. I just need to expand it. And we'll go over here. I'm out of iron plates. And now I'm not. All right. Because I'd like to get this to be 1 wider. And then we can start worrying about bringing stuff up. Because I got a lot of different things that gotta come up here. Okay, so our very first manufacturer. So the problem with the manufacturer is I have 4 different things I've got to feed into this bad boy. So where I've only been using 1 tile, I'm going to put like 1.5 tiles between that and the outside. Because I'm going to have to get 4 different materials back there. And that's going to be a little bit tricky. So, with this, we want to make the modular... Actually, this one's only 3. That's still fine. We'll still keep that distance. Alright, so with that, we can go ahead and grab a pole and put it there, and tag you here. And for the interim, I can go to Organization, Industrial Storage. Cool. So I've got all that configured there. So I need to bring in motors, rubber, and smart plating. I believe motors are right over here. The big downer is I'm not producing enough motors to hardly keep up my own uses, let alone something else. So that's going to have to be scaled up. In the meantime, what we can probably do for this is let's start trying to plan out how I'm going to route these belts. So I think what I'm going to do is this will be our first case where I'm going to require walls. So I'm going to grab these. Because what I could do here is for logistics, I can put... Honestly, now I think about it, I don't really need as many things as I thought. So I can have... I could do this. We'll see if I can bring it from that high down and have it work. Oh wait, I'm gonna need to do 4 on some of these. Yeah, let's make these snug. I wasn't gonna make them that snug, but let's make these snug so I know it's gonna work. Well, actually, we can find out. So the first one are gonna lay on the floor. Because then I might not actually need to put that as far out as it's going to. I forgot I had those. We can go over here for right now. Whether or not I actually put these in the wall in this spot. The idea is I would need 2 of those. We can grab that. And that's the first level. And then I would need... to grab the wall mounts. Let's actually take this one step at a time and see. All right, so first port. There we go. So that takes care of that one. All right, so let's make this so it is just above there. That'll actually be fine by me. I know it's technically intercepting it, but that's fine by me. And then you would go from here and cross over. And that'll probably have to adjust and all that. But that's fine, so we can go to splitter here. Alright, now we need to go over that. That's this height. Can't tell if you're the same or not. Alright. Come on. There you go. And so for this one, we can go over here and go for a splitter. And then the big question would be if the last one can drop all the way down to there. But you get the idea, is we would be able to take these and bring those over. That should be enough for this one. Do we already have stuff running down that way? We do not. That's perfect. Okay. Yeah, so that'll all be good there. Okay, so I need to grab the motors, the rubber, and the smart plating. So let's try and get the motors on this track. And the motors, I think, were... No, actually, the motors are already up there, so I didn't even need to do it that way. So we can go ahead and run the motors across the floor all the way there and not have to worry about the outside port. I wanted to test that all, though, just to kind of figure it out first. Just to see how it's going to work. So we'll make the motors this one. So what I'm going to go ahead and do for the moment is we're going to go to walls, the honeycomb. I'm going to slap it the whole way across here. And then this is our motors box. So what I'm going to do with that is I need you to be a little bit higher. Okay. Because what I can do now is I'm just going to run it up along this wall the whole way. So it's out of my way, so I'm not having to cross over it. So you are basically that height. And that should do. So I take you, plug you in there. And just like that, we have motors filling in. Okay. The next thing on the agenda is going to be the smart plating, which is, I believe, 2 or 3 floors below us. And we'll need to bring that up. It's not you. It's you, though. Alright, so... let's run over there. We're going to drop a line, and I'm just going to have to shift it to the other side of the building. We're going to use the ceiling as our way of moving stuff around and all that. Because now I can start doing more and more and more to run stuff along walls and all that, so it's out of the way. And that'll make our lives way more easier and organized for a lot of this. So let's grab the far port. That is not what I wanted. Come on, give the correct one. There we go. All right, so we gotta drop down 2 floors. I went too far. So walls. That's not in the right spot. Come on. There we go. Alright, so let's run that back up, get that connected, and I can just drop back down here. I will run the smart plates along the... either the ceiling itself or along the top of the wall to get it to that port. And then we can just chuck it away. And all that. What does it mean when a node says temporary? Or temp? So, I saw that the other day with some coal nodes. I'm wondering... I'm wondering with that, if it is one of those ones where you walk up and you take your little pick and you break it and then it's gone. Because I went over to check on one of them, and then I couldn't find it. So, my unfortunate answer is I don't know. And you're the smart plate? Okay. So let's get that out of here. And go and grab the windows. Yeah, we can pop over here to this end and bring it across. So that feels like it doesn't line up right. Which would be deeply upsetting if that is the case. But yeah, so that's my guess from what I ran into, but I'm not confident in a bunch of that. I haven't been able to really observe the results. Why is this off by a little bit? And these are the ones that were before I had the wall stuff or the ports. So that's the reason why these ones, they don't have ports run through them yet, is I gotta clean that up to make that work. And I just haven't had a need to do that right now. Okay, so logistics, we can grab you. In this particular case, the height we're aiming for is that up there. So we're gonna go there, and there, and there. We'll see if it can make that turn and not look terrible. It cannot. I want to make it a little bit narrower. Alright. Yeah, and I haven't been able to figure out the temporary thing, because like I said, when I went to hunt it down, I just didn't find it itself. Okay, so it definitely is jumping up on that. Let's see if it's picking up on the other side. And then with that, I believe we'll be down to just getting the rubber up there, which will be just dropping a line all the way down. Yep. So we've got the smart plates going in here. So we've got just rubber to bring through. And I've already got that set up to pop in here. Now, this isn't going to reach the whole way down. We have to go down like 3-4 floors. And then I'm going to have to like have it zigzag wherever its limit is. It's okay, it can go down that far. Is that your limit? That appears to be its limit, as low as it can go. Okay. So, what I can do here is I am already using that stuff up here, so I can't use that far outside path. So I can grab that, drop down the rest of the way. And then where's my train station? Because I got to bring that over here. Alright, so I need the rubber over there. So let's get the rubber moved into that area. And you are plastic. And you are rubber. Alright. That's my drop down? Yeah, that's it over there. Ocean is not existing in this family in factory. Yep. There is no ocean space. Okay, snuck right underneath it and plugged in. Alright, so in theory, we should be making that second thing from the complete phase, the one I need 500 of. And it should be made at a non-zero amount. So then the next question is going to be making the thing on the far right. I believe I need to make computers, and then to make computers, I'm going to get a whole bunch of other things. But yeah, so as you can see, we are slowly going to be cleaning this up. I think realistically what I'm probably going to do here is I'm going to make this go up and over towards the wall. And then go over. We'll worry about that in a little bit. Because we're going to have lots of optimization I'm going to have to do. And stuff like here where I've got the splitter there, we'll clean that up too. but let's just make sure if we go all the way up here, I am seeing a non-zero amount of these things being made. As long as I'm seeing a non-zero amount of these being made, it's good. Okay, so you produce slow. I understand. You are producing 1 per minute, which implies I need 500 minutes at the current production rate. So we're definitely going to want to scale that up. Because 1 per minute when you need 500. Good spot for a snail? I mean, or instead of a snail, I could just pop a... Well, I mean, it depends. Yeah, we could definitely overclock it. I'm going to hold off on that for the moment, because my fear is running out of motors right now, that I believe we have other things that are going to break down earlier on in the chain here. But I am going to have to deal with a bunch of that. So for right now, let's go down here. I've got a bunch of smart plates in my inventory that I don't have use for. Let's drop those in here, because I'm sure my rotors are running out. I'm pretty sure this is smart plate production, right? Yeah. I'm pretty sure my rotors are running out, and my motors are running out. And that's the whole thing. We'll definitely want to improve that efficiency, but first I gotta fix the inputs, because all it's gonna happen is I'm gonna overclock it, and then a minute or two later it's gonna exhaust its supply of the other stuff, and it'll be bottlenecked by the thing farther up the pipe. But before we do that, I need to start working on the next thing, because right now I just want to get all these things to be producing in a non-zero amount, because worst case, if it's producing extremely painfully slowly, but is making it, as I figure other things out, is at least progressing. But yeah, certainly requiring about 9 hours of waiting is not reasonable. We definitely will need to scale that up. But I need to get the computers producing, I need to get the core thing on the right producing, I need to get a lot of stuff producing. We're gonna have to scale up our steel tubes, we're gonna have to scale up our rotors, we're gonna have to scale up a lot of things. How am I doing on my steel stuff? So I got plenty of steel bars, steel tubes were in trouble. Encased steel were a bit on the low side. Alright. What is happening here? Ah! That's not what you want to see. So that second one I added is not working because I mistook this for a merger, but it is a splitter, which is not helpful to my current situation. We can fix this at least a little bit, where what I can do here real fast is get rid of those, grab our larger organizer, and are you a merger? Yeah, you're a merger, you're just going the wrong way. Alright. Come back for hours. Oh yeah, no, that happens. But one of the advantages of this is, now looking at this, I basically have myself a dedicated line for the storage stuff as well. So it should help a lot. Let's grab that to get a full stack. So we're okay on our steel tubes. And all that. Man, that's the stuff I just gotta do, is just fix stuff up that's broken like that. That's more than I want to put in my inventory. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's plenty. Alright, now how am I doing? I need a cable, which is over here. Wait. Who's telling me what in the huh? Overclock all things? I mean, we'll eventually do that. Right now, I could overclock a lot of things. I'm sitting on 47 shards. Generally speaking, I tend to focus on overclocking my inputs, not my outputs. like, because usually what I'll do with my outputs is I'll just build a second or third or fourth or fifth machine. I've just found that to be more efficient. So that's those, that's the copper sheet, and I believe this is my cable. 1, 2, 3, 4. Should be plenty. Just need to generate like 10 times more power. Yeah, but here's the beauty of it, is I can put the snails in my power. That's actually one of the places my snails tend to go the first place, is my power. Alright, now back to what we were working on, which is not the assembler, but the manufacturer. Okay, so we've got that going. So to make this, I have to be making the heavy modular frames and the computers. So that tells me the heavy modular frame or the computers is next. So the heavy modular frames is kind of half a dozen here, 50 there. I can put it in my iron tower, and then I gotta move over steel to my iron tower. Or I can put in my steel tower, but if I put in my steel tower, I gotta move my screws over to my steel tower as well. The packager give me more flight time? Yeah, but I don't need more flight time right now. Versus this, I already have everything else I need. I just gotta get it in here. So let's get the computer next. Because I can put that where we're making our circuit boards, which I think is over there. So I can put the computer on this side, and we'll have to import the cable and import the other stuff. Are you... Why are you here? What are you doing? Yes, this is making the circuit boards. That was clearly I was checking inventory stuff and then forgot to pick it up when I was done. Alright, so the plan here is pretty straightforward. One of the materials I need is being made right there. I will need to import the cable, and I will need to import the plastic. That's fine. It just needs to be done. But with that, I'll have computers, which are going to be one of the requirements for the next thing. Okay, so this is the middle path. I want one space here. And then we can put our storage here. So organize, do this, turn you that way. I probably need to go one wider this way. Then go to production, manufacture. Still needs to go wider. That's the thing I'm running into, is I'm having to expand these buildings more than they were on the lower floors. I'm just accepting that. I'll resize the lower floors later to make it not look weird. Is that too close to the edges? That's what's happening? Okay. Yeah, so I need to move this one tile over. That I do want to, because I don't want to try and grow the building towards my other building. I'll start crowding myself in where I won't have much expandability later. Alright. And I do think we'll put the extra tile here so I have room to run stuff up the wall. So we're back to our walls here for the honeycomb pattern. And each floor is 3 tall right now. And I need the silica, which I make right down here. And is more than keeping pace, so we're good there. Alright. So I can grab you, mash you in there. Put a power tower here. Slap that into the main tower here. Plug you in. And you are going to be the computers. So right, this is another one that needs 3. So I've got the circuit boards being made right there. So we'll go ahead and we will build the wall. So we'll have the same exact structure we got on the other side. I'm going to plop a wall there. We can run you over here. And eventually on one of the sides, I'm just going to make a door that on every floor I can just go to the door. And the door will drop me down to like gel to fall into below. So that I can just, at any floor, I can just run out the side of the building and gravity take care of the rest. So I have to run up and down the stairs. Okay. So with that, let's start wiring all this up. Exact same plan as last time. First conveyor belt. We just run it right along the back here. It's not going to go this whole length, so I don't know why I'm doing that. We can do that. And we'll grab our first splitter. There's that. Plug that in. Get rid of the rest of it for now. And then we can grab you. Put up some anchors on the wall at whatever height it needs to be to make it make sense. I know I'm worrying about that. We can worry about that for when I go to expand. That should be plenty to cover all our needs. And we can go here to put a splitter at this, which... that's our second material. And same exact deal, we'll go here, put the rails high enough to get them over that. And we can plunk that over there. Alright, so with that, I need the materials from this side of the room over here. So we're going to do the exact same thing we did on the other side. I'm going to go, so you need to be one peg up here. Alright, and that'll take care of the circuit boards going in. And we've already got your output and everything here for the computers. So circuit boards are going in, so we need to get the cable and the plastic going in here. I did not check to make sure that was clear going down, but I'm just going to assume it is, and if it isn't, I will immediately feel bad about it and be annoyed about that fact. But we'll worry about that for later. So I can go ahead and grab the thing and drop it down here. It was clear, so that's good news. Alright, so this is going to be our plastic line. Let's go get our plastic from a railroad station, run it over here, plug it up to that thing. Then we'll do the same with the cable. And that'll get the computers manufacturing. And that'll be time to go after whatever the next on the to-do list is. So it should be air plastic. It is. Rotors, you think? Well, the rotors need to be done, yes. I'm talking about setting up the basic manufacturing at all of stuff. The rotors are just not making enough. We are making them, but they're not producing at a fast enough rate for our needs. So I'm looking at trying to make sure stuff is being made literally at all right now. Because again, if I'm making it at some quantity that's insufficient, the worst case scenario, I can literally just wait till I have enough. So heavy frames? Yeah, it'll probably be heavy frames would be like the next one. Heavy frames would be... Yeah, no, it'd be heavy frames, yeah. So that, and I think heavy frames had some requirement that I needed that I didn't already have. So I already know that the next one's going up there, so I can bring that down as well. And that's going to be for cable. So I got to go over my copper tower and run that across the bottom here. I really should be going where the spaghetti is down here. I really should be going by now and making that false floor where I go down like one or two layers below this, and I just run all the stuff to make my life easier. But at the same time, I'm kind of happy having this absolute cursed underground area that I could slowly hide away from the universe. That way, people coming by can be like, "Oh, your place is so organized." And then you step downstairs and they go, "Oh God, what is this?" As everything in here starts to look really nice. Alright, so. Just double checking. Alright, those are towards the middle. We gotta check on the endpoints. So this is where our heavy cable is going. I've got that over there. I'm only using the far left port. So I'm going to go ahead, and again, we're going to keep making these walls. Not going to worry about fully enclosing this, and I'm just trying to get enough here. Okay. So, I could branch off of that one using a splitter, and that wouldn't be a bad move. I'm not going to. I'm going to try and get away with, just going with this. Alright, that's too steep. I kind of figured that was going to be the case. But my hope is I could just grab this and shove that right there. Cool. Let's see, from what you've seen, some streamers' setups, your spaghetti isn't that bad. Oh yeah, no, some people are like deliberately like memeing on it. And for a lot of new players, when you're a new player to the game, you just, spaghetti's happening. Like that's the reality. When you're new to this, spaghetti's happening. There's no, like, you don't know what you need to do to prevent spaghetti. Like, you don't know about, like, using the, you know, using heights up and down to get stuff over other things. You don't know about putting down the, why are words hard? Putting down the foundations to run stuff along the foundations to get your straight lines and all that. Okay, I need to get more encased steel. I figured that was coming, because this is absolutely chewing through my encased steel. And I understand it could be using just the regular iron plates to just make them tier 1 and all that. But honestly, at this stage in the game, I'm making so much steel, I'd rather just upgrade everything really high, and if it's complete waste, that's fine. Over time, we could sort that out. Alright, so let's grab our encased steel. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's a little alarming. Setting this all up, I am burning through my encased steel very rapidly. And that is going to be a problem. But yeah, now what I'd want to do is, since you see all these things are going up to those walls to be connected and ported into all that, is I would want to go through and put flat platforms, or like the conveyor belts. I think the conveyor belts hanging from the ceiling is probably honestly the best bet. So I can kind of do the circuit board where they all run straight there. Okay, so in theory, I should be making computers now. How's that encased steel production? It looks like it's not refilling at all. Oh, it's refilling. Like, it's actually producing at a relatively fast rate. It's just the fact I'm grabbing like 2,000 or 3,000 at a time. Well, that's not true. Like grabbing about 1,000 at a time and just gobbling them up really fast. That whole run I did, that probably cost us 500, 600, 700 encased steel. So it's producing, and it's producing at a good rate. I'm just using it at an exceedingly fast rate. Alright, so computers are being made. About 2.5 per minute. That sucks. Alright, that's fine. So, manufacturing. What's next? Okay, so this also requires the heavy adaptive control units, which I think is the last thing I need to get our milestone going. So the heavy, well, to get this ready. So those are the ones that I've said I'm mixed. I think I'm going to do those on the steel tower, because I do know I already have modular frames getting shipped over there, and then the encased steel and the steel tubes are already present there. The screws are not. So it will require me to either make screws on site over there or ship them across. No matter which way I go with it, all of them it's going to be a bad time. I do have a number of screw recipes now that I can look at. I have the one right now where iron ingots are being made directly into screws. I believe I have one for turning steel into screws, but I'm not sure if that was the one I skipped or what. Do I actually have a hard drive on me? Why do I feel like I do? I don't. That's fine. So I need to add another layer onto this area, and we'll take the 3 things I already have here and just port those up, and then I gotta figure out my screw situation. Because even if I bring the screws from the iron side, I'm gonna probably have to scale up that production a lot. Which surprises no one. If there is any hard rules to this game, it's you need more screws. How many do you have? Doesn't matter. You need more screws. But I've got billions of them. First, you're lying, but also you still probably need more screws. Alright, so same plan we've been doing. We will go and measure it out by saying, okay, we want to have off of the path through the middle, we want at least 1 tile's worth of space. That way, you know, whatever I end up needing space-wise, I've got some spare room. We'll have the manufacturer here, which can go there. It's already going up to the edge. Don't like. This whole building's gonna have to be bigger. I forgot how big those manufacturers are. Let's see, how do the trains work? Just like trains in real life? Should you make it? I mean, I don't know what you mean by, like, trains in real life. Trains are good for when you're trying to move goods a very long distance. Because you can use conveyors and stake them across the entire map, and that does work. It gets real expensive, but it does work. But the trains, the idea is you can basically feed about 2 conveyor belts worth of materials into it as fast as it'll allow it to do. Like, basically, it's a 2 conveyor belt limit per freight train worth of capacity, and so that's going to kind of be your throughput. All right, so we need to do the heavy modular frames. This is going to be a problem, or it's not going to be a problem. It's going to be a pain. How am I doing on power, by the way? Oh, we are doing horrifically on power. All right, quick. Okay. I'll get this hooked up and working so that we're getting these heavy modular frames built. And then we need to scale up our power really badly. All right, so let's get the 3 conveyor wall there. All right. Okay, so you are making my explosives. So this will probably be the first one that I'm going to need a second area to input over here. Alright, so let's go back along this wall and run it along back here. And do the next part. And the next part. And same exact plan as last time, you'll just be a straight shot. Nothing fancy. And then we can go and put a splitter to the first port. Get those out of the way. And then we can go over here to you. And get a splitter for the second port. Same deal. Oh, yeah, okay, we did get in the right spot. And get a splitter there. And this is the question of if I'll be able to drop one from way down, way up there, all the way down. But we are sure going to find out. So we can go here. So you have that height. I'm going to try putting 2 there because I'm not sure if I'll be able to go all the way there. Alright, so that's too tight. I figured that was going to be the case. And we've got you there. And you, and we can put a splitter up here. And that does work. Okay, so now we have the encased industrial beams, steel beams, modular frames, and screws. So let's get all the local stuff sorted out. So first contestant here is our encased beams. This is where things are going to immediately start getting really bad. Ah, this is not what I want. I'm already... Oh, wait. We're okay. We're okay, because I did expand this way. We've got slightly enough room. Alright, so... where we need to get these is to one of these 2 spots. So I'm going to go ahead and do here is say, yeah, so if you could just plunk that right up there. And get this all the way over here. I'll have to readjust those later. But for the time being, we're just going to get the rest of the sort out. Okay. So with this, I now have a place where I need these. Now I'm going to do a splitter back here instead of afterwards like I've been normally doing. Because I do need some of these to not get consumed by trying to get this all set up. So, what needs to happen here is I'm looking for near the roof height for running this. So that way I can go here, and you won't go up to that spot, but you will go up there. Can I shift you just 1 over and will you work? Yes, you will. Alright. You're going to go to that far port on the far end. And we can grab that one. Alright, that way... 2 more fuel generators? Yeah, that's probably exactly what I'm going to do, is I'll put the 2 more fuel generators, and I'll hook up everything I need to make those work, and yada yada yada. That's most likely how we're going to treat this. Alright, and with that, we've got our encased going in. Next up, I need to drop down and get our metal tubes. Which will be right down here. Cool. Which luckily does have a free port right there. And so same plan as we did before. We're going to go right down here to the walls. I want to have that there. And I'm not going to bother filling in all the stuff like I did in the last one. I'm just going to run that the whole way over. And then here we can go to our frames. Should be good enough. We can grab that. Slap it on up. But you get the idea what I'm trying to do here is I am trying to spare myself having all of this running around the floor where I can't quite get to it. So second port this time. Grab that. Run it up. And that'll be the next one. And so the third question is, where is my modular frames coming in here? It'll be where my, and there goes the metal tubes in there. So we got that. So we got to drop down to our modular frames, which will be down here, I think? No, that's too far. Up one. Should be here. So that's taking the modular frames. Right, so modular frames are brought up here. This is actually kind of a crappy place for this to be. But I'm going to make it work anyways. So same plan we've been doing is we're gonna go to our walls. I'm just gonna go to the top here, scooch it right on down the line. Interestingly enough, I already do have that run, which does present a little bit of an awkward situation, because if I had run it lower, I would have been able to get around that easier, but I didn't. And I probably just need to adjust that. So let's fix that now. So I'm gonna go ahead and drop that down to about that height. Okay, can I make that height of a uptick? I don't think we can we? No. I've been trying to avoid putting them in the middle of the window, but I think this is a case where I'm going to have to. So that's into the second port. And then we can go here. Come on, there you go. So not the cleanest, but it will look a little bit better. Alright, so let's go and get that sorted out. And I'll need the wall again. Alright. Because these hooks are relatively inexpensive. And you needed it back here, that's right. So I don't like doing this. This isn't, I'm not a big fan. But it is what I am going to do. Okay, and with that, I should start getting modular frames up here. We don't see them up here yet. Oh, I don't have this connected yet. I understand. So grab you. Because then I'll just have the cable, I believe, was the last thing I need to move. Yes, there's the modular frames there. We'll try that again, but in the actual right place. Alright. So we've got that moving. Now, if I hadn't been able to run that against the wall there, I would have run on the outside of the building for much of the same thing. Okay, and what was the last thing you needed? You needed screws, and you need a lot of screws, like a lot of screws. You're gonna be burning 240 screws per minute. So that is a lot of screws. Man, that's a lot of screws. I do think I'm gonna keep the screw production. Okay, what are my options for screws? That's what I need to figure out. I know I can do the rods, so we've got just using rods, doing that, or I've got steel I can do that with. Okay, that gives me an option. So I could use the steel beams to make screws. And I do believe that gives me a lot. 260 per minute. Okay, so that actually should be fine. That'll mean I'll be consuming the steel. The only downside with this is it means I need to make room for it, which means I need to go up a floor. So let's... Yes, we've been doing the ramps back and forth. I've already got enough space here to go up the next floor. Because what I'm going to do is I'm going to have it go up here, and I'm just going to have it drop down to that point instead of going up to that point. Oh, this might be the building that I can't go... Oh, I can. Let's make sure I can go over this... Ah, it's warning me saying, hey, I'm going to cut this off. You know what? I'm going to pretend it's fine. Because I'm probably going to put a box or something over it where you won't see it. You skip parts of several floors? I'm sorry, what do you mean I've skipped parts of several floors? I'm not understanding. Okay, so I need iron plates. Why not make a hole in it and some railings? Why not make a hole in it and some railings? Oh, like a hole through the floor? I probably should. I just haven't been doing that. I keep forgetting that is a thing. Okay. I don't mind running on the outside. I actually like the look of the running on the outside. I was here for metal plates, that's right. Like iron plates. Should be over here. But yeah, so I forgot there's even a thing where I could literally just punch it through the floor to the area above. That said, the downside is a lot of it still is in the wrong place as far as left, right, and on the building. But still. I do like having all of the conveyors on the outside just for the aesthetic of watching all stuff zip up and down. I understand it could be in the building too, but I don't know. There's something about it. Versus if I punch, like that's, like if I did run into a situation where I didn't have the outside area available, that is probably what I should do, is punch a hole through the floor where I can find a gap. The downside I also have is most of the area from like here over is filled with my belts going back and forth. But now that I am starting to put them all on the wall, that will open up space for me to do that on future floors. And it'll probably be one of those things that eventually I will rearrange all of it and whatnot. Okay. So, let's think this through. I'm just going to keep it, I was going to say, I have been moving stuff around. For the moment, I actually don't think I'm going to need multiple of those for a while. I will eventually, there's no question about it. It's screws, you always need more. But, the output of this is supposed to be as high as the input I need on the other side. So, that should work for now. But this definitely will scale up. Way better than I've got. Alright. So, with that said, all three of these are going to be blocked. And that fourth one is going to be where this comes down. So, we're going to use the fifth spot here. We're going to go boom, wall, do this, okay. And I'm going to have this go in a little ways. That's the edge of the map, or that's the edge of the building. That's fine by me, actually. Alright, so that's the input. And think this through. Change of plan, you're going to the 6th spot. That'll give me more room to... Yeah, you're fine. That'll give me more room to have the drop down go in. Because then we can grab you. And I will just take a little bit of wall here. And a little bit there. And we can go and put our hooks on the wall. And do that. Alright, so that's basically all set up. So literally I just need to put the inputs and all that. So you can grab you. This is the output. Alright. In the meanwhile, let's run back up there. Because then I'll drop it down to the floor that we've got the steel bars being produced. There you are. And then we can grab the glass. Okay, so we've got the steel bars being put through there. And I probably shouldn't use another splitter for this, but I'm going to. So, oh, you're not lined up and I hate it. We'll deal with that in a second. I lied. We're gonna deal with this now. No, we can deal with it in a second. All right. So what we can go ahead and do is put a hook right there, and there, and then put a splitter wherever I can fit it over here. I don't know if that's actually connected or not. We're going to find out. Yep, it is. Alright, so put you there. And then grab this. Okay. And so with that, we should have literally all of the materials I need being moved to all the places I need them once I hook this up to get the heavy modular frames in place. And then I gotta go over to where oil production is and make some changes to get that sorted. So there's that. So that's supposed to spit out 260 screws per minute. So genuinely, I'm thinking that that belt is gonna be our bottleneck here. All right, so let's drop down to floor and just make sure this thing is actually going to be producing. See if we got anything that's not where it needs to be. Awesome. So yeah, so that's just gonna take a little while to catch up. The good thing is it does take 2 minutes per cycle. Or sorry, it does 2 a cycle. No, it takes 30 seconds per cycle. Yeek. I think that will run at 100% capacity. Alright, so that's online. And now if we look at our power is in a very dangerous place. We are hitting within a couple hundred of our capacity to produce, so if anything goes wrong whatsoever, then things start shutting down. So let's go over here. I'm going to need to grab some encased steel. Let's do our inventory, so going over there for that. I'm going to need encased steel. I've got the motors. Actually, we're okay on encased steel. I've got steel tubes. I've got steel bars. We might be okay. But let's try running over to where we have our, where we have our stuff on the other side. And go try and set up some more production. So the catch is, I need to increase my petroleum production. I need to increase the number of generators I've got, so I could do 2 generators. I mean, or I could just increase the petroleum production and throw some slugs into the existing generators until we hit the point that, you know, we're there. But regardless, I gotta increase the petroleum production, which probably means I need to increase the oil production, which means I probably need to increase the next stuff. You get the idea. It's probably gonna be the entire chain for oil all the way up. I'm gonna have to build out, which is going to mean I'm going to need to probably do stuff with the plastic. That said, we finally are using plastic now, which is good. So we can ride the train back, and we're going to see how full those containers are getting of plastic on the other side. My hope is we are consuming the plastic and that faster than I'm producing it, because if not, eventually those will shut off, which will prevent me from making more heavy oil residue, which will prevent me from making petroleum, which will prevent me from having my petroleum generators run. So you get the idea. I gotta make sure we're on a deficit on our plastic and rubber. Or more realistically, I probably need to have a dedicated oil line that is just making petroleum, and then using the byproduct from that to supplement whatever I need in regards to plastic. That's probably the correct answer, now I think about it. I should probably set up an additional area where I use oil dedicated to make petroleum. It makes the blue whatever side product from that, which I can then use to make, using water, plastic, or rubber. And I can just have that split off between the two. That way, whichever one is low, it'll end up gobbling that up to keep running. And if one backs up, you get the idea. It'll give me more of a buffer, because then I also need that blue stuff to unlock a couple of recipes. So let's take a look here. So right now, our crude oil is basically staying just about full at all times. And that is making note of this. Let's check our storage containers. So the good news is, both these storage containers are just empty. That implies we are doing fine on the deficit side of things. And then our heavy oil is not looking good. But I believe that's because we were pretty close to balanced with that. Yeah, so we're pretty close to balanced with that. So we aren't losing it, but it's staying the way it is. And then this is our petroleum, and as you can see, we are staying right there. So I think the correct decision is going to be over here. So I've got the crude oil coming in this line here. I think the answer is going to be on this side of it. I'm going to set up petroleum production. Just straight from crude oil to petroleum, byproducts and all. We'll put it around here, I think. All right. Yeah, because then with some hope, I can produce here and plug right into that spot and it'll work great. I probably need to go one farther out, and then I'll have to take the blue stuff, move it wherever we're going to have water, and do all that. Making sure I've got room for everything. Okay, so production, we will need a refinery. Yeah, let's line it right off there. I shouldn't need a lot of room, just enough room to walk around and not get stuck and stuff. And then we can go here and just pipe it on in. Oh, I did not line that up well. That's honestly whatever. That's totally fine. And then what we can do here is this will be our line here. So you can bring all the way over to that spot. At which point we're gonna zig and zag around this, so that our petroleum outline just feeds right into the rest of the system. I don't have to do anything fancy with it. I've already got a reservoir over there, so I shouldn't need to do... That's whatever. I shouldn't need to do anything fancy with it. They're all level. I shouldn't have to pump anything up. And you'll probably want your own power pole. Let's put it on this side, because then it'll be easy to see what's happening. And then we can just hook it over here. Okay, so you're instead going to be making fuel. Oh, smokeless powder? Well, that sucks. I'll worry about that another time. Liquid biofuel can be used as is to generate power or package useful for vehicle storage. And it's solid biofuel in water. Interesting. But I'm making this. So that's going to make ourselves more fuel, and it's going to make polymer resin. You're so loud. Please stop. It's going to make polymer resin. So that's going to be the thing I'm going to need to deal with, is that polymer resin. I don't know where I'm taking that yet. It'll probably be over here. Because the polymer resin plus water I can make into plastic or rubber. So I might just bring it over here and have one for plastic, one for rubber, put the splitter on there so it produces both, and then have that take conveyor belts over to that. And that way if one backs up, it makes the other, and that should give ourselves a little bit of resistance to having things get messed up there. Alright, so I need more space. Before we get too caught up in all this, I'm just going to start shoving the polymer resin in the box. One second. I already know I'm going to run into problems if I do it that way, because then when I need to expand that to increase my petroleum production, I won't be able to put the splitter in. Versus if I put it like this, and then now I move the organizer where I can actually fit it. That should give me plenty of adaptability. Alright. So now you can go up here, except that'll work. Alright, so now it's just shoving it in there. That's totally fine. That means you're up and running. So how much are you producing? So you're producing 40 per minute of fuel, and then these things are gobbling up 20 per minute of fuel. And then you are producing 40 per minute. So I could do 2 generators, or I can go slap. That's 150% consumption. Alright, so that should work. So we doubled the production rate, and that should about break even. So now I need to make sure this gets used, because if this box fills up, that shuts off and our entire power grid goes down. And needless to say, that bad. That bad. That no good. Don't like. Alright, so... trying to decide how I want to orient this. Because I could orient it like this and give me some space to scooch things on that side. Oh, that's too close to the rocks. That's fine. We'll just keep it facing the way it's been facing. Alright, so refinery. Give 1 tile in between so you got enough room for stuff. And for this one, I'm not going to worry about putting a big separation. Okay, so we can go here and logistics, stilts. Put one set of stilts here. Second one there. Can you turn into that? Nope. So I'm trying to do... Actually, I can just do it like this. It's got 2 ports, let's use 2 ports. Okay, now I need water. And this is the one I'm a little bit concerned that I'm going to have to add a pump onto the equation. But we'll figure that out. Because I can have the water extractor here. That might be enough of a height. Oh, I'm going to also want to have... organize. I don't need the big giant... that's up a little ways, we'll see. Because water is really snobby in this game about going up and down. This is going to be very inelegant. But this is kind of a band-aid fix for right now. Okay, so you are making residual plastic, and you are making residual rubber. And then we can go here to where we got our power connection on this side. And plug down our power pole there. And then that's going to have its output. So we can go ahead and drop more foundation here. And so for here, we're honestly just trying to get stuff over there. Can I stack these? I can. I was say the name was stackable. I probably should have figured that out, but that's fine. Okay. Alright, so basically the plan here... Did you power the water pump? I have not, and that is a good call. I was just noticing that wasn't working. It's like, wait a second. But no, I hadn't realized I had failed to do that. How much water do you need, by the way? You need 20 per minute, and you need 40 per minute. So we need a total of 60 per minute. Okay. So this is going to have flow rate problems, but it's going to be fine. And that's because this is having to climb uphill, but I think we'll be okay because we need so little. High, loud machines of deafening. Alright, and we can go here, and same deal. 1, 2. 1, 2. And I should be able to bring those where they need to go from there. I am out of encased steel. Alright. So, we're going to take the train back. We're going to grab our encased steel. And we're going to take the train back over here again. Hey, Franken, how's it going? Yeah, so we can bring the encased steel back. And my entire plan is to just, where we are plugging into the top ports of those big containers that are feeding into the train, I'm just going to plug into the bottom ports. And that way, if one of these ever does back up, where it's not making progress, then I can turn around from there and just, you know, I can just make it so that with the spare, like I said, it'll offload the blue stuff to whatever side needs it. And so it's not going to make our system incapable of having a power failure, but it is going to add a bit more resilience to it. The way it can go wrong is if both my rubber and my plastic get overwhelmed, our power will fail after a period of time. Just the same if, I mean, obviously if I increase our demand, that'll also take it out. But that should have added an extra 500-ish watts, or an extra 250 watts. I wasn't watching that carefully. Alright. Now the real big question is, how is our heavy modular frames going? So we can start unlocking stuff. Won't a sink fix that? A sink could fix that. That's actually not a bad idea. I believe I can set things to have a priority. I think we can have a conveyor belt that's got priority. And then just have it where if something happens and like the priority backs up, it just dumps it in the sink. That's not a bad call. I managed to get in the train before I got a chance to get out of there. Yeah, no, you're not wrong. Having an awesome sink wouldn't be a bad move there. I wonder the best way of doing that. Like, I'm sure there's a way we can, through some kind of logic, probably some type of, like, smart splitter or whatever, that we would be able to say, hey, whenever possible, dump it that way. If that way's not available, dump it this way. Now, I haven't messed with that in this game before, but I have messed in other games that support that kind of stuff. Some of them have to read what, like, a container or whatever, and we can figure it out. But that's not a bad call. It'll probably be a long time before we have a problem, but that would be a way of making it more resilient. Oh, you know what I need to check? Do I have enough oil production? Ooh, I don't know. That's fine. So let's get this hooked up, and then I probably just need to get another oil pump online. Okay, so I couldn't quite get this over here because I didn't have enough steel in the last one. Alright, so the one over there is my plastic. Can I just go all the way over? No. Of course not. Alright, we're gonna need one more set of stilts. Actually, you're gonna shift to the top lane and go there. And you're gonna just scooch on down here and plug right in. And that should alleviate all of that. Cool. Right, no wait, hang on. I need to be over here. I just got ready to hop on and leave. I was like, oh wait, we just established that I may be at an oil deficit. Let's check. So the oil, it is sitting at about 1,800. And the question is, as it goes up and down, is it going to mostly go up and then... I wish I could see with this, like what the well, actually, I probably can. Was there not some place I could look at the statistics and see like things gradually moving up and down? Because I have more oil pumps I literally could just connect. They're already wired up. I literally just have to throw a pipe on them. I'm actually just gonna do that rather than fight with this. We're just gonna do that. And pop you right there. And right on over here. And just like that, I've increased our oil production. And I don't have to think about it. So now if I look at this, it should be just a net positive once that equalizes, because you're going to have a bunch of the oil filling up that pipeline, because the pipeline itself does have a volume it holds. But it shouldn't stay negative, because now I've literally just added to our throughput. It's so okay. What is your output? So your output is 150 cubic meters, and you're consuming 30 cubic meters, 60 cubic meters. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So that's 120 cubic meters between all of those. And then that's 180 cubic meters between all 5 of those things. And then you're producing an extra how much? 60? Well, you know what? There, now I don't have to think about it. Ooh! 134 megawatts. Crap, I didn't notice how ridiculously expensive those are. Okay. So let's look at our power grid. So technically I'm still positive. Oh no, never mind, I'm wrong. Alright, so I need more power. Which does mean I need another petroleum refinery over here. So production, refinery. And I'm running out of motors and all that, which are something I know I'm not producing enough of. Which will be great. That's definitely not something that's going to bite me in the butt later. Oh, the power pole's on the other side. Right, and I made the comment that I needed to have this here. Because that's what's going to need to handle this. Oh, I already see something I don't like about. I could fix that by using a regular stilt here. And we can go to here for the merger. And the pipe junction. Okay, and you are making fuel. Those rotors rear their ugly heads again. Yeah. Alright, so with that, that should increase our output of fuel by a pretty significant amount. So we should be on a net positive here. That should be going up. But I need more power. And unfortunately, we've already slapped in everything I can on my existing generators. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So if I want more power, I'm just going to have to build more generator. So power, and that's more motors, so rip me. Because you're all going as hard as you can. Oh wait, actually I can. So if I step it up another, okay, so that's burning 40 for 500. That's burning 50 for 625. I think that's actually going to be good. Oh wait, actually there might be a problem here. What is the throughput on the pipe? The throughput on the pipe is, it's bouncing to about 6 meter cubed per minute. 600 meters, well, it's gonna matter here. 800 meters cubed per minute, or 80. That should actually support that. I think we'll be okay. Because it's probably ping-ponging back and forth as that's filling up. So I think we're alright with what we've got. Let's see, you have 2 more spots on those fuel generators? Oh, you mean for more slugs. Yeah. So I could definitely scale those up if necessary. I think we're okay for now. I think what we're running into as my problem now is the physical bottleneck of the pipe itself. And that's going slow because just the nature of the one pipe in, one pipe out, it can only flow so fast. Use fluid pumps? Well, the fluid pumps, you can make things one way. It's not a fluid pump problem, Luxray. It's, I need to have the tier 2 pipes here. That they only, because like the whole thing is level. So I could put a pump along here and it wouldn't backflow. It pushes fluid faster. I mean, the flow rate here is sitting at about 130, and then it spikes down when those stop needing it, and it backflows. I think we're fine. I think all that's going to be fine for right now. I just barely missed the train. Not that I'm not short on resources to do stuff anyways. And if we check our power, we should be in better shape as well now. Not great shape, but our capacity does exceed our potential consumption. Let's use it in mind because you had to get up over a hill and push the fluid over. Yeah, well, it's a different situation. The pumps are absolutely required to get them over elevation. My situation is my pumps, I've deliberately kept them as level as possible, so none of my pipes are going uphill at all. So yeah. Well, with fluids, yes. With fluids, pumping uphill makes it way more. Yeah, any more generators would need more refineries. Well, also, any more generators, and I would need to upgrade the one length of pipe that leads into the generator area, or it would need separate sets of pipes. Which we are literally unlocking our level 2 pipes, which will have more capacity. I think it helps put pressure in the pipes to flow better. So the thing with this, Luxray, is think of the pipes like conveyor belts, where the conveyor belts tier 1 can only push so much through it. It doesn't matter how much I'm pushing on the other side. Tier 1 only goes so fast. It's the same with the pipes. It doesn't matter how many pumps I put on this side. It has a set limit on how high I can go for a flow rate and all that. That's my understanding. I could be wrong. I just thought I was lucky. Well, that's what you're seeing directly above me, is I've got Pipeline Engineering Mark II queued up. Because if you actually saw where it was filling up those pipes, that means I'm getting the full volume into that pipe. And it's ever so slightly below that, because what's happening is it flows, my generators fill up, and then it pushes back because now the flow isn't needed. So you could think of it almost like a liquid hitting the end and almost like sloshing back. Let's see, we're stuck in the same unlock areas, but you worked on the one you're doing now first or second? Yeah. Yeah, so I've already got the heavy frames. Let's see, so do you have the heavy frames yet? I have no idea. We have the thing making the frames, but I don't know if we have enough of the materials going in there. This is where we're going to go back to base, and we're going to start seeing that, oh, this steel isn't keeping up, so I got to upgrade the output of that steel. Oh, hey, our modular frames aren't keeping up, so I got to upgrade our modular frames, and I'm expecting to find some demons there. I'm fully accepting that modular frames is likely not keeping up. I think the screws will be okay. The secure plates, that could go 50-50. The copper sheets might actually be running out. The silica, I think we're okay. I remember you get silica pretty fast. It's pretty late before that starts being a problem. Most likely our cable is probably horrifically at a deficit. Like, really, really, really badly at a deficit would be my guess. Because those computers are extremely greedy for it. That's probably going to be the worst one, because I will need to get the copper wire, I'll need more copper, I'll need to expand the cables, I'll need to expand the next thing. There's going to be layers to that deficit. The rotors is going to be a big problem, the motors are going to be a big problem. You get the idea. Because I skipped to producing the end game thing that have all these requirements without expanding the requirements leading up to them, I am going to be overtaxing my machines. And that's what I was going to work on until I noticed our power was getting ugly. Because right now, because I lack the materials to run all the machines, we can kind of get away with being below the max, like, the max amount. But as I improve where our machines are stalling out because there's not enough resources, it will start to it will start to more completely utilize that power, and I'll be closer to my max. You think fixing the rotors will fix motors and big motors? Well, I don't have big motors yet, but yes, the rotors are the bottleneck on motors. And then the rotors, I think I literally just need to expand them. Like, I genuinely think we are making enough screws and all that to accommodate them. And if not, now I've got the higher level belts, I can just slap on more constructors and it'll be fine. Let's see, were you not able to keep track above water, or did... Oh, I would have had to build, like, a bunch of platforms the whole way, and I was just like, I want to know what happens. So I just let it go underwater. It seems to be fine. Alright, so this should be our steel tower. The steel tower would have our modular frames at the heavy modular frames at the top, whatever we're making. I don't actually know if that's true. Were you the heavy modular frames? No. You're our screw production using steel. That's another one that's probably getting... So I've got 30. So I'm 6 off of being able to unlock our better pipes. That's fine. And it's encased industrial beams. That is our bottleneck. So let's drop down here and look at our encased industrial beams. So you are producing at 100% capacity, so I should be able to expand you, and then something else will go out of whack. I need to go grab the concrete first, though. Because that's where we're going to be at for a little while in this run now, is I'm going to be running around, figuring out where things are choking, and fixing them. While we're over here by our biomass generators, I haven't checked on my fuel in these things in an extremely long time. I'm just going to go ahead and pick that up, because I'm never going to attach that to anything. I haven't checked on this in an extremely long time. Okay, we're fine. Literally, this box is still mostly full. I am somehow still not using almost any of that. Alright, so let's go get our concrete. Because we got plenty of that. Now you gotta run all the way back over here, because what I need to do is expand our encased steel beam production, which will probably mean I will need to expand my steel beam production, which means I'll probably need to expand my steel in general production, which means I'll probably go and need to locate more resources for iron and coal in that area, and you get where this is going. And then I'll finally get that all sorted out, and there'll be something else we're not making enough of. Alright, so let's go over here, foundation. So we're now, basically you have scale up and scale out. We've been scaling out, and that's been going fine, and now we need to scale up. Scale out means I'm getting more variety of materials. Scale up meaning I'm getting more of those materials. So this will be an assembler job, which requires rotors. So we're going to not do that, and I'm going to go run over and probably find I have no rotors, and then work on my rotors to get that fixed. Which I'm sure I'll find I'm, like, not making enough rods or screws, and then I'll have to get that fixed, and then I'll realize I'm not making enough iron, and I'll have to get that fixed. You get where this is going. This is the phase of the game we're in, is all those things that I have not been producing as much as I need are going to be a problem. Okay, so the rotors, were that down there? No, that's the reinforced plates. The rotors are over here. Yeah, so the rotors are producing horrifically slowly. The rotor production is at 100%. So just like we were about to do over there, I should be able to just slap another shim on here and up the rotors and then see what breaks next. So exact same thing as just doing different location. Hey, give me that. It's mine. Give it. Okay. Because I needed the rotor to be able to make the thing to make the rotors. And for rotors, so we've moved up in what we can produce. Alright, so I can use copper wire and steel tubes, and it makes 5 per minute. I can use sheet copper and a ridiculous amount of screws, and I can make... So 11.25 per minute. So that's a massive improvement. And then I can do this one, which is 4 per minute. So it could be time that I potentially move over to copper and steel for my rotor production. The downside is that's way more stuff. The copper, or the copper wire and steel is an interesting consideration, though. It is slightly more, but it definitely seems like the sheet copper and the 52 screws. Oh man, that's 195 screws per minute. Hang on. Let's not worry about that right now. We're gonna use what we've got here. Because I don't think I can handle the volumes it's going. Once we start getting to the point that even my tier 4 belts won't cut it, then we can reassess. Alright. These are, yeah, those are tier 2 belts, and we're going to need to bump them up to tier 4. Okay, so you're getting everything in, you are powered. Once you get enough screws in there, that'll be good. Cool. So that is up and running, and now I need to go through, and the screws are going to be the first problem. Okay, something's wrong along the... No, actually, that's fine. Alright, so let that run for a minute. That's going full tilt. I do not expect that we're going to have these 3 machines managing to maintain this. They should just be depleting, which they are. Yeah, and that's the... Yeah, that's already doing an alternate recipe. Genuinely speaking, I probably don't need this one over here anymore. I'm going to do something that is probably not what I should do, which is I'm going to go right here, and I'm just going to ram that in there. Jumping from tier 1 and 2 belts all the way up to 4. Okay, so that should be fine. So I have diverted more and more. Yeah. So these are going to slowly wind down, but that's okay. So we've got that going. That should massively improve our rotor production. Let's go look at our rotors now and see how so we're gonna also have to upgrade these. All right. Am I doing? I'm doing good. Okay, so we can drop all the way down here. Okay. So, we've got the rods going as fast as they can. Good. All right, so it looks like we've got that sorted out. Let's go take a pic, go take a look at our rotors and see how that's doing now. We did double the production of our rotors. I'm lying, I haven't actually connected the rotors to the rest of the... I'm making more rotors, but they're not going anywhere yet. So let's fix that. And we can do in our merger. Okay, so now we've doubled our production of rotors. This is running at 100%, the other one's running at 100%. We're probably going to find something like screws or rods or something like that is falling behind. But that's okay. So that's an interesting thing. Oh, that's because it dropped out all of those at one time. Well, that's going from a 1 to a 2 belt. Let's go ahead and just... I know I'm spending a lot of this stuff here. That's fine. So that'll take it to the 2 separate paths. This is where smart plates are going, which, interestingly enough, the smart plates are backed up. Oh, let's check on the let's check on our special things that we need for the phase 3 and see how we're doing on those. Because those have been producing, and that's part of what's gobbling up our resources. Oh, you're going over here. Okay, so we are about a little over 10%. We already recognized that was a problem. And this is only running at half capacity because of motors. So you think Satisfactory streamers have one of two things? Either a goatee or a weird cartoon furry avatar? I mean, VTubing is a normal thing in the platform. You know, it's okay if it's not your thing, but it's just a normal thing in the platform. Alright. As far as goatees, that's just kind of the style for people in my age group. One of the common aesthetics. Alright, so what I want to see is this actually getting rotors fast enough now to keep the motors running at speed. And the answer appears to be yes. Because I've got 2 here, and as long as it's at 4, by the time the thing hits 100%, we're fine. That is running at full capacity. And I'm apparently wrong because it's not up to 4. In a couple years, you'd graduate to a full beard. Oh, I've had full beard before. It's not really my thing. Okay. You still running at 100%? Yep. Furry VTuber? Not really what I'm looking for. Those are the kinds of changes you have to be very careful about, whether you're going to being a VTuber or going from being a VTuber. Like, either's fine, but those are the large-scale changes you can make to a channel that can really hurt you. Or if you're going from camera off to camera on, again, camera off to VTuber, VTuber to camera off. Anytime you make fundamental changes like that, you're going to have some number of people who that's just not what they want. And that's totally fine, fair, and valid. But it is a thing that can hurt you. Now that said, that doesn't mean don't do it. It can be worth your time. Like, for example, if you're someone who doesn't have a camera, generally speaking, having a camera makes it easier to grow. That people want to see some kind of reaction from the content creator, like, as stuff happens. They want something there to represent them. And that says, not that you can't succeed without a camera, you absolutely can. But it is something that can be very advantageous. So, it is worth your time, even if you've not used a camera on your channel since, like, the beginning. It can be still worth your time to go, hey, you know what, I'm going to add a camera because, generally speaking, this has a tendency to do better. And it could also go the other way, where you're just like, hey, you know what? When my camera's here, maybe I focus way too much on, you know, do I look right, whatever, and all these other things that are distracting me from my content, so maybe getting rid of the camera is in your best interest. So it can be worth doing, but it isn't. It's usually not something you want to do just willy-nilly. It's something you usually want to be like, hey, I have a reason why I need to do this or want to do this that I think it's good. So there's another rotor. Cool. So are these running at full speed? It'll run full speed for a little bit while it fills those up. I want to see if they're running full speed constantly. Alright, I'm starting to see gaps in our rod line. If we're seeing gaps in our rod line, that would imply that the... Well, actually, no. I think we're okay. I just realized that machine's going to fill up. Alright. Okay, I think we're alright. So we have once again expanded the rotor production by another third, or another 50%. So that puts us up to 12 rotors per minute. That's still not a great amount, but my hope is, again, I want to get it so that when I run up here, I am seeing more rotors going into the motor production than are needed to do the motor production. Because if we can get to that point, then we should be able to improve. I probably need more than that because I'm seeing this sitting at 42% production rate. And that's as well as things. More than likely, I probably need to accept I need to be changing my recipe. That's more than likely the reality, is that I need to be changing the rotor recipe to one of the alternates. And starting to put, like, the copper to use and all that. I just already know when you get later in the game, copper becomes something that you use in very high volumes. So my fear is if I start cannibalizing it for something as important as rotors, it can be a thing. Somebody can make both work. Yeah, most of the time you'll have preference, and it is just some of those things that some people don't care. That's totally fine. Like viewership wise, some people don't care. It's always just there's a risk anytime you make a fundamental change in your channel, like what genres you're playing, what hours you're streaming. You know, are you doing stuff solo or collab? You know, are you doing higher or lower energy content? Camera, no camera, VTuber. Even what style of VTuber you're going, like PNG tuber or like 3D models, that could be a thing. That can be a deal breaker for some, one way or the other. And again, it's not that either are bad. They aren't. It's just anytime you make a change, there is going to be some number of people who that's not what they want. And to be fair, it goes back to where we have the discussion on the channel regularly about you keep playing the same game, some number of people are going to churn. If you change what game you're playing, some number of people are going to churn. No, like, you know, Tuesday happens, some number of people are going to churn. The sky raises, the sun comes up, some number of people are going to churn. But there's definitely things that will that's the wrong one. That will instigate more churn faster than others. And there's a lot of balancing you do on all of it. Okay, and there's another rotor going. So I'm starting to, like, this is the point where I'm starting to expect to watch this belt either going solid without break, which would tell me I've hit capacity, that there's nothing I could do to speed that up there. Like if it is just staying completely full. All right, but it's not there yet because that is filling up. More than likely I will start seeing stuff like the rods not producing fast enough that I'll need to expand that and whatnot. I'm expecting something to start having a problem soon. But yeah, so far we have quadrupled our rotor production to try and solve our motor problems, as well as I can't remember what else is using those rotors. We got something on the other side. Oh, and our smart plates are also using those. Let's see. Tony says, all of my things have problems, so technically I'm ahead of you now. It is just one of those things in this game. Everything gets broken. Alright, so what about you? So this is finally running at full capacity now. We are producing motors fast enough to exceed the rate of consumption. So that's good news. Now, back to what I was doing before I realized my rotors were a bottleneck, is we were trying to improve our encased concrete production. So I need to grab 4 of these so I can make another assembler for encased concrete. But how's it going totally? Maybe 12? Well, I'll do that. I'll probably do that 12 in a minute. Right now I want to go over here and get this happening and start seeing what else breaks. Because I mentioned on the way over, I expect our cable is also not keeping up. But, you know, one thing at a time. I've got a whole bunch of stuff that's not keeping up. Let's get that sorted. Alright, so we can go here, production, assembler, do this. Alright, I can go over here. And put down 1 splitter and 2 splitter. 2 splitter. You gonna do it? I didn't really bring that over far enough to my issue. I think we'll be alright. It's just I'll need to... I might be fine. If not, when I connect something later, we'll see it won't connect right and I'll fix it. Okay, so you are supposed to be the encased. Alright, so we have, right. So I can make an alternate one that uses pipes. Right now, though, so let's choose that. So that would give me 4 per minute. And that gives me 6 per minute. Yeah, so I have no reason to do the other one, because that's just not going to do better for me. Did I not have a pull closer? Let's get a pull closer. Why did I put the splitter there? So the reason I was like, why did I put the splitter there, is by putting the splitter there, it doesn't let me put mergers in here in a way that works. Alright, we got things to fix. Okay. Go like that for just a minute. Put the merger here. Grab you. It's being weirdly not wanting to align stuff well, question mark? There we go. And you'll put a merger here. And are you running? Yes, you are. Okay, so that's all merging in here, and as much as I really don't think this is a good idea, I am just going to add another hook here, and I'm just going to have it be a buffer chest. And I really don't like this idea. Like, really don't like this idea because that does mean if I need more conveyors, I am gobbling up my conveyor source in here. So most likely, I should probably just not even wait. You're running at 100% capacity? Yeah, so shouldn't even wait. Now what I'm going to go ahead and do is just go grab some more rotors and then build another one of those. So I have 3 encased steel beam production things. Oh, I should also check on my versatile frames. Those versatile frames might actually be done. That's what 12 came in? Yeah, I mostly just didn't want to stand there and do it. It's fine, it was probably the correct call. But that's okay. There's going to be a lot of running back and forth, noticing things failing, fixing that up, going on to the next thing that's failing, fixing that up. As I fix the throughput on one thing, something else's throughput's gonna jam up, and that'll be a problem. All right, let's grab 8. Because I'm also hoping if I leave this alone long enough, we'll start getting some surplus. I want this should be producing rotors faster than we're consuming them by the motor production. So that does mean over time, we should backfill our rotors. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. And that's what I'm trying to make happen, is just starting to backfill some of these other things, and then finding the next thing that we are running at a deficit, and then backfill those. All right. So same plan, I am going to mash down another assembler here right now. And I am, for the record, I am expecting the steel production, like the actual steel ingot production, to fail me anytime now. That I will be drawing more than I'm producing, and things are going to go wrong. But that'll be just another problem to tackle once we get there. That's going to be the name of the game of half of this. That's all fine. Okay, you're set correctly and powered. Okay, so we bumped that up to 3 of those producing, so let's run up here to where they're being consumed, which I don't remember which of these machines that is. It's you. So the good news is, this does look like it should be okay. It says it's only running at 62% capacity, yet I'm seeing a surplus on literally everything here, which makes me curious. My only guess is that maybe we just increased the encased industrial beams, and that because we've just done that, now it is finally running at a surplus of those, and this should pick up. In the meantime, this is enough heavy frames for me to turn around and get that going. You dubbed this Satisfactory. Thank you, Soul Adams, for the 10 stream streak. I really do appreciate that. Been catching the last 10 streams, not missed a single one, so that means a whole heck of a lot, so thank you so much for that. Alright, so let's unlock some better pipes, because those better pipes are what I'm going to need to up my power. And we haven't reached the point where our max consumption can exceed it again, but that'll only be a matter of time. As we're fixing the stuff I'm fixing, it is going to narrow the gap between my maximum consumption and my current consumption.
Milestone reached. Pipelines and pipeline pumps can now be upgraded to Mark II. They are like Mark I, but better. Pipes seem to be objects of fascination to humans. In fact, there are reported instances of humans doing nothing but thinking about pipes for hours.
Cool, I guess. All right, let's run over here real quick and grab a bunch of those copper sheets that it wants. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and we'll grab parcel stack and all that. Pipe just talked about, or sorry, Ada just talked about the fact that people seem to be obsessed with pipes. Not how they were obsessed with pipes. That's left for you to figure out. Alright, so let's go check on the computers. I still need to get a machine set up to make that last thing on the right. I don't recall doing that. We do have the computers being made. Right, we don't, because we had to make the heavy modular frames and all that first. So this should be making computers. Oh, that is what you like to see, is just literal stacks of computers waiting for you. That is chef's kiss right there. Alright, so now I need steel pipes to be able to get railway signaling to unlock that. And we just need to keep scaling up. One may say Satisfactory. Yes. Alright, so the steel pipes are on the right, and I am noticing that is not a full belt, which is not what I like to see. Oh wait, no, we got stuff here. That still said, that does imply I am slowly at a deficit. So let's go here, production, constructor. One, 2. Yeah, and so that's what we needed. So if we look at this, the maximum capacity of a Mark 1 pipe is 300 meters cubic squared per minute, and the maximum capacity of a pipe 2 is 600 meters cubic squared. Or, not cubic squared, that's not a thing. Cubed per minute. Yeah, and if you look at the pumps in the game, they don't increase the flow directly, they improve the head lift. That is the ability to transport water or liquids vertically. So literally the pumps, the only way they help flow is strictly if you're dealing with vertical, which is what I thought. So the pumps utterly useless for dealing with flow, with 2 exceptions. And those 2 exceptions are, 1, if you are dealing with vertical, like climbing at all. That's 1. But the second one is it effectively becomes a backflow preventer. And so what I mean by that is, in the event you are... Okay, that's an outpipe. In the event you are... I'm sorry, I'm trying to figure out how I'm doing this and it's distracting me. Why did I set this up this way? But yeah, so in the event you are dealing with a situation where... There, that'll work. Okay, I think that'll be fine. In a situation where you've got it going back and forth, that can help. So the problem I'm running into is I need to get this hooked up here. This is a splitter again, which is what's getting me in trouble. So this is flowing through, and we've got that flowing through. Oh, man. Why did I set this up this way? Okay, new plan. You're gone. We're putting a splitter up here. And don't look at it directly, chat. I don't want anyone going blind. I don't want this to hurt anyone. Okay. It was just really, really bad. You looked? I'm so sorry. Alright, so with this, I need steel pipe. And steel pipe. We got the power pole there. It needs an upgrade, and that. So all this is going to need to be upgraded and improved. Because I'm going to need to increase the yield of all of our steel stuff. So I'm accepting this needs to happen sooner rather than later. Because most of these are only costing me 1 or 2 pieces per section. There we go. Okay, we just need to keep that all moving. Oh, you know what? I don't need this to go here anymore. Alright, that changes considerations. How do I want to go about this? Because I had this splitter here because I needed this for conveyor belts, but I'm not using this for conveyor belts anymore. So time for another upsetting connection. There we go. Alright. This whole place is gonna need to be torn apart and changed. Okay, so we are still making more pipe. Did I grab what I needed? Yeah, so we can go ahead and get railway signaling unlocked. That says, because doing this later game will become a chore. Aren't there upgrade drones? I don't know what you mean by upgrade drones. If you're thinking, Factorio, where you just say upgrade everything and then the drones just grab stuff from your inventory and upgrade, I don't believe so.
Milestone reached. Train signals placed on train rails can control and improve train behavior. This helps to avoid events where multiple trains attempt to occupy the same physical location. For information related to earlier train events, please refer to your employee non-disclosure agreement.
Okay, so that brings us on to the next thing on our agenda, which is realizing I don't have enough motors to do the next thing on my agenda. Excellent. Do I have more computers on me? Yeah. Isn't there stuff in the man we've been waiting on forever? I'm not gonna worry about that. It was under quartz, the radio towers. So we actually have the radar tower tech. I couldn't build it, though, because we didn't have what I needed. Right, okay. So there's a couple things I need to do. Is I need to get motors, and the reason I need motors... Imagine having to upgrade a late game factory? Yeah, it's not a big deal. That's normal in all of these games. Even Factorio, what ends up happening is even when you do like your in-place upgrades, you end up finding that you just don't have what you need with a lot of that. All right, so you're all running at 100%, so that's good news. You don't upgrade, you build a bigger, better version, repurpose the other one. Basically, that's the same thing, like I said, you do in kind of in Factorio as well. Is you ultimately end up moving stuff over. Alright, so we are at the point that the motors, we are making a surplus of them. So I'm gonna nab those. This is still running. Why are you idle in the middle of it? Why are you idle? Oh, did it consider me as taking... It considered me taking it out while it was running. Weirdly staying partly in production. That's fine. But I needed the motors to be able to assemble more things. You're thinking about having to go across all your factory and lay better pipe? Oh, like replacing the pipe? Yeah, it's not a big deal. We're already doing that with conveyor belts. Literally, you just kind of go 3 and you just start mashing it down. But usually, like, your existing buildings don't change their capacity until you replace them. So considering I don't believe there's constructor 2s or 3s, that building there, this one right here, I have no reason to ever upgrade that conveyor belt. This building cannot fully utilize that conveyor belt. So that conveyor belt, upgrading that, serves no purpose. Now, if I go and I put 2 or 3 of those buildings there at the time I put them down, then this belt starts to become insufficient and I gotta upgrade it. So you get the idea. You don't just go, I've got an upgrade, I need to replace my entire building. You could if you wanted, but generally speaking, you're probably just wasting your time. Okay, so we need the adaptive module, and I need to make the crystal oscillator. The adaptive module we could do over here. Our computer and our circuit boards are being made here. I think the automated wire is being made all the way over on my copper building, and then the heavy structure is in my steel building. So that is going to be a wee bit of a colossal pain in the butt. But I need it. And then we have the crystal oscillator, which isn't going to be as big a thing to deal with. I've got the crystal is in its building, which are actually in the building that the crystal's in, the crushed crystal. The cable's in the copper building, and the other one's in the iron building. I mean, it's designed to look like some type of optical disc. Alright, so we've got our computers. We got our cards here. Let's see, maybe putting a building directly over a train station for that item? Maybe, but a building directly over a train station for that item. I'm missing what that's related to? Alright, so I need to put another floor. Top right item. That's not what I wanted, that's what I did. Yeah, this? Oh, yeah, no, so like I said, the one in the far left is copper, the one in the second position is from my quartz, the computer is at my quartz, and then the other one's over my steel. So it needs all 3. And I don't think I want to like bother setting up and doing another train. To me the trains look like the place where they shine is almost exclusively when I have to move stuff a long distance. Versus like the handful of buildings here, I will just run conveyors between them. Because honestly, just the delay it takes the train to load and unload is going to cut into the efficiency of all of that for those little things. Alright, so I do have... So you're just an assembler down there. This is probably going to have to expand farther that way to accommodate this. Which is fine. Because I am going to need 2 of these up here. I'm going to need one of the manufacturers for the thing on the far right I need 100 of. And I'm going to need a different one of the manufacturers for the crystal things. Let's see, our train station unique nodes, or you name 2 of them, will they go to either one? I don't think they'll go to either one, but I don't know how complicated you can make your train network. I genuinely have no idea. I mean, build a platform over this side's train station. To set right in the middle of all three buildings. Oh, if you mean to, like, create a new location for it, I'm just going to tack it onto the buildings we've already got. And just move stuff in between. Alright, so we'll do production, manufacture. Alright, we'll figure out our distances just like we did last time. I want one tile in between that and the stair. One tile between that and the stair. We can put the manufacturing building here. And the manufacturing building here. Yeah, that's what I thought, is the building needs to expand. Let's see, so you can't do the trick at Factorio of naming all the input stations, the output stations the same? I don't think so, but I haven't done nearly as much with trains. I'm fairly new to the trains in this game. But no, I don't think it's a style of game where I'm gonna have a train network that goes everywhere, but it's all one network. And I could just name my inputs and outputs, and the whole thing just kind of figures itself out as long as the names are correct. I do feel like Factorio does let you do a lot more complicated things than Satisfactory. Well, Satisfactory also introduces its own kind of interesting situations by the nature of the fact that we've got all this. Alright, so this side is going to be the crystal oscillator. And then this side is going to be the adaptive thing. And we can go over here to organization. We'll have to go to the walls. So we did expand that past here. And we're not using all three tracks. So that'll be the inputs on this side. And that one we have the same deal. I'll need to use these three tracks and one of these tracks. And then the rest should be fine. But that's our building inputs. And just like before, I'm going to slap a bunch of windows down. And a bunch of windows down. And it'll go over to this side, and same deal. But yeah, that's one of the reasons why when it comes to comparing these games, I wonder if that'll be far enough. When it comes to comparing Factorio and this, I feel like it's not actually a good comparison. While thematically they're the same thing, they're factory automation games where you start with nothing and you build up. And they do have a lot of similar buildings and all that. Just fundamentally, there's so many things that are different between the games that it's just, you can do the comparison, but at the same time you're like, yeah, they're such different games. Like Factorio, if you want, you can do all sorts of ridiculous programming and stuff in it to micro everything. You don't have to. And I don't even mean you don't have to, you can struggle to get by. It's like, no, you just genuinely don't have to. You purely do that if you're like, no, but I want to. Alright, so I need the encased beams. And I am happy to see that it is slowly stacking up here. Right here on this bridge is where you should build those advanced splitters. Advanced splitters. I don't know what you mean by advanced splitters. Do you mean smart splitters? I actually don't think I've unlocked the smart splitters yet. I don't need that right now. The top right item. Oh, there? Oh, no. Like, no matter what. So, if we're going by the amount of stuff... Yeah, I get what you're saying, that I could put a building there on that bridge to do it. The reason I'm deliberately not doing that is I actually expect this iron bridge to slowly expand down this way as I need to do more with it. And so it's going to encroach on that area. I also fully expect this steel building to encroach there. And the moment I do that, I'm going to kind of box myself in where I can move. And all my inputs on steel are on this side. So once I box myself in, everything becomes way harder to work. So I am deliberately trying to make sure I have a very large space between my buildings. Which is why I've got it over there. I'm also not worried about, because I think the only thing coming from this side is just the one steel component there, and then the one copper thing there, and all the rest is already over there. Yeah, so I don't think it makes a whole lot of sense for me to try and move that all that way. Oh, right, I was going up there to grab the encased steel industrial beams or whatever, from whichever building was using them over here. I think it was you? Yeah, I think it was you. So I'm going to snag the whole stack and it's just going to have to live with that. And over here as well, let's take a look at our versatile frames. Which I couldn't carry all but 2 of them. Because I should be getting relatively close to being done with the versatile frames. And when that happens, I'm just going to go up and click off the switch. And just, if I need more later, I can turn it back on. But for the time, that would save me a lot of modular frames and reinforced plates and all that stuff, which are things I'm not low on yet, but that are going to become more and more of a problem. Okay, so I need about 380 more. So we're good. Basically, the other things are going to be more of a bottleneck than it is. So that's good news. I don't need to pay attention to versatile frames other than just to turn them in at some point. Alright. We need to go up here. And start getting our other 2 things hooked up. But yeah, that's actually was my comment, is this spot here, this building, I don't like. Which, honestly, it wouldn't be that bad to move this one. Because this is my Caterium, and I have not given myself enough space to be here. Like, don't get me wrong, that building won't grow this way, it'll grow the other way. And that building will grow that way, not this way. But I've really not given myself room to grow at all with this. And so I do think, ultimately, when I need to deal with my Caterium, I'm probably going to make, just like I did with the limestone, I'll probably make a runway out that way, a little ways into the distance, set up my Caterium, and do that. Just so I can... Because the worst thing is when you get your building where it's full of stuff, and it's like this giant, saturated situation, or building, even if you're like flat on the ground, but you get your whole thing set up that's like all saturated with materials, and then you realize you just need more space, and you just don't, there's no more space to be had. That you have to make a separate location now, and you end up with this like weird funkiness where you're making half of a good over here and half of it over there. And it can be fine for like cheap stuff like screws or whatever that you're like, yeah, I need 1 billion of them, it's fine. Okay, so I've got you all set up. And we got this. Okay, so the higher priority is this thing. This will actually block us from advancement. The other has lots of cool tech block behind. So I need the computers and the circuit boards up here. Wait. Oh yeah, no, I am making circuit boards. So computers and the circuit boards up here. For right now, I'm not going to bother doing all my wiring of how everything lines up there. I'm going to go over here and see where we've got these things to get them up higher. So this is all silica and all that kind of stuff. And we've got all our inputs here, which is making me realize we are going to have some difficulties with dealing with this, but that's okay. We'll get around that. All right, so you are my computers. So we can get that sorted out by going over here. That's not the right way, so we won't do that. I need to go right over here. We've already got that one up higher on the wall, so I'm going to take this one lower. And then we can go here to logistics, conveyor 4, jump that. And this will be the circuit boards going up. Alright. And then this will be the one that's on the floor. And then we can go here to splitter. Where? Trying to find the sweet spot. There we go. That's fine. Alright, so that means the next one is going to be at that height. And we can grab our next splitter. There we go. Now plug in there. And the next one will be the next tick higher. Come on, there we go. And then this will be in that spot, so as we line up, there we go. Alright. I'll need to make the wall a little bit higher for the last one. Which 3 high is how I have been making all the floors since the beginning, because that's enough to get most buildings underneath it without a problem. Alright, and that means getting the next set of hooks on the wall. Yeah, that's right. And we can get the next splitter on here. Okay. So that's enough to get all those. And the reason I didn't wire them up to these is I don't know where everything's going to be popping through the wall yet. Because of where we've got. So all of these lanes are free, so most likely it's going to be... you know, that going there, that going there, and then that would go up there if I had enough industrial beams. Alright, so back to getting more industrial beams, but to get the idea. So with that one, I just need to drop it down to the floor that I'm making the circuit boards, run the circuit boards across, pop up an area that we go up top, and do all that. Probably over... well, no, we already got the circuit board. No, do we have the circuit board? No, we had the computers already hooked up. I don't know why I'm climbing this tower. This isn't where my industrial boards are. But yeah, so I need to go over here and get our industrial boards and circuit boards and all that set up. Alright. But the good news is once I get that adaptive stuff in order, that should be good. And then the next order of business after that is first checking our power. Not great, but I'm going to ignore it for right now and pretend everything's fine. But what I am going to eventually do is I will need to go to the materials I need for I believe these things. Grab that. Not those things. Or those things. But I'll need to go to where we're producing... I don't remember where stuff is. It doesn't matter. The second thing I have on top there, that's the one that's taking forever to be produced. That I think very genuinely, if I just left it, it was going to take something like 10 hours. Obviously, that's not acceptable. But once I get this set up, it'll be going back over there, and each one of those I build will cut that time down by like a factor of 2. But until I have this set up, it doesn't matter what else I set up. It'll still be a problem. Okay. So, I need to get... So that's the circuit boards. Yeah, so I need to get the circuit boards, which I'm already running over to this wall. I need to get those up a floor. Which should be doable. So the thing I'm going to do is I'm going to get rid of this belt. I'm going to do that. And then I'm going to grab a hook from here. And then connect that there. Put another hook over there. And I believe that fourth position is open. But I'm going to check it, and if the fourth position's open, I'll drop that down to the fourth position, and we'll get that going. Yeah, so that should be fine. I can go here. All right. Now I'll take both the things from this location. And get those hooked up. So now the next thing I need was, I believe, the cable? No, so it's the heavy modular frames and then the automated wiring. So I think the automated wiring is over there, and then the cable is over there. Or the heavy modular frame. Both of those are going to suck entirely because I'm hurting on the industrial encased beams. It could be a thing that I drop down to tier 3 belts because I'm going to have a surplus of the materials for that, just to keep things moving, and then upgrade again on the other side. Hey, SB4, how's it going? But we're going to see. So I believe up here somewhere I have the automated wiring. I want to say it's on the roof up here. So we're turning that back on to get automated wire being produced again. And then the heavy modular frames are over here. I think they're up there at the top. You love this game? It's an excellent game. I really am enjoying it. But yeah, like I said, we are hurting really bad for our encased steel now we're using it. And I'm probably going to increase productivity. That's actually where I need to be. Yeah, so you're still all running at 100%. Let's just add another shim on here and increase the production even more. Because everything seems to be running fine with it. And so I'm going to definitely need to continue dealing with this. Alright, and grab you. And you. And now I get her splitters. Alright. The game's pretty good, but geez, it's complex. Well, that's the thing. Almost all the factory automation games, if you look at them like when you're way far along the way, it's like, oh my god, what is even happening? And that's actually one of the things that can make them difficult to stream for more than a short while, is because people jumping in, which this is the first stream that they've seen of this game, are going to be looking around going, what the is even going on? Because they're seeing the game in the late game period. And it's just one of those things that it's a lot all at once. So what I think I'm gonna do is for this one, I'm just gonna pop a hole in this wall here. Yep. Nothing already using this spot, so we can go ahead and go right here. Just chunk that right there. And just smack you right over there for our heavy modular frames. And start getting those over. So you have no idea about anything, but you just find watching people do this stuff is perfect to watch for bed. Oh yeah, no, it's a nice chill game that doesn't have like people constantly going back. Like, don't get me wrong, you can have the moments where you mess up and you slam a train into yourself or something, then catch you off guard. Or you like roll a vehicle and you can get an exclamation, or you just hear the ka-choo, and then you hear the person curse because they have no idea why their power's gone to crap. Hey Mark, how's it going? So those kind of things do happen, but generally speaking, it's pretty tame. Okay, so I've got 2 more ports up there for that. So that should be good. Because that was the idea, is I wanted to have enough ports that I can just pop it up and you're good. Fell asleep watching Drongo play this twice. I was gonna say, it's like, I'll let Drongo know. That's not unusual with these kind of games. Alright, so with this one, I was trying to run that up there. Okay. But yeah, no, it's the kind of game that you absolutely can just start relaxing to and just zone out. I need more. How many steel bars am I sitting on? Let's run over here, see what I got in my steel bars. When you get hit, you get an achievement. Oh, hit by the train gives you an achievement? That doesn't surprise me at all. I haven't been hit by the train yet, but we can get that achievement real fast. The train is inbound from the looks of it. Hey, train. I heard you don't got nothing on me. You see, I'm aggressively pulling out my little zapper at you. I will stand, and you will not succeed. Here it comes. It doesn't surprise me that's an achievement. Pretty much every game I've seen where you can build a train, it's been an achievement. Well, that's not the results I was expecting. I was expecting to die and have to go get my stuff. For the record, no achievement. I have been lied to. That was awkward. Getting hit his achievement, guessed by car. Yeah, it'd be hard to hit yourself with a car solo. You'd probably have to jump out of the car while it's moving somehow. I haven't tried to do that. That was unsatisfactory. Yeah. makes like that's one of the really fun achievements in Factorio is you have to take, I can't remember what the amount of damage is. It's an obscene amount of damage, but you have to take an absolutely obscene amount of damage and survive it. And the way you do that is you get a train going at speed and then just do everything you can to protect yourself and then just take a hit to the face. It destroys your poor train. Well, that's bad. Oh, no, that's in case. Okay, I mean, that's still bad, but it's not as bad as the thing I was thinking. I was thinking this had its storage empty. It's not empty, but its storage is slowly draining. Okay, so everything's running at full capacity still. So it is time to go over here and go production, constructor. Because this will be the next thing that'll run out. I'm honestly surprised our steel production itself hasn't become the bottom. Wrong one. I'm honestly surprised the steel production itself, like the actual ingots, hasn't become our bottleneck. Because all of this is just increasing my consumption more and more and more. That there is going to be some point where things start to give. This is steel beams, right? Yep. What? Why are you pointing that way? Splitter. There. I kept doing something that I was putting in the wrong position, and I was like, but... Cool. Alright. And we can go over here to you. But you did double convey belt steel production. Yeah, no, but I'm thinking what's gonna happen is the actual thing's gonna run out. What's probably kept it from happening is effectively those two conveyors being side by side are likely acting as their own buffer. There was probably several hundred steel ingots sitting on that belt, and then having the storage on the other side, which in itself would have, you know, like 1,000 or 2,000 steel ingots just sitting in there. So give me that. Alright, so this is gonna be a real tough one. Because we gotta get these both over. We got the drop downs here. You clipped the train collision? Well, thank you. The anticlimacticness of it was certainly fun. And I don't even mean that sarcastically. Like, that's the kind of stuff that is just the right kind of just, well, okay, I guess. That could be just kind of silly fun. Ah, I went 2 steps too far. All right. Okay, and I'm out of encased, but we just gotta get over there. We're almost there. Hey, Lanix, how's it going? And I'm gonna take a moment here in just a second, because I gotta use the restroom. So I gotta take a minute to go do that. Meanwhile, the game will be running to keep things moving along, which is always good. But thank you again for tuning in. I'll be back here in just a couple minutes, so I do appreciate everyone hanging out, and I'll be right back. Trees are the real enemy. Never trust a tree. They will betray you at your moment of weakness. They will look you in the eyes as you reach forward and say, please help me, and they will spit on your hand and slap it away and watch you fail. And by that I mean a zombie will walk through and grab you and bite you in the face. But, you know, sometimes you got to just talk it up a little. When Sidekick didn't used to bug on new clips. I miss those days. Nowadays, it gets a new clip and it goes, I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. Static. I'm gonna have to figure out a workaround. Like, really what I probably need to do is to take the time to make my own, like, highlight reel kind of things. And the problem with that is I don't usually end up with lots of clippable moments in my content, just by the nature of my content. It's not like high energy or high reaction, that kind of thing. So it does kind of limit the opportunity for clips to happen. So it can be pretty tricky to come up with a good clip reel. And especially also on top of that, a lot of stuff, you know, clipped out of context isn't nearly as fun. It's a thing we gotta sort out. Alright. Ever so slightly not enough. What's making me curious is, shouldn't there be another one? Oh, right, I ran out of stuff dropping. Yes, I've got that one's that connection. That's a second connection. This will be the third connection. I have one more connection to make. Alright. And that's what we're hurting on right now, is just very genuinely struggling to get enough materials to get these done. We have upped the encased steel beams production. We have upped the steel beams themselves production. I can look to see if I think I can get away with upping the encased steel beams production another step. I'm getting more and more nervous about trying to do that because of just everything else cascading. Oh, I also need more rotors if I'm going to do that. That's fine. We'll grab what we can here, and then I'll have to run over. Because that's... yeah, our steel beam production is slowly losing the war. Those all look like they're fine with the ingot still. Yeah, so I could add another one on here. These all do appear to be running at 100%. Yeah, so I could add more. Alright, Simplex, you have yourself a good lurk. Alright. Yeah, because I'll grab those over and try and plug this in. And then what I will do is I'll grab the rotors over here. And that should give me what I need to run back there to slap down another assembler for more encased steel beams. Yeah, so I need way more for that. Alright, so I've only got one more line to run, and then we're producing everything we need to hit complete Phase 3. And then, like I said, the issue I'm running into with that is just the bottleneck on materials of I need one thing to get the next thing going to get the next thing going. And we are starting to get more and more of those things on a net positive production. But it is just taking time because of the sheer number of materials we're going through. Not the rotor's not this floor. The rotor would be this floor, wouldn't it? Yes. And so the rotors are getting backed up on this end. So I'm gonna grab a whole stack. Because the smart plates are already backed up. Because I believe the motors were struggling. And we did just expand our motor production. I think the motors also went over there. That's fine. I'm not worried about that right now. Okay, so let's pop over here and add a little bit more encased steel production. The other concern with this is eventually we're going to start expanding on our limestone. That shouldn't be so hard to expand our limestone. It'll just be another project. So I can go here. Did I make that crooked? I did. And we can go here to the thing to stack it. I'm out of iron rods. Alright, let's go grab those here in just a second. We'll put as much up as we can until we have there. I'll be able to connect the conveyor belt or run the power pole if I need a new pole. And we could set you to this. Drop that in there. Actually, give that back. Drop that in there. So I can pop up here, grab more of those. Then I need to go grab some iron rods because I'm getting low on those. And I keep shutting that thing off again and again. That's for those. You are my explosives. I've got the floor up there is making screws. You're my versatile frames. We'll go ahead and grab that. Because it'll be over in this area. Alright. And once we get the adaptive, whatever the crap that thing's called, being produced, we could check in on everything, see what it looks like it's going to take us the longest, and start getting it picked up. Alright, so the rods should be in this box. Okay, so our rods are now running at a deficit. That's good to know. Are you getting your ingots fast enough? You are. So we can go here to this. And I need iron ingots now. Okay, that's fine. Luckily, those are not running at a deficit yet. Alright, so basically I need to expand rod production. Because that's going to run out in not too long. And if I don't deal with it, I'll have just another problem to deal with. So I'm gonna go ahead here and go production, constructor. Alright. And the worst thing is we're probably getting pretty close to the point that I'm gonna need to go to our ingot lines here for iron and upgrade them to tier 4 to accommodate as we're increasing all this stuff. Alright. Considering the belt coming out of that was a tier 1 belt. And the way I could tell that I was like, oh, I need more, was just the fact that when I was looking at the box that had the rods in it, that it was already running down. And that tells me that I'm using them, I'm removing them from the box faster than they're going into the box. So we grab them to try and accommodate it. So I've added 2 more on there. We'll see how that does. Meanwhile, I'm going to drop down here real fast. Actually, we're going to run over this way. And we're going to check on the... whatever that middle one is. Grab what we've got made, drop them all in the elevator. I think, were those here? So that's the computers. That's the chips. What are you and what's happening? Oh, that's the oscillators we haven't gotten, and that's the other thing we're making. Where was I making the other thing? Was it the copper tower? Don't remember. It's fine. It's somewhere. I'm guessing it's near the top of the copper tower. And you can literally pipe those things directly in there. I haven't been bothering. I've just been carrying them over. Because, like, once you feed into the thing, you're just done. So there's just not a lot of stuff you need to do with it. I just realized... Oh, no, that's right. I was hooking up another, encased steel production when I ran out of materials. That's the wrong one. You're already wired up. I forgot you could stack those. I remember the last time I played, one of the things I started doing was instead of where I'm doing catty corner, I would have both of them stacked, and I'd have one would go down this way and one would go over that way. And that worked out pretty well. Either way, I don't think it matters that much. Okay, so that all seems to be doing fine for right now. That's going to be that many more encased steel beams going. Power is getting more and more concerning. We are capable of using almost 100 more power than we're able to produce. You really don't want that, but at the same time, I've got other things I'm working on and neglecting those things, so, you know, it is what it is. We can run over here real fast and check on that middle thing. I shouldn't have too much of it. But then I should be able to start running our copper line over. Because I believe it was cable I needed? Oh, you know what? I don't think I've dropped the cable yet. Oh, no. That's right. So you need to go over there. And then this is our cable. We have cable dropped down here. So I actually have cable over in that area already that I can... No, I didn't need cable. What the heck did I need? Let's do an assessment here. Auto wire? Yes, that's right. I needed the auto wire thing. We don't have it drop down at all. That's fine. So we're going to go up here. We're going to drop the thing down from the top up there. I'm going to go to the auto wire, drop it down. That way all I have to do is, you know, do the connection. So that far right port we can see, that leads up to the assembler I need to get to. So that's our input. And then I need to go over to my copper tower. Let's drop off. I genuinely don't remember where we're making that middle thing. Which the worst thing is, I know we are making it because we made a comment on how long it's taking us to produce. I'm guessing I've just lost track of it in the iron tower. It's got to be the iron tower, right? Okay, so I only need about 220 more of the first thing, so we're really on track with that. So I do think our bottleneck will be that the second complete phase thing, where I'm just going to have to scale it up, which that's just simply going to be, what does it need that it's running out of? If nothing, make another manufacturing thing. If something, make more of that. It's not a twin engine. I don't remember what it is. Okay. Those are our stators, that's our copper sheets, that's our cable, and then this is our auto wire thing. So these are what I need to be moving over there. And I do have a place I could drop down. No, I can't. I can't drop down there. All 4 of those tracks have been filled. I can drop down here, though, which should actually work out, because I can just grab you, and without any gusto or ceremony, just slap that right in there. And grab the lift. Drop it the whole way down. I am slightly shy of the industrial beams I need. That said, I'm going to need to have a second drop, so we'll go where it can go. And then I'll need more industrial beams. So meanwhile, let's figure out where the expletive I have these. I'm pretty sure these are up on the iron tower near the top. I keep telling myself that because I want to say it required motors, and that was the big limiting factor. Opposite the regular engines? Maybe opposite of the motors. That very well could be, because I know the motors, last I recall, were the very top of this place. Yeah, that's going to be where it is, right here. Alright, so we've got 150 made. And like I said, the problem with those is I'm just not making them fast enough. Like, we're making them. They're non-zero production right now. But they really do need to be ramped up. Alright, so let's go get ourselves more encased industrial plates. We keep expanding and expanding. I'm expecting something to give on that end, like the steel ingots to start running dry, or something that I've got to fix. We haven't run into that yet, but it is coming. Because we did have ourselves in a surplus of steel, but it wasn't that good of a surplus in steel. How are these belts doing? So I got one belt that is literally going as fast as it can, and then the other belt is kind of staggering back and forth. So that is concerning. And are you still producing at speed? Yep, still 100%, so we're good there. Because all of those are feeding this. And even then, when I take a stack out, it takes time to recover. But we are making an obnoxious amount. Alright, so you need to drop down a little bit more. And with that, we're officially trying to run this to the other side of my property. Okay, and we're out of those again. But we're getting close. Like, that's the one we're going for right there. So just got to get over this last dune here. That'll probably be another 150, 200 in case steel. And then that'll be the far right of the complete phase things wired up. And then I got to figure stuff out. While we're waiting for that to pick up, let me grab the Explorer because we haven't used that in forever. Let's drive over to steel production real fast. Because I'm getting that sneaking feeling we're going to get over there. Only to find that our steel production is slowly running out. And so that could be a thing that, while we're waiting for what I need to get that enabled, I could potentially fix, or at least have in mind of like, alright, where do I need to go to fix this? So that's our steel lines there on the left. And that's our steel production way over the hill ahead of us. And so what we're trying to watch for is if we start seeing gaps in the steel on the steel line, that's bad. That means we are consuming more than we're putting out.
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
I'm not seeing that. Okay. I'm not seeing gaps in the line, so that's good news. But the question is, if I go up to this box, will it be full? It is. Well, actually, okay. So I might be working at the very slightest deficit. But honestly, that's close enough that it's not worth me worrying about. Like, that is, if that's a deficit, it is like the teeniest, tiniest deficit. Like one of my machines running at 90-something% instead of 100. Single snail? The problem is, if I put a single snail in those ones, it's going to back up my drills, and my drills are already max snailed on that one. Do you have an alternative steel recipe, or the base recipe? I believe those are using the base recipe, and I had an alternative recipe that produced faster but consumed more materials, that ultimately the input materials is what's keeping me from expanding that more. And I've already put snails and Mark II'd all the drills on the other side. So the coal and the iron, I can't, like, to get more I need to get a new set of drills somewhere, and I can find an iron node not too far away, but coal there's just nothing for a long way. Like, there is some, but it's not something I'm gonna get in a little effort. There are 3 more? Yeah, no, we are exploiting the coal up here. We've already got those tapped. I believe we got those tapped. I know we're tapping at least one of them. I thought we tapped all 3. Those ones, actually, now I think about, might not have all their snails in it. But the point is still, if I do expand that, both those lines are basically full. I would need to run a new conveyor belt line all the way over there, which kind of puts us back in the same thing of, I would need to do the thing I'm doing now that I need the materials to do the thing. Yeah, you could just probably upgrade the thing. Yeah, the problem is until I upgrade the entire length of that conveyor, I get no benefit, which needs to happen. But I want to get all this wired up. And then once I've got everything producing at least a little, then that's where I'm going to go and start going, okay, where's the next bottleneck? Let's run down that bottleneck and fix it. Okay, where's my next bottleneck? Okay, let's run down that bottleneck and fix it. But I believe this gets me all of the stuff sorters completing the phases. So you should be running now. Cool, that is running. And it does 1 per minute, so that should take just over about an hour and a half to fully complete the phase. That's honestly not the worst. I don't actually think I'm going to have a bottleneck on this one. I think that's going to be fine. The thing I think I'm going to need to deal with a bottleneck on is that engine thing, the motor thing. So let's look at that, make sure it's running at 100%. If it is running at 100%, we'll build a second one and then see what gives out first and then chase it back. If it does hit, or if it's not hitting 100%, well, that's not what you want to see. That line should be solid screws. Okay. Alright, and that line should be solid ingots. Okay, so we have my screw production has collapsed, and that is producing my rotors. Is that no? That's producing my reinforced plates. So our reinforced plates are slowing down, which is going to hurt our production of our frames, which is going to hurt our production of our heavy frames, which is going to hurt the production of everything else. So, I am now running into a situation where I'm not getting enough iron into my system fast enough. That isn't a hard one to fix, but it is another one that's going to require conveyor belts to fix. Conveyor belts, I don't have. Okay, and what's your deal? You are running at 100%. For what it's worth. That is running at speed. I probably should focus on fixing the screw situation, but I kind of want to see if I can't expand this first, and then chase down the screw situation. Because like I said, that is going to be a bunch of the industrial plates. Alright, so production, manufacture. That's not what I wanted to see, but it's what I saw. You are what? Your motors. The heavy frames are being produced over here, and the heavy frames are what's taking the frames I need for the manufacturing thing. Alright, so we got work to do. So I need to grab all the encased steel I can, and I need to grab a stack of the heavy, the modular frames. The modular frames are running out in this machine, which is because of our screw production. So we need to fix our screw production. Oh, I need to be back up there, didn't I? Okay, so let's run over here and start increasing our iron input. My hope is it's just a matter of if I upgrade all the belts. You have 100k screws on top of your steel level? I do, but it's going to cost me 400 or 500 material to bring that over here, unless I want to hand carry it. And regardless, I need to fix this. So let's start looking at where our problems are. Okay, so this is not where I need to even be focused on at all. Let's drop back down to level 2. Our inputs on our ore. So our ore inputs are all solid. So that part's fine. You are not solid, and that is not fine. So let's start trying to see what I can do to expand this spot. Let's backtrack it from the screws themselves before I start upgrading things that don't need touching, which I've already begun. So we go up one. The screws should be over here. The screws are over here. Where is your input? So you have all of these belts. We don't have a reason to upgrade these belts if they're empty to begin with. So we've got you going the whole way over here. Okay, so this is the line I was working on upgrading, which has resulted in this getting to saturation, which is some good news in the short term, but it doesn't solve my long-term problem. Okay. Regardless, let's pop down here. Go down another floor. Yeah, because as you can see, this is the reason why this is going to be a problem. We're just offsetting where the problem is. Okay. So, before this was at saturation, for this, what I'm going to want to do is put some more smelters over here and get that going. Those are all solid up, so I think we'll be okay just adding some more lines on here. And if not, then I put better stuff in there and we keep going. Okay, so let's go grab some concrete and let's add some more smelters over there and whatnot. I'm not sure if you're still gaining or anymore. I think we've reached the point where these aren't gaining anymore. And I've also realized, because I've enclosed this side of it versus the other side of it, I've shrunk where I can expand to. But that's okay, I can just tear down this, like, this wall just needs to go, is what needs to happen. Because I'll need to expand this way to increase our limestone production. Alright, so we've got that. So I need a couple more smelters. I'm going to drop 3 more smelters on, plug those in, see what gives. And I don't remember if we get like smelter Mark IIs or something like that. If I don't see them with our next tech upgrade, we are just going to start ramming slugs into all these. Okay, and so I need to fill this line. So, okay. So with that, let's go production, smelter. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So 1, 2, 3. Then go to here and go splitters. 1, 2, 3. Get rid of you. Ingots, drop the ore in. Ingots. Ingots. There's my last power line. Let's pop this down because I need a new one. Okay, now we need to mess with this stuff. So, kill that for just a minute. Get rid of these for just a minute. We need to line that up with that. Now get rid of that in a minute. Okay, we can get rid of all these. I didn't make it long enough. And we can go mergers. 1, 2, 3. And I have to get more of the encased steel because I'm running out. Alright, but basically I'm going to be doubling the capacity of smelting we have on that line. I actually already have a spare iron line down below that's just not even being utilized at all, as far as the ore goes. So if we start pushing the limit where I need more ore, which we haven't done yet, whichever line starts... Oh, that's what I want to see. You see that, chat? Right there? That's a line of our encased steel beams getting backed up. which is what I want, because that means I'm going to start getting encased steel beams that I can just grab out of the box versus cannibalizing this machine again and again. Except the only reason that's happening is because I'm out of modular frames. Which means I'm getting what I want and the reason I don't want. It means production is stopping on that because of modular frames. And that's going to hold up the production of my advanced, whatever the crap they were over on the other side. But we're already working on it. Like, it is already a problem we are actively working on a solution for. Alright, that's what we wanted to see. Okay, so the good looks there. We've got all that. These all appear to be moving. I don't see them running out. Yeah, so it's going to take a minute for these to fill up. So we'll give that a minute. So we're going to run upstairs and see what's happening there. If we do see that we are getting the ingots up here now, and that seems to be going smoothly, then great. Yeah, that's what you want to see. That is a full... Never mind. Why have you suddenly become an empty line? Okay, so I need to continue to fix this. Because this needs to be a higher tier line so I can get those ingots there faster. Because we already upgraded the earlier parts. Alright, that's all I got, but that should be enough. Let's see, love to see how other people manage throughput. Yeah, no, it's just the whole thing. Alright, so now, looking at this, we are getting enough to all of these that they should manage, because the Tech 1 line will give them enough to run. And those are already leveled up. So that's going to take a minute to figure itself out. And it might even be that I need even more production here. Yes, those are still reporting that a lower percentage. It's getting there. That should start helping a lot of this. A lot of that is pushing over to the other line there. If it does start backfilling, that could be a thing. Like, this probably needs to be upgraded here so we stop getting that big gap in between them. What are you... Are you our frames being produced? That's a reinforced plates, which are running at only a quarter their capacity. So, I probably can add more screw production here. I seem to have the ingots for it now. And I probably want to start switching that over to another material, like use the steel to make it for much higher yield. But that'll be a thing that needs to happen as well. So 1, 2, 3. We're already using the cast screws here. Alright, I need more of the encased steel. But as you can see, I'm basically running around trying to fix all these problems. Because they will delay more and more things from getting done. But all of these ultimately are improving our throughput and a lot of stuff. So that's 150. That's not quite enough to finish that off, but we're getting there. Okay. I'm going to try to avoid grabbing not outside of that box. I'm going to try and grab them out of the box so I stop resetting that thing so I make sure it's still producing this whole time. Which is going to be hard to keep myself from doing because I'm going to keep noticing issues, and that'll be a pain point. Alright, let's take a look at you. Are you getting ore at a decent capacity? You are getting enough ore that you are hitting 100% capacity. It is just barely getting there. And that is already... No, actually, you're not already upgraded to a tier 4 belt. But, if I wanna smelt more, I'm gonna need a new iron line. Which, like I said, I've got, but it's not here. It's, Can I see it from up here? I should be able to. I can't remember where it is, though. It's on this side. I think that might be it over there. That line you see coming over here, you see it going down that ridge, but then it doesn't go anywhere else? No, that actually might be the iron line going out there. I don't know. I've got a spare iron line down there that's not being utilized. And you are my iron plates, which are doing fine. The iron rods are doing fine. That screw line is fully backed up. That one, okay, so the screws are finally catching up. As you can see, they are backed up there. They are finally getting to that point. I still think we expand what we started to expand. Because, you know, one of the only rules of this game is however many screws you have, it's not enough. So more screws. So if I don't need this right now, that's fine. I'm going to need it eventually. Okay. All right. So, that's probably hit the point now where stuff is going to start backing up. Which is okay by me. Yeah, so that's... Alright, so our screw problem should be resolved now. Now, we might have an iron ingot problem or an iron ore problem that we will now be facing, but we get to wait until something breaks for that. Let's go ahead and check our versatile frames. Let me grab those and see what it can do with that. And then let's turn around and check the next thing. So we got versatile frames. We can go up here to grab more of these. Oh yeah, almost a full stack. We're no longer screwed. Well, no, that's the thing. We've got more screws now. So we're definitely more screwed now than we previously were. All right. So, we've got that solved for the moment. Let's check our iron lines at the bottom, where the ore lines. Oh, we're almost there. We've got only 42 more versatile frameworks, and then I can turn those off. And then that'll be one less thing. So let's go to our ore lines going into our main building, which should be right here. And let's see if there's a gap in any of them. We've got gaps in this one. If there's gaps in this one, it means I'm consuming it faster than it's getting used. So that's bad. So I need to increase the amount we're getting in here. Now, those two, I could probably just go over here and said, hey, more. And... hey, more. And see how that does. That might be enough to fix the problem. It'll take a moment for that to buffer up. But I want to see this line turn solid. We'll probably also have to upgrade these lines to being level 4 pretty soon. But we'll give that a moment to ramp up to start filling that in, and that should help us out a lot. Alright, so I think that ramped up, and we still have just every once in a while one last gap. I do have a drill that feeds 2 different lines over here. So I'm going to go ahead and do is I'm going to run over to this drill, because it's split between those lines, so if I ramp it up, it should help both those things. And until this belt is solid, I don't need to upgrade the belt. And I just noticed at least the steel's not there. And more, and more. So that should be way overkill. We should be more than good on our iron lines for right now. You know, unless I don't have enough iron getting up there in general to reach the end of the smelter line, at which point that means I'd have to upgrade my belts. It's not what I'm feeding in that's the problem. It's the throughput on the lines themselves. Okay, so what that should do is as those get here... oh, actually, that might be enough that this line turns solid. And that I have to upgrade it. Let's go take a peek. I'm hoping that won't be the case. As long as it's anything shy of solid, we're fine. If it does go solid, then that means I gotta upgrade. So it should be ramped up by now. And it is solid. But it isn't actually getting anything more in here. So it is exactly paced with that conveyor belt. So I think I'll just leave it alone and pretend it's fine. Realistically, not this line needing to be upgraded, but the lines it feeds into need to be upgraded. And then, you know, then it would upgrade to the smelter, and then the smelter would need its lines upgraded, and that's the only reason I'm avoiding it, is I would have to upgrade all the things. And we'll need to do that, eventually. But right now, I'm sure I need to be getting other things fixed. Okay, so let's go look at our reinforced plates and make sure that's no longer depleting now that we fixed our screw production. Because if that's depleting, I need to expand that to keep our frames coming in. Okay, that's not the right box. I'm up. I need to go up 1 floor. It's a literal full box, so we are good. Okay, so with that in mind, let's go up to our modular frames. That's our smart stuff. That is our rotors. And this is our modular frames. So they are running at 100% capacity, so that's good news. But I am not seeing any of them buffering anywhere. So let's go ahead and slap on another slice onto that. Actually, before we do that, let's find someplace that's actually using them. And if we see that they're getting a backflow there, then we know we're good. So the rotors aren't keeping up. The rotors are still a problem. Like, this is enough that the machine is happy, but not enough that I'm getting a surplus for anything. So let's pop down here and take a peek at our rotors. And are you running at full capacity? You are not. And it looks like the screws are the bottleneck. And we've already got those on a tier 4 belt. But I am seeing gaps of them leading into this tier 4 belt. No, it seems fine. The tier 4 belt is running solid. I believe we are literally running into a problem here where it's just I need a separate line. There's just not a way. I just need a separate line. Okay. I can help this in the short term by just going like this. And that should backfill a little bit. Yeah, because we've got this one going basically solid the whole way up. That's the one going to our rotors. So the only way it could do is change the recipe on our rotors or bring more in. Alright. Meanwhile, let's go back all the way up to the roof and check on our Phase 3 completion thing. That's the one that I'm most worried about because that's the slowest tech we've got going right now. So I've got 24 of those. They are coming along. You are running at 100% capacity and you are full. So that's telling me we are good to go over here and say, hey, what if I didn't have what I needed to do anything about that and I went downstairs and corrected that problem? What are you over here? I need to find some place I'm actually using these things. Those are the motors. So I need to find where I'm using my mod. You know what? I can go over to my versatile frames. I probably have enough of those to turn it off, and that'll start giving me... It'll start reducing our consumption of modular frames. And with the reduced consumption of modular frames, we should be good to go. So there's the versatiles. That's good. And 40. So I literally just need 2 more. Your third phase item is using them. Yeah. But I need just 2 more, and I can flick the switch off here. Give me those. Give. Mine. Because that will complete our versatile frames. And I believe I'll end up needing more versatile frames in the next phase, most likely, and all that. Or some product I make with the versatile frames. But for right now, with the thing there, depending on the modular frames as well, and those being kind of a bottleneck for us, I could shut that off and make that work. So cool. So we have completed our versatile frames, and we are making good progress on that. We have also reduced our consumption of modular frames by like a really large amount, which will work out because I'm about to try and double our production of the second good on that list to cut that time down by half. And then I could also sit there and try and look at our fix-it blueprints and all that and start grabbing some of that stuff, because I don't think we're using the computers at a point where we're running out of those. I also need to check on stuff like our cable production. I wouldn't be surprised if our cable production is starting to fall behind. Or even just our copper production, for that matter. But, in the short term, this says it's running at that's not the right thing. This says it's running at 100%, and I need more of it, so we're going to make more of it. Okay, so this is going to take a little bit of work to get this all set up. The whole, I have 3 separate lines going in here. Oh, it is only 3 lines. Yeah, modular engine. Okay, so it is just the 3 lines. That works out, so get rid of that. We can run you over here. We can grab the hooks here. And run those over. Then we can go here to our splitters. Take all these back. And take the scraps we got from this that I don't need to carry on me. And drop those in there. And then with that, we just plug you in, and plug you in. and go merge here. And merge here. Okay, so that doubles the production there. And it is possible we end up tossing some snails in here just to speed it up a little bit more. Honestly, actually, with the cost, I'd probably just keep adding more and more shims of it. How is our power doing? Because that's probably getting sketchy. So we can consume almost 2,900 watts, and we're producing about 2,700 watts. And our power is juggling at about 2,000 watts. Which does mean I am starting to push my limit on our capacity if I don't get more production going on soon. Which isn't surprising. I keep stamping down more and more and more machines. And so it's taking those machines that are not running at capacity and then giving them a little nudge. Okay, so things going into you are motors, rubber, and smart plating. So the rubber, I have no concern, is like doing fine. The motors is the one I think we're going to be choking on, because we are producing those as fast as we can, and we aren't getting a backfill here. Like, here's the way we can see if we're gaining or losing. If I put my mouse right there, we'll let it run for a cycle, and if I see the motors go to the right and not come back to this point, then we're losing them. If, you know, it does a cycle and it's on the left, we're gaining. Because it should be taking a decent amount of motors per cycle. So that's one of the two machines ran. We're waiting for the other one to run. If I see two show up, then I feel comfortable that I don't need to worry about this. I have a feeling I am going to need to. That's not promising. So when one to the right and two to the left as its max min, give it just a little bit longer. If I see it to go to the left, I'm going to feel pretty comfortable that we're probably okay. And this is not the scientific way of doing it. This is just, okay, am I watching it? Am I watching the amount go down or up? Ah, we're fine. Okay. If we're not fine, it's going to be like 90-something%. One motor per two modular machines. Oh yeah, I don't do the calculations because I don't care that much. Alright, so the good news is we have made some solid progress towards the modular engines. And if you bear with me, chat, I'm going to glide down here real fast and shove these in, and I'm going to hit a button real fast to avoid subjecting you to even more ads. Because we are getting close to the end of stream, and so I'm trying to kick the next ads running down the road so you won't get subjected to them. So let's take a quick inventory on our advanced, whatever the advanced things are. Because we did set that up, but it did see an immediate slowdown because of the modular frames going down. I am observing there is nothing on that right track. That isn't what I want to see. That's the advanced, or no, automated wires. That said, I had already had like 60 I had put through there, so I'm hoping that'll be plenty. So I've got 34 of these already. Yeah, so the automated wires are preventing that, so that's got to be fixed. So I'm going to take 2 seconds to peek at the automated wires. I'm going to hit the snooze a second time. We can hit 3 times and then I'm cut off. And each time kicks the ads down the road 5 minutes. So we're already a third through these. I do still think even with the automated wires being in their situation, it will be the middle thing that'll be our delay, because we're already almost, we're about a third to half, well, we're about a third almost exactly on the automated, whatever those things are called, the advanced electronic thing. Versus the modular motors, we're making 2 a minute. So right now, at 2 a minute, That's basically... What? So let's say I've got 300 to make the math easy. So it's 120 an hour. We're basically looking at about 2.5 hours. Hey, thank you so much for the rain, Faber. I'm sorry, I don't know how to pronounce that. I really do appreciate it. It means a whole lot, so thank you so much for that. I do hope you had yourself a good stream, and I welcome you all in Raiders. What were you playing, and how did it go, and all that? So it looks like you need to expand this, because it is running at full capacity, and not struggling with materials coming in. But depending on like what you got going on, I'm assuming by what's been going on the platform lately, probably Satisfactory. If not, you know, again, let us know. I'd like to get you a proper shout out for whatever it was you were doing. Sorry, like my brain is in focus mode of going, okay, what do I need to put where and how and this. So I'm not being the best on the raid shout outs. That's on me. Oh, no, nope, nope, not that. There we go. I'm just going to lose track so fast. Automated wiring. Drop you in. Drop you in. Okay. And I need to put a merge block here. And a merge block here. Alright. So, I'm actually almost out of quick wire. Alright, so the hope there is that we'll be okay. Let's check on our cable. There's no way this is still running. No, it's basically full. And I mean, honestly, hooking up a new machine would account for suddenly dropping by like 100 cable. Alright, well that's holding up alright. Let's check on our actual wire. Ooh, that's not what you want to see. Okay, so we're at a deficit on the sheet. Snooze the ads again. So we are at a deficit on our copper sheets. So let's go ahead and boost that up real fast. I'm gonna keep doing this and keep not taking the time to up our power. And it is going to hit that point where I've improved the efficiency of all my stuff enough that all my machines are mostly running constantly. And I'm gonna really regret it. I'm gonna have my power shut down, and bringing it all back online is going to be incredibly painful. Alright, so we've got that going. I actually wanted to check on the wire. That's the ingots. Here's the wire. Alright. Next section, level 2 pipes. Well, realistically, yeah, I mean, more than likely next stream I will have... Okay, so I actually had plenty of wire being produced, so that's fine. More than likely, realistically, next stream I will definitely need to expand the power, and when I do that, I am going to need to use the tier 2 pipes, because we were already getting pretty close to the capacity I could push the petroleum through the existing pipes. We weren't quite there, but we were getting pretty close. So we got our automated wire expanded. And we've got all that. So there goes an automated wire right there. And we increase the rate we're making the modular engines. But yeah, so like for those who are streaming it who are like, oh, I have so much of a weight to work on. Oh, I don't know if we're gonna be able to do like that kind of a concern. Don't sweat it. Very genuinely with this situation, with this game, you could literally sit here and just let it run AFK and then just come back, like, if your biomass runs out, and just let it go. So I think this is going to now run at 100%. I'm just waiting to see, because it is one advanced wire short of being able to run at 100%. Come on. It literally got in the last second. Okay, so if we're not at 100%, we're at, like, you know, 90-ish% or whatever. This bar was like now properly high. All right, thanks, Suplex. I appreciate the high. Let's go ahead and grab those. I'll grab one stack of the computers and all that. And I'm just gonna chuck those in for the blueprint unlock because I can. And actually, it looks like we're getting a backfill on the heavy modular frames now. That's good news. And I need a bunch of concrete and a bunch of rubber. And then it'll be the heavy modular frames, and I'm not going to go out of my way to kick those over. That'll be a thing that solves itself over time. Actually... let's run down here and see if I've got rubber just sitting in the box down here. Because I actually don't know how much of a positive or deficit I am for plastic and rubber. Oh! That's actually bad. And the reason that's bad is if I'm getting that much surplus rubber and plastic that those are getting full here, it is possible that my petroleum production might shut down because there won't be, like, because my storage is full. The workaround I could have for that is to grab a giant stack of all of that and huck it into the awesome machine and just delete it for tickets. But that is a concern. And I need 1,500 of that. I think that's 3 stacks. That's another concern we got going on here. Let's drop those in, grab the 3 stacks, and grab... I mean, it's the same. Monka oil surplus. Plus side, that's lots of tickets. You can balance it out. Yeah, so that is... It's weird that there's some things you gotta be careful about having a surplus just because it can cause other things to get stuck. Alright. Let's ride the train over. Because pretty soon I'm gonna need to wrap stream, because I can only go like 6 more minutes before the ads are gonna happen, like them or not. I've already kicked the can down the road as far as Twitch lets me. And this is normally around the time I wrap up. And I don't want it to be a thing that, you know, like all that. Do you have smart splitters yet? You know, remember what tech level it is. I could have them, but I have not unlocked them yet. But that could be a thing. My hope with the smart splitters, I could say that side's a priority, otherwise this side. Can you sell surplus oil for tickets? Yes, with steps, but I'd probably just take the plastic or the other stuff and sell that. But I just want to quickly ride the train to the other side real fast. And if I got like a big old pile of plastic and rubber over there, I might grab the plastic and rubber. And then when we come back over here, I might just chuck that directly into the awesome box immediately. Alright, train, I need you to get your butt over here, friend. I need to take a ride. But yeah, I just want to make sure I unstick it for now. But yeah, so my assumption with the smart splitter is I don't know the logic it has, whether it's just a filter splitter where I say, hey, you know, if it's this, send it that way. If it's that, send it this way. Or if I could be like, that's the priority lane, this is the, like, auxiliary lane. I would like that. Because what that means is you'll keep putting it through to the box, and when the box is filled, you'll divert all the other stuff the other direction. And that lets you start adjusting a bunch of the stuff to be a lot more efficient in that regard. But then what I could do is, like I said, with the plastic here and rubber, when those start overfilling, I could just shunt all of that over to the awesome box and just feed it directly in there for tickets. And kind of the cool thing you can do with tickets, you can unlock a bunch of new materials and stuff to make like the walls and all that we unlock that way. But if you do unlock everything, you can also turn around and be like, hey, you know what? I'm short on these heavy modular frames. Just go there and be like, yeah, I'd like 50 of those. And just burn a whole bunch of tickets on it. Not really the best use of tickets, but when you get to the late game, like I don't know about nowadays, but I remember when they first introduced it, that you could literally just chuck it all over there. Let's see, you're spoiled by Factorio and Dyson Spheres project splitters. You don't think you have used Satisfactory smart splitters, so you don't know their full functionality. Yeah, I imagine it's probably not as in-depth as the ones for Factorio, because that to me is one of the biggest comparisons between Satisfactory and Factorio. Is Factorio does let you get way down in the weeds of what you do with stuff a lot more than Satisfactory, because you can literally say, hey, I want to have some programmed wire go to this box and check if it's full. If it's full, send this signal on this line, and then have something else say, hey, if that signal on that line is green, turn off this railway station. And you can do all that. None of that is necessary. So before people go, oh my god, I could never play that game, that is totally optional. You can just have one-to-one railways. It's totally fine, acceptable, and not a problem at all. But you can... It is a game that you can make it work and win the game without any of that. But if you really want to get into the weeds and make some, like, absolutely over-the-top railway nightmare, you can, and I have. And you can break it and have to figure out what the heck you did wrong. But it is really amazing the stuff you can do. And you can even have it, like, turn on and off a whole bunch of different machines and all that. Yeah, you're just, like, prioritizing inputs and outputs by filtering. Yeah, that's what I'm hoping, is that you can filter by type and or prioritize outputs. That's all I would want. Honestly, even if it was just prioritizing the outputs, that'd be good enough for me. Because usually with stuff like that, you can have where, like, I'm making coal for steel or I'm making coal for power. Okay, prioritize the coal for power under any and all circumstances. So it's one lane, it goes the other lane? Gotcha. Alright, so I'm going to just peek at these boxes. Okay, so the good news is we don't have a problem. Those boxes are empty. And with that said, I do need to wrap up because I got 1 minute, well, 2 minutes till the ads start and I can't stop it anymore. And it is time for me to wrap up stream. So with that said, if you are watching on YouTube, the stream will be abruptly ending for you because there's no such thing as rating over there. But over here on Twitch, we will be rating out to check out someone else. So I'm going to go ahead and put up my ending stream screen and see who we can find to drop a cheeky raid on. But I do hope you have enjoyed the stream. Normally,